They're gonna kill us for it!
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Subspace, a globally deployed, software-defined network that provides a real-time internet dedicated to accelerating latency-sensitive traffic from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world. The public internet was built for bandwidth and resiliency, but didn't include any promises of reliable user experiences or low-latency performance. Now the internet struggles to support the demand for real-time experiences, where every millisecond between interaction counts. That's why Subspace was created. It is a globally deployed network with peering connections across major IXs, with over 100 POPs and growing. Each dedicated server utilizes high-speed optical transceivers to offer high-bandwidth dedicated links across the internet. Custom GPS-locked hardware clocks in every Subspace server generate real-time telemetry, with time variation between POPs on the order of nanoseconds. Subspace utilizes Anycast routing to guarantee low latency from end-user clients to Subspace POPs. Subspace Anycast IP blocks are announced from every POP to their local ISPs, ensuring that ISPs send Subspace-bound traffic to it directly. The Subspace control plane utilizes telemetry data to evaluate all possible paths between Subspace POPs and the final traffic destination, dynamically choosing which one to take. A test packet is sent in every POP along every possible path to every other Subspace POP. The listening application in the destination POP hears the test and records the precise time it was received. The Subspace data plane then accepts the timing result. All of this accurate data is combined into a global graph where the top paths are calculated and the optimum path is selected, the path with the lowest latency, packet loss, and jitter. Subspace replicates this needed information across all points of presence, so even in event of a failure, once the ingress BGP reconverges to send traffic to a second POP, it will pick up traffic and continue to go forward as though the failure never happened. So for any connection, it's as though there is only a brief pause in transmission. And this is true for all POPs, even if multiple were to go down. Subspace also offers inline, real-time dynamic DDoS protection that doesn't add any latency. The moment traffic ingresses onto Subspace, it passes through hardware-level filters to deny illegitimate traffic from passing. The destination server only sees legitimate traffic, so it never becomes overwhelmed. Accessing Subspace doesn't require client-side software or hardware installation. There are a variety of Subspace products that are accessible via API integration. These products act as global proxies that onboard traffic efficiently to Subspace. This includes TCP, UDP-based apps, WebRTC apps utilizing Turn, SIP-based apps, and more. Subspace is for any application whose user experience depends on real-time connectivity. The quickest way to get started is by signing up for free at subspace.com. This has been Subspace in 180 seconds. See you in the next one.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Welcome to Xsola, accelerating game commerce
globally.
We gave you the building blocks to go from being an unknown player to taking your place among the biggest games on the planet. Now let's see what we mean by acceleration. How do you like your new digs? Xsola's pay station lets you accept payments securely in almost every currency. With Xsola, people around the world are buzzing about your game.
station reported a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Subspace, a globally deployed, software-defined network that provides a real-time internet dedicated to accelerating latency-sensitive traffic from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world. The public internet was built for bandwidth and resiliency, but didn't include any promises of reliable user experiences or low-latency performance. Now the internet struggles to support the demand for real-time experiences, where every millisecond between interaction counts. That's why Subspace was created. It is a globally deployed network with peering connections across major IXs, with over 100 POPs and growing. Each dedicated server utilizes high-speed optical transceivers to offer high-bandwidth dedicated links across the internet. Custom GPS-locked hardware clocks in every Subspace server generate real-time telemetry, with time variation between POPs on the order of nanoseconds. Subspace utilizes Anycast routing to guarantee low latency from end-user clients to Subspace POPs. Subspace Anycast IP blocks are announced from every POP to their local ISPs, ensuring that ISPs send Subspace-bound traffic to it directly. The Subspace control plane utilizes telemetry data to evaluate all possible paths between Subspace POPs and the final traffic destination, dynamically choosing which one to take. A test packet is sent in every POP along every possible path to every other Subspace POP. The listening application in the destination POP hears the test and records the precise time it was received. The Subspace data plane then accepts the timing results. All of this accurate data is combined into a global graph where the top paths are calculated and the optimum path is selected, the path with the lowest latency, packet loss, and jitter. Subspace replicates this needed information across all points of presence, so even in event of a failure, once the ingress BGP reconverges to send traffic to a second POP, it will pick up traffic and continue to go forward as though the failure never happened. So for any connection, it's as though there is only a brief pause in transmission. And this is true for all POPs, even if multiple were to go down. Subspace also offers inline, real-time dynamic DDoS protection that doesn't add any latency. The moment traffic ingresses onto Subspace, it passes through hardware-level filters to deny illegitimate traffic from passing. The destination server only sees legitimate traffic, so it never becomes overwhelmed. Accessing Subspace doesn't require client-side software or hardware installation. There are a variety of Subspace products that are accessible via API integration. These products act as global proxies that onboard traffic efficiently to Subspace. This includes TCP, UDP-based apps, WebRTC apps utilizing Turn, SIP-based apps, and more. Subspace is for any application whose user experience depends on real-time connectivity. The quickest way to get started is by signing up for free at subspace.com. This has been Subspace in 180 seconds. See you in the next one.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Welcome to Xsolla, accelerating game commerce globally. We gave you the building blocks to go from being an unknown player to taking your place among the biggest games on the planet. Now let's see what we mean by acceleration. How do you like your new digs? Xsolla's pay station lets you accept payments securely in almost every currency. With Xsolla, people around the world are buzzing about your game.
station reported a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Subspace, a globally deployed, software-defined network that provides a real-time internet dedicated to accelerating latency-sensitive traffic from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world. The public internet was built for bandwidth and resiliency, but didn't include any promises of reliable user experiences or low-latency performance. Now the internet struggles to support the demand for real-time experiences, where every millisecond between interaction counts. That's why Subspace was created. It is a globally deployed network with peering connections across major IXs, with over 100 POPs and growing. Each dedicated server utilizes high-speed optical transceivers to offer high-bandwidth dedicated links across the internet. Custom GPS-locked hardware clocks in every Subspace server generate real-time telemetry, with time variation between POPs on the order of nanoseconds. Subspace utilizes Anycast routing to guarantee low latency from end-user clients to Subspace POPs. Subspace Anycast IP blocks are announced from every POP to their local ISPs, ensuring that ISPs send Subspace-bound traffic to it directly. The Subspace control plane utilizes telemetry data to evaluate all possible paths between Subspace POPs and the final traffic destination, dynamically choosing which one to take. A test packet is sent in every POP along every possible path to every other Subspace POP. The listening application in the destination POP hears the test and records the precise time it was received. The Subspace data plane then accepts the timing results. All of this accurate data is combined into a global graph where the top paths are calculated and the optimum path is selected, the path with the lowest latency, packet loss, and jitter. Subspace replicates this needed information across all points of presence, so even in event of a failure, once the ingress BGP reconverges to send traffic to a second POP, it will pick up traffic and continue to go forward as though the failure never happened. So for any connection, it's as though there is only a brief pause in transmission. And this is true for all POPs, even if multiple were to go down. Subspace also offers inline, real-time dynamic DDoS protection that doesn't add any latency. The moment traffic ingresses onto Subspace, it passes through hardware-level filters to deny illegitimate traffic from passing. The destination server only sees legitimate traffic, so it never becomes overwhelmed. Accessing Subspace doesn't require client-side software or hardware installation. There are a variety of Subspace products that are accessible via API integration. These products act as global proxies that onboard traffic efficiently to Subspace. This includes TCP, UDP-based apps, WebRTC apps utilizing Turn, SIP-based apps, and more. Subspace is for any application whose user experience depends on real-time connectivity. The quickest way to get started is by signing up for free at subspace.com. This has been Subspace in 180 seconds. See you in the next one.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Welcome to Xsolla, accelerating game commerce globally. We gave you the building blocks to go from being an unknown player to taking your place among the biggest games on the planet. Now let's see what we mean by acceleration. How do you like your new digs? Xsolla's pay station lets you accept payments securely in almost every currency. With Xsolla, people around the world are buzzing about your game.
station reported a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything.
Welcome to GamesBeat Into the Metaverse 2. I am your MC for the day, Khalif Adams. A little bit of info about me. I'm a 10-year gaming industry veteran. I'm from the Bronx, New York, now living in Portland, Oregon. I'm a Virgo. I like long walks on the beach. My favorite colors are red and periwinkle. And I really like really good food, especially stinky cheeses. Stinky cheeses are the best thing on the planet. I'm excited to be here, and thank you all for being here as well. If you missed anything from the GamesBeat and Facebook Gaming Summit yesterday, please look towards the left of the main stage. You will see a bunch of on-demand videos that you can check out that all talk to some of the fantastic work that was done yesterday. We had some great conversations around inclusive game design, what the future of M&As looks like. So many cool conversations to kind of dig through. So please make sure you're checking out all those videos on the on-demand side of things for sure. We're excited to have over 5,000 attendees registered, joining from home, plus more tuning in over the live streams across Facebook and YouTube and more. We have 37 sessions on the Metaverse over the next 2 days, and they're all available for free. Super excited for that. Invited guests will have access to the roundtable and offstage Zoom Q&A rooms with most of our speakers today and tomorrow. So a reminder that this is a great way to engage with other attendees and speakers at the event. And if you have any questions, please email events@venturebeat.com. While Facebook made yesterday's free event possible, other sponsors have helped make this free event today possible as well. We would like to thank our partners, Facebook Gaming, AdMix, Engine, The Sandbox, OpenMeta, GenVid, Upland, Star Atlas, Forte, Scooty, Spectrum Labs, Subspace, Tiplati, Exola, Hero Capital, MetaJuice, and Theta for their support for the second edition of Into the Metaverse. We also want to thank our advisory board, so give them a big shout as well. And if you'd like to be a part of the official conversation, please use the hashtag #GBSummit, or you can tag us on Twitter @GamesBeat as well. Please join us in April for GamesBeat Summit 2022. It'll be held from April 26th through the 28th, so please mark your calendars there. And also, we have polls throughout the day. They're super fun. We encourage you to participate. They're located in the right side of the main stage. You simply click on those polls to respond to those. If you'd like to subscribe to event notifications today to make sure you don't miss a session, click on the red bell on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And now I'd like to introduce Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat and organizer of the GamesBeat Summit, for welcoming remarks.
Let me start with a question. Would you like to get a metaverse for free? Your answer might very well be, how much will it cost me? Back in the 1980s and 90s, I chose to escape from reality by reading science fiction or watching films. Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash, Westworld, the Blade Runner film, and eventually Ready Player One were all part of my metaverse education. I didn't know at the time that it was homework for the event that we're launching today. My own fantasies about the metaverse have turned into a shared hallucination. I would define the metaverse as a shared, persistent, real-time, and social online space with connections to the physical world that has its own economy and feels like you're inside an immersive and interconnected world. And it's not just one world, it's a whole collection of them. It's a fair guess that gamers are going to want this concept of a metaverse first, and game developers will lead the way and build it. This might be the most difficult thing and most important thing that humanity could ever build. Now, that sounds like a lot of hyperbole, but the lockdowns continue to take a toll on our mental health. It's never been so clear that we need something like the metaverse. We should seize this moment. Before I go further, I'd like to celebrate and thank game developers and publishers for providing us with entertainment that distracted us and saved us during the pandemic. Just like fighting the coronavirus is a worldwide priority for our survival, I thought back in January 2021 with our first event that we could use a massive effort to build a metaverse. It could do wonders for our collective state of mind. I wonder if anybody considered that Biden's infrastructure bill could have included metaverse infrastructure. Then again, you can imagine how bad the metaverse would be if the government tried to build it. If a totalitarian government built it and gave it to you for free, would you take it? I might put more faith in our tribe, the nerds of gaming in Silicon Valley. These people remember their sci-fi, and they're going to liberate us from the Zoom calls that can be so uninspiring. As part of our collective homework are the works of Philip K. Dick, the mind behind Blade Runner, Scanner Darkly, and The Man in the High Castle. It first got us thinking about the idea that we're living in a computer simulation and that nothing about reality is real. In a 1977 speech, the science fiction author said that we only notice the unreality when a glitch occurs. One of our speakers, MIT's Riz Virk, decades later here, is talking about this simulation theory, how far along we are to making it real, and how seriously some people already take it. When The Matrix came out in 1999, it was in the realm of science fiction, Burke said. With today's advancements in virtual reality, augmented reality, and the metaverse, the simulated universe is not far away. Riz noted how he was playing ping pong in VR, and he got so into it that he forgot he was in VR. He dropped his paddle on the table, and it clattered to the floor. That was a glitch. Riz took a well-known line from Shakespeare and modified it as, "All the world's a video game, and men and women are merely avatars, each of us playing our part in the game." So if you see me glitch today, you might conclude that none of this is real. So if you see me glitch today, you might conclude that none of this is real. So if you see me glitch today, you might conclude that none of this is real. But I'm asking you for this moment to believe. Take the red pill. Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, likes to say that we're living in science fiction. That's because of the breakthroughs with AI and deep learning neural networks that started happening in 2012. He says that AI is the single largest technology force of our time. And once you have AI, other things fall into place. Brendan Green, the creator of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and the Battle Royale genre, wants to create a planet-sized world called Artemis. And he says that this kind of metaverse will only be possible if we can design enough interesting details within that world. The design will come from human game designers, including professional game developers and user-generated content. On top of that, the rest will have to be designed by AI through procedural programming. That's the only way we can get the vast worlds that will seem detailed enough to fool us into thinking that they're real. Yes, we are going to call upon the brains of AI, something that is not real, to create a reality that is not real, so that we don't have to spend our time in reality. And because AI is falling into place, we can expect so many of the things that we thought were just science fiction to become reality as well. We can expect non-player characters to behave like real humans do and engage us for hours at a time in conversation. In fact, we might feel pretty bad about gunning down those NPCs. We should be able to travel seamlessly and instantly from world to world to world and take our avatars with us, with AI translating them on the fly at the border so that they can fit within the next world's rules. Incidentally, Bobby Kotick told me one of the reasons he is selling Activision Blizzard to Microsoft for $68.7 billion is that he couldn't get a hold of enough talent, including AI and machine learning experts. In 2021, with Lana Wachowski's film The Matrix Resurrections, we were challenged again to question whether what we see, feel, hear, and touch is real or just an illusion. It was so appropriate that there was a video game inside that movie where you questioned what was real. The challenge of the metaverse seems that it's so easy and so hard at the same time. Like I said, Brendan Green wants to build a planet-sized world, and NVIDIA might give it to him for free. In November, NVIDIA's Swang said his company will use its metaverse for engineers, the Omniverse, to design a digital twin of the Earth. It will use all of its AI resources and the supercomputers of the world to model this with meter-level accuracy. And it will use this simulation to predict climate change for the Earth, perhaps for decades to come. And once this digital twin of the Earth is done, we will get the metaverse for free. Jensen told me this himself. And Huang isn't the only one giving us things for free. Meta's Mark Zuckerberg has an advertising business model that enables him to give us his metaverse for free. Kim Libieri of Epic Games noted that his company is giving away the entire city that it created for its Matrix Awakens demo. And game developers will be able to use it as a foundation to build games with amazing cities that could arrive after the debut of Unreal Engine 5 in 2022. Some say the metaverse is already here in the form of online games like Grand Theft Auto Online, or virtual worlds like Second Life, or user-generated content platforms like Roblox. Roblox's Dave Bazuki will be here to talk with us, and so will Phil Rosedale, who was the founder of Second Life, who has recently rejoined it as a strategic advisor. And so we can think of these past things that have already been created as metaverses, but that feels a little too easy. I think the metaverse is actually going to be something more imaginative than what we already have today. Now, we've asked our speakers if the onset of the metaverse is 1 year away or 10 years away. With Unreal Engine 5 launching this year and NVIDIA's Omniverse simulation environment for engineers already here, it feels so close. They're creating the tools that will manufacture our reality. It's enough to make you believe that all of our dreams are going to come true and that the metaverse is the path for the game industry to expand beyond its natural borders. All developers have to do is build their own worlds, connect them with some glue, like NFT avatars, and then the metaverse will be born. Again, it all feels so easy, like a natural evolution from today to tomorrow. It could become a truly decentralized internet, a universe that directly connects each place with no middlemen. And again, I ask you, if we got the metaverse for free in just 1 year, what will it cost us? Now, I could end my speech right there, especially if I believed that we live in a perfect world where nothing ever went wrong. But let's switch our perspective just a little. What if the metaverse is really hard to pull off? What if it takes a decade? How could this beautiful plan for humanity go off rails? Now, I would ask you to be skeptical. Maybe there's a glitch in the matrix. There is so much hype around the metaverse and its companion fantasies of cryptocurrency and NFTs that we should take a step back and wonder if some of this gravy train that we're riding is too good to be true. Raja Koduri, the chief architect of Intel, figures we don't have enough computing power to pull off the metaverse right now. He thinks that creating a real-time metaverse for billions of people will require 1,000 times more computing power than we have. If we tried to create that computing power, we might very well melt the polar ice caps that we are trying to model. And then there are more mundane problems, like overcoming the sniper problem in online worlds. Kim Libieri, Herman Navrula, and others will discuss how it's hard to coordinate the networking when a sniper in a game could zero in on any part of a giant map with thousands of people in it and target one individual. Making that networking work in a vast landscape with lots of people and with that person trying to dodge your bullet is a real-time nightmare. And Hilmar Pettersson of EVE Online, the creator from CCP Games, he's warned us that connecting the virtual goods of two worlds could quite easily tank the economies of both. And consider the challenge of policing toxic behavior. That's hard enough in games, and it gets much more difficult in the metaverse, where bullies can commit bad acts and move on to the next world. We're hitting this subject mostly from the angle of games, but it is a journey of science, philosophy, psychology, ethics, and conspiracy theory. I love Kurt Vonnegut's line from Mother Night. We are what we pretend to be, so we should be careful about what we pretend to be. It's not going to be all fun and games, and we should think about this thing we're creating before we create it, even if it isn't real. We will have to actively plan so that the metaverse doesn't turn into a dystopian nightmare as so many have envisioned it to be. To do this, we have to listen to new voices. At GamesBeat, we are helping to bring those voices into the conversation. We have 124 speakers across 49 sessions over 3 days. Of those, 50% have diverse origins, and we're lucky to have them. We have chosen these speakers because we believe that different perspectives will give us better answers. After all, no one is making the metaverse for just one group. It's for everybody, and all are welcome. Some of these people, like the co-founders of HighDef, Jace Hall and Rick Fox, Anthony Castoral, they may help us see beyond our blind spots. One of the coolest ideas of Ready Player 2, Ernest Cline's sequel to Ready Player 1, was the equivalent of YouTube, which would turn into a repository of uploaded content where we could record our time in the metaverse and show people exactly what it's like to be us, to see the world from our perspective, to see it as an LGBTQ person would, or to see it as a person with accessibility challenges would. With the metaverse, we should be able to actually walk in someone else's shoes. One of the most interesting sessions at this event is about the ethics of the metaverse, or what happens when our guardrails fail us. Our panelists, led by Kate Edwards of Geography, have pondered the right thing to do when it comes to protecting consumers and their privacy. What do we get for free if we give up our privacy? Our session on regulating the metaverse will also probe into what's legal and appropriate. If we crash our car in the metaverse, can we sue someone in the real world? Well, one of these visions is about science fiction coming true. The other perspective is that hype is going to drown us and set us in motion into a future that we won't be able to control. We invited you here not because it's easy, but because it's hard. That may remind you of John F. Kennedy's moonshot, an example of thinking big. GamesBeat is our community where passion meets business, and we try to sort out tough problems. We want to see where this industry intersects with others and what's just around the corner. Our partner Subspace, which wants to make the metaverse work in real time, is helping us create the Metaverse Forum, which will hold both public and private thought leadership sessions on a regular basis so that we can help create an open metaverse. We no longer have to talk about this just once or twice a year. This kind of partnership enables us to do our jobs. We're journalists, we tell stories, we're not fake news. We believe in getting it right and covering the day-to-day events in this most interesting of all industries. We report for duty every day. And one of the things that will guide us is a simple rule: follow the money. With Microsoft's big acquisition of Activision Blizzard pending and the $12.7 billion Take-Two purchase of Zynga, we're almost at last year's level of $85 billion in investments, public offerings, and acquisitions in just the first month of 2022. So many of the world's investors are betting on games, and they're also betting that games will lead the way to the metaverse. And many of the leaders at the big tech companies that rule the internet today are betting they will get there first. And Mark Zuckerberg made his chess move as he changed Facebook's name to Meta and said he was investing $10 billion plus a year in Facebook's metaverse efforts. I suspect that Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and others are all taking the metaverse just as seriously. The startups are getting into the act too. And when I look at the capital markets and the amount of money that they are putting into games in the metaverse, I see that they are betting on change. You don't orchestrate something so huge, something on the scale of the Manhattan Project, and have nothing come from it. The metaverse will happen because capital is betting it will happen. However, we should follow other things besides the money. We can follow developers, we can follow the brands and advertisers, and we can follow the gamers. They're the canaries in the coal mine. That they will tell us if we are on the right path or we're leading them into a sea of poison gas. It would be nice if someone actually steered this ship, but perhaps decentralization of the internet will liberate us from being controlled by too few parties. Of all the scenarios that are possible, I hope the open metaverse wins. Only by having an open metaverse can we accrue so many of the benefits of working together. I firmly believe that those who will win will be the ones that make the common good work for all. But my dream is to see these companies place the right value on our time and our attention. I would love for them to pay us for using their versions of the metaverse. We're seeing a glimpse of this in the blockchain games like Axie Infinity, which saved a lot of people in the Philippines during the pandemic by enabling them to make several times the minimum wage in a country with 40% unemployment. This could lead us all one day to the leisure economy when we all get paid to play games. I truly hope that you'll find some answers here and lead us to the golden age of gaming and bring the non-dystopian metaverse to life. I want to thank our sponsors who have heard our calls to support a GamesBeat community and a free and independent press that is capable of authentically covering games. Thanks to our speakers and advisors too. They're all part of this metaverse train that we're riding into the future. I hope we can enjoy a little fun by meeting each other in Spatial after today's show for our reception. And this time, our entire event, including the Women in Gaming Breakfast, is taken online. Next April, we will have our next train stop, and we'll try to do a hybrid event. Our GamesBeat Summit 2022 event will happen from April 26th to April 28th. I hope we see each other in the metaverse soon. And I want to ask you this question about which reality you want. Do you want the blue shirt, forever hopeful that the metaverse will come, free and easy? Or do you want the red shirt, worried that it is all an illusion, but clear-eyed that it will be the hardest thing we will ever do?
Thank you, Dean, for those awesome comments to start us all off. I loved everything you shared there. That was super cool. And I did see that nice trick with the red shirt. I saw that. We're excited to kick off Into the Metaverse 2 event with Anna Sweet, CEO of Bad Robot Games, Tanya Watson, COO of Bad Robot Games, and Matthew Ball, managing partner of Apillion Co. on building socially focused virtual worlds.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matthew Ball. I'm managing partner of Apillion Co. I focus on a few different themes, all broadly categorized as the metaverse, and I'm simultaneously a venture partner at Makers Fund, where I have the good fortune of being Anna Sweet's colleague. I'm joined today by Anna and President and COO Tanya Watson. They're at Bad Robot Games, and I'm really excited for them to tell us a little bit more about the company, how they got there, what they imagine for the future of the metaverse and social gaming. But I want to start, of course, by understanding a little bit more about them and what brought them to the company. I'll start with you, Anna.
All right. Well, I will go very far back because that's actually how Tanya and I know each other. I actually have a computer science degree. My whole life, I only ever wanted to make video games. And my first job out of school was actually at Microsoft. So if you go in the Wayback Video Game Machine, you will find a NHL Rivals game in which Tanya and I are both unlockable extras. So that was my first job in games, was writing code on that game. After Microsoft, I briefly left the games industry. I was the head of project management for MySpace, but I missed games. And so I had the opportunity to join Valve very, very early in Steam's history. They had just put actually their first non-Valve games on the platform. And I came on board to help with both the business and the product side of the platform. And it's funny to think back on that. One of my first jobs was actually convincing game developers that PC gaming was not dead. They had all written it off and were just making console games. And so not only do we have to convince them that digital distribution would be a thing, but that PC gaming was alive and well. I was at Valve for 7 years. I then went to Oculus, where I did content strategy for the launch of the Rift, and then went into startup land. So I've been at a couple great gaming startups like Bonfire with Rob Pardo, and then got a call from Bad Robot. They were looking for a CEO for their games business. And to me, the reason I love games is because I love both the stories the games tell and the stories you get to tell being a part of them. And being a part of an incredible storytelling company like Bad Robot was just simply too good to pass up. So I joined in 2020.
And
Tanya?
so if I were to go back and into the Wayback Time Machine, like Anna said, she and I met back in 2003 on NHL Rivals, where I joined Microsoft actually out of a recruiting job. I was a recruiter for games, and my manager at the time said, "Hey, you love games. Why aren't you working in games directly?" And I said, "Well, can I do that?" And he said, "Do an interview with Microsoft and find out." So I did one of those epically fun Microsoft interviews way back in the day in the early 2000s. And the team told me that I had passed and I had gotten a job, and also as an STED, doing a teensy bit of test automation, but a lot of manual testing in the sports group. And from there, I just really fell in love. Like, I thought I was going to be a lawyer. But my passion has always been in games for my entire life. And so for me, this was my dream job. I turned down tons of money, a huge job offer I'd had at the time to make, $15 an hour as a games tester. And grew from there to be test lead for Gears of War, met the Epic team, found my calling in production. I had an amazing producer on that project. Begged him to let me join as an AP, and they hired me as an AP on Gears of War, became producer for Gears PC. I was the executive producer for Bulletstorm, producer on Gears 2 and 3, executive producer for Fortnite. I founded that team and grew it to it being out into alpha. And then really just felt this need to want to go out and start a company. Like Anna, I fell in love with this idea of doing a startup. Went and looked for partners. I found Justin Roiland, who created Rick and Morty. He'd been looking for a while for somebody to start a game studio with, and we together founded Squanch Games, and did that for 5 years. And what that showed me was how amazing the Hollywood game partnership can really be. Like when it's really integrated, when both parties are truly excited about the next level of storytelling, that the future version of what that could be. And when I had the opportunity to join Bad Robot, I jumped all over it to work with Anna again, as well as the amazing people that have joined the studio, but also to really build on what that could really truly be. So that's me.
Got it. Well, thanks, guys. So we've just run over 20 some years in gaming history, talking about simulation sports games, going through to Gears of War. I'm not sure what Fortnite is, but I'm sure it's great. And so, Anna, I want to talk a little bit about the metaverse and VR, where I know you have particular experience, Tanya, as well. But first, I want to take a look forward a decade, right? We've gone 2 decades back. I know you're not focused on making a game that anyone will really say could have come out in 2012 and 2002. So when we take a look a few years from now, and certainly a decade, what do you think a Bad Robot Games feels like? Everyone's familiar with the work of Bad Robot on the TV and film side, but I'd love to understand your sketches of what you think gaming can be and how your perspective would be different.
Yeah, I think for me, the really exciting opportunity and the thing that makes Bad Robot Games very unique is the fact that even though we're technically a separate company from Bad Robot Productions, you wouldn't know that day to day. We work like a department, and we work very closely with our colleagues in film, in television. We have a podcast business. We have a music label. We actually have a department working on live theater. And so the opportunity that I see, and the thing that I'm really excited about building with Tanya and the rest of the team, is this opportunity to truly build a universe that is cross-medium from the very beginning. Like if you could go back in time to when a universe like Game of Thrones or Westworld, any of these epic, expansive universes was being created in its earliest stages, if you had all of these storytellers who are good at telling their stories in different mediums in that room, you could just imagine this rich universe that's deeply connected and interesting that you can explore infinitely. So many more characters, so many more storylines, so many more adventures. And that's what we're really excited about at Bad Robot, is being able to do that, to be able to build a game that is also a larger universe that crosses these mediums. And it has always been intended to be that way.
Yeah, transcendence, right? Like that feeling that maybe we all had in VR for the first time when we were like, whoa, we are in this. Our brains, we have completely fooled ourselves into believing the space that we are in, especially in room scale VR. There's that opportunity here, I think, with Bad Robot, and to be able to take the best of what Hollywood has to offer with cinematic direction and the presentation and linear entertainment creation, and combine it with the transcendence that games brings. I mean, to me, when we talk about metaverse, right, this like ultimate utopia of being able to exist anywhere, to be anywhere, to feel anything, to have any experience that can be created by games and plus by the great fields in the entertainment industry, that's where we all hope we are in 10 years.
Mm-hmm. And so I think one of the interesting things about that question is there's a lot of talk of how big is the gaming industry right now. Typically, we say that it's 250 to 300 million hardcore gamers, probably a few hundred million more when you go to casual participants in Free Fire. And then, of course, there's billions of users playing casual games, but many billions more doing TV and film, a little bit more of the bread and butter of Bad Robot. I know it's important for both of you to expand that definition to reach people in one way, shape, or form that don't usually engage. You're trying to do that simultaneously while pioneering in the art form. How do you guys think about staffing, the skill set, the composition of your new studio to actually fulfill that mission and perhaps stand apart from the rest of the gaming industry?
Yeah, I
to
think.
start. Oh,
No,
sorry,
go ahead.
Anna.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, I mean, we, from the very beginning, we have a cross media division. This is a team within the games side of right now being headed by Dave Baranoff, who has quite a lot of experience in the Hollywood and film side. And so I think at a very starting point from a staffing perspective, leveraging the amazing content teams that are building great games alongside a cross media team from the very beginning that's thinking about it in those ways, it's bringing in that expertise, is something that sets us apart kind of right from the get-go. But Anna, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's undeniable that the demographic of gamers is expanding. If you look at Tanya's game Fortnite, like the number of people that I think traditionally you would not call, hardcore gamers who are spending a lot of time playing Fortnite, young girls, all different types of people who we would never say are hardcore gamers. They're spending a lot of time in Fortnite and casual games, and the whole industry is diversifying rapidly. And I think the most strategic bet we can make with our business and with any game studio business is to just build a team that's representative of those gamers. And so for us, that's the other key piece, is thinking about not just the skill sets in the building, but the people, the backgrounds of the people who are making the games and who are telling their stories. That's the only way to authentically do that. And so for us, diversity and inclusion in our studio is not just the kind of company we want to be, it's also the most important aspect of our business. And we're working very hard to build a different kind of team that spends time really thinking about who's telling the stories.
Yeah, it's a great way to think about it. I think, Tanya, one of the things that I love most about Fortnite and surprises me the most, and I think probably many expectations, is what percentage of the night when I'm playing with friends we spend in the lobby changing outfits, and how counterintuitive that would be from a design perspective, right? This idea of minimizing time to drop would actually be a priority 15 years ago, but ends up being really enriching. And I can certainly understand the ways in which just staffing the same way never really leads you to that sort of conclusion and experience. And so with that in mind, I wanted to... Oh, go ahead, please.
No. I was just plus oneing what you had to say.
I think I'm plus oneing, but we'll avoid the meta-analysis on this meta topic. But I'd love to hear, Tanya, you had talked about room scale VR. And I know you spent a lot of time really at the early years of when we thought VR could be mainstream. Then everything eased back off. Now we're talking about it again. It does seem like a medium that is likely to transcend, another word that Tanya's been talking a lot about, that traditional archetype of content. What's your perspective on when it makes sense to prioritize VR? Is it prioritized alongside other things? Is it sole focus on VR? When is the technology ready? How important do you think it is? I'd love to hear those thoughts.
Yeah, so for us, I came from a VR-based studio, which was Launch Games, the one that I founded with Justin Roiland. And what we found was it was incredibly important to focus on the technology as a starting point, as a launching point for the core tech that we built for our games. But once we established, say, that first 20 or 30%, the rest of it was just game making, right? It's like, it is really important to understand that the players have a different way to interact with that device. There are different things to take into consideration, but I mean, and I've always believed that at the end of the day, the best VR experiences are games, right? Everything that we would do in games, even if we're just, recreating a movie or something that's watchable, how to draw the player's eye, how to make it as interactive as possible, how to, incorporate choice and be able to project that choice so that people kind of have a sense of what could happen out of that choice. These are all, decisions that game makers have been working on for years and years and years. And as far as how do we prioritize it, I think it's one of those things that technology-wise we continue to invest in and continue to be a part of as it grows, but knowing that at the end of the day, like the best possible experiences are going to they're going to come straight from the game making that we're doing today. I think that's kind of our tact moving forward. Anna, would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think from our perspective, we start from the story and the universe. And then from there, it's wherever it's best told. So from our perspective, we're not, exclusively focused on PC or console or any particular platform. For us, it's really truly starting with the story and the universe. And then we will pick the platform that best tells that story. And we definitely have some stories that I think would be amazing in VR. So I think we have a lot of VR fans at the studio and something we will likely someday work in.
Anna, you talked a little bit earlier about the lack of faith in digital distribution. Tanya, you talked a little bit about how counterintuitive some of the design principles for Fortnite would have been. And I think Gears of War, another title you worked on extensively, was, I think, the bestseller of the back half of the 2000s. Is there something that you think is controversial about game design right now, especially social game design, potentially VR, that you have absolute faith in, that time will potentially reveal as consensus, but right now is controversial?
Tanya, I'll let you know.
I'm the storied secret.
I was like, Anna, I'm going to let you take this one first.
I don't know if this is controversial, but I do think there's two different tacks right now to thinking about the metaverse. So you have what is Facebook's strategy, which is thinking about the platform and sort of the entry point. Like, what is my avatar? How do I get there? How do I connect to other people? And I definitely think that there are a lot of hard challenges to figure out in that space. Given the timing of this interview, I think we can't help but talk about the Activision purchase by Microsoft this week. And I think Microsoft is taking the opposite strategy, which is really leading into the really hard part of building the IPs and the worlds that people want to spend their time in. And so, I mean, for me, that's the thing I'm very excited about Bad Robot. I think building universes and telling stories is magic. Like, it's really, really hard and something that you need a very skilled and amazing team to do. And so I very much appreciate Microsoft sort of leaning into what are the worlds that we all want to be in when we're together in the metaverse or whatever future platform it is that connects us.
And, just to add on that, I think, probably one of the most controversial things that our industry is working through right now is NFTs and the blockchain and the design of games that supports that kind of behavior. I think what's most interesting to it about me is that we're seeing that people really want to invest money into the thing they plan to spend a lot of time in, right? Mm. And that's a really big takeaway. And they're afraid, right, that if they invest in one particular space, they want to invest in one particular space so that they know for sure that it's going to exist forever. And that's the beauty of tokenizing something or putting it in the blockchain. How do we figure, have we figured out the best way to do that to date? No, right? I really don't think so. But is it something that continues to grow and change? I'm really curious to see where it all goes. Because the 10-year version that we all talked about, right? That beautiful place where we are, the most impressive version of the world of us all living in a space where we can play and we can buy things and it's all built in one ecosystem and it's decentralized, blah, 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 like there are the building blocks that need to happen in order for that to actually be done, to tell those great stories. And so I definitely see it as being one of the important pieces. I'm curious where it all goes.
I want to hit on one last question. Anna, you were talking about Microsoft purchasing the existing virtual worlds we love to spend time in. Then there's simultaneously the fact that Bad Robot has worlds that it has been developing for years that are whole cloth. That seems to be an obvious area of expertise. Bad Robot also has a partnership with Warner Media that has its own worlds. There is this tension between tapping into the worlds we already know and love and creating new ones that might be more attuned to the medium. How do you think about that? Are you more inclined towards creation versus adaptation, something in the middle? Is it IP crossovers, more like we see in Fortnite?
Oh, I think it's both. I think it's wholly new worlds that we build for the metaverse. But also, I mean, I don't fully subscribe to the Ready Player One version of the metaverse. But one of the things about that really did resonate with me was just sort of the joy of actually being inside and exploring an IP that you've loved your whole life. And so I do think that will be a key part of it. I don't think it will be the only part of it. It'll just be one of the many stories we get to tell with our friends.
And Tanya, what gets you most excited? Where do you think the most opportunity is?
Well, I just kind of come down to, I feel like at the end of the day, we are all social creatures and we want to do these things together. And we're tired of being divided by platforms, by hardware, by whatever. I mean, this all started with the cloud and being able to store everything in the back end and to know that my save files didn't matter where they were located and I could play anywhere with my friends, right? Building something and getting us to a space where we can do this together, regardless of our device and regardless of where we are in the world. I mean, that transcends the IP, that transcends the worlds that we're building, but they live better within it because we can have that shared experience, right? So I don't know. I feel like it's more about solving that part, and we're seeing a lot of mind share going towards the solution to that. So,
well, thanks, Tanya. And I know we have to wrap up, so I'll thank you again, and I look forward to this releasing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, Tanya, and Matthew. That was a fantastic conversation. Super, super cool stuff. Really, really loved that. Next, please welcome Kim Libieri, Chief Technical Officer of Epic Games, and our very own Dean Takahashi. Dean will chat with Kim about how close the metaverse can get to imitating reality and the things that we'll be able to do in the metaverse that we won't be able to do in real life.
Hello, everybody. It's Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and happy to be here with Kim Libieri. He's the Chief Technology Officer of Epic Games. Welcome, Kim.
Hi, Dean. How's it going?
Good. So you've been immersed in visual technology for a long time. Kim brought us the bullet time scene in the original The Matrix film. He made his way to visual technology in games, and he's now the CTO of Epic. He has given us some memorable demos during those years with demos like Hellblade and Siren and A Boy and His Kite. So welcome. I don't know if you all saw the Matrix Resurrections movie as well, but Kim is in it, and that is pretty cool. And Keanu Reeves was a game developer in the movie, and I think that says a lot too. So it must be fascinating for you to see the convergence of games, film, and the technology used to make them.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome to see how things are coming together. It's been, even when we made the original Matrix movies 20 odd years ago, it really was our desire to make the imagery for the original Matrix movies in a way inside the computer. So to actually see that stuff be possible in real time is kind of a fulfillment of what we were all sort of dreaming of 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And that, I guess that's what the point of the Matrix Awakens demo was, that you guys showed at the Game Awards.
Yeah, a big part of that is that, obviously we knew that there was a new movie coming. Lana Wachowski and John Gator are close friends. And I said, we've been doing these demos every year, and we always try to excite people about the potential for the future of gaming and the future of visual technology. So I asked them, hey, could we ever go doing a demo that celebrates the Matrix just before the movie comes out? And they were super cool about it. Warners were really cool about it. So we thought, what better way to sort of hint at what the future of gaming and the sort of metaverse of things is going to be, other than showing, hey, the kind of imagery that you saw in the Matrix movies is going to be possible in real time. That was really where we were coming from on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the big question here, I guess, is how close can we get to making the metaverse look like real life? Like how real can we make it?
So, when you look at our demo, it looks pretty real. Yeah, I don't think we're perfect, but the environment, the city, the cars, you're getting close. If you squint, it's getting to the point you really can't tell the difference between that and the real world. I think from a purely visual perspective, I think that we're probably one more console generation, maybe two, but I actually feel pretty confident within the next 5-6 years that we'll see hardware that is powerful enough, both on PC and maybe a little bit before the new consoles come out. We'll see enough hardware to really sort of blur that line completely. That's on the pure visual side. So the pixel rendering, they're taking triangles and turning them into something that you believe is real. And that was part of what we were trying to get across with the demo. But, there are some complex aspects. The real world is infinitely complex and has human beings and nature and all these random chaos generating things in the real world. So I think we've got a fair way in terms of believing that a synthetic character is real from a brain perspective. I think that, as long as I've got the awesome Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss, I can digitize them in a way that I can bring that into our engine or into a PlayStation or an Xbox or a PC and produce quite convincing imagery. But to make them act and react the way the human beings would do, we're still a fair way off on that. Solving the Turing test is, I still think we've got quite a way to go in computer science for that.
So you got past the uncanny valley, and you're up against the Turing test, and after that you can retire, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think that one of the exciting things is that all this technology, sure, we're beginning to get through these holy grails of, crossing the uncanny valley visually, producing things that matches nature. But, once you can control a world and a universe that is as complex as the natural world, then you can start to do crazy things that you couldn't possibly do in the real world. So I look forward to all the creative and gaming opportunities and, just the kind of things that you can do together as a group of friends coming together in these virtual universes.
Mm-hmm. I keep going back and forth on this notion of how hard the metaverse is going to be to build. And, when you talk about some things like in The Matrix Awakens, you have this great city that you guys created, and that you're going to be giving this away to, as like one of the foundations that people can use with Unreal Engine 5 this year. That makes me think, oh, wow, it's so easy to build a metaverse, right? But then there are so many other difficult things that are sort of standing in the way too. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see what these tools that are coming with Unreal Engine 5 and how easy it can make it to build some of these very dreamlike things.
So I think one of the things that you talk about there is that the assets that go into building that city we're going to give away. So they in themselves took a lot of huge amount of effort to make, and they're made in a very modular way. When we started the demo, we were very cognizant that we didn't want to have a huge, massive, multi-100 person team building this city. So a lot of the city is laid out we build these little building blocks, almost like Lego building blocks for the corners of the buildings, the window frames, the rooftops, the air conditioning units. And then we use procedural rules to populate the world. So what we try to do is define the rules that would lay out a city, or at least try to make an effort to lay out a city that looks like the real world. Them components are the things that we're going to give away, including the whole project file that actually runs that whole entire city. But, on top of that, we have things like the Quixel megascans that we've been adding to the library that takes the need of customers and users of Unreal Engine they don't have to make rocks and trees and fire hydrants and telephone booths, because we have digital versions of them in that library. But on top of that, the tools that we're building within the engine are making it easier to have multiple people within a team create a world. We have more sophisticated AI for the characters and the vehicles, more sophisticated than we've ever had. In fact, the way that city in that demo works is that all the traffic and all the meta-humans walking around that universe, their AI isn't sort of spawned as you get within a location. It's running contiguously throughout the city, just like it would in the real world. So these are new tools that we built. Other things that you need to build a metaverse is that you need really robust multiplayer networking to be able to connect players together or participants together. And then also maintaining social graphs. We have this Epic Online Services that deals with how do you maintain your friends list? How do you talk between parties? So there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're doing, and the community is doing. It's not just us. You've seen Pixar help build the building blocks of open standards for translating objects between different packages, whether it be our engine or Autodesk's products or Unity or even NVIDIA's Omniverse product. We're beginning to start to think about the standards that help people do that. But yeah, for us, it's really is give people the tools at their fingertips to build living, breathing worlds, but also give them the component assets. Because not everybody's an amazing artist. Not everybody can make a photoreal tree or a building that looks real. And we obviously have a great community of developers out there across the games industry that are beginning to make cool things that they load up into Sketchfab or other online services. So I think there's like part of it is by companies like ourselves making stuff, but also I think the community in the computer graphics world is doing a pretty good job of standardizing content and also making content that allows people to get that stuff for free, add it to their projects, maybe improve it, and then pass it on to the next group of people that do something even cooler with it.
Yeah, and you guys are big advocates of the open metaverse, and all of these things becoming available for free. It feels like it's going to enable a lot of the smaller developers to really sort of join in the party in helping to create the metaverse here. So that's pretty good. The Omniverse is also very interesting because it's part of that vision that NVIDIA has to build a digital twin of the Earth, right? And they're going to gather as many supercomputers as they can to create a simulation of the Earth and then use that for climate change. And hopefully at some point that becomes, something freely available for people to use in creating their virtual worlds or their planet scale, simulations of the Earth as well. And so the amount of things that are available for free it's getting very interesting.
It is. And, I think you saw the evolution of the VR communities over the last few years, and that was a really open environment where people were sharing ideas. We're all going into this uncharted territory of what does it mean to build a virtual universe that is not just supporting gameplay, but all sorts of types of social events. So and recreations and storytelling, all sorts of crazy things going to happen within the virtual universes. And I think that people are so excited about the potential that there is a lot of sharing happening, and the fact that these people are willing to share assets they've made, or companies are willing to give out things that would be normally very difficult to make for free, just helps people create. And it's the art of creation is not just making something that looks good. You have to make something that feels good or explores easily. And there's so much stuff to work out that I think we're going to see a very, very open mindset across the community of how to push the envelope as we head towards lots of virtual universes.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious, a lot of this seems like one company takes a lot of time to create these things that become available for free. Like, NVIDIA is creating the Omniverse. You guys are creating Unreal and the city, and then you wind up giving away the city. But it feels like there's still an awful lot of things to work out. And I wonder if machine learning and AI is going to be helping you a whole lot with these.
Yes, I think so. I'll give an example of something that's pretty complicated. Yeah, like if you make a vehicle that's drivable in the virtual world, then there's a lot of dependencies on the logic, how you programmed, what the buttons do, how the physics system worked, how it interact with different terrain, beyond just the sort of the hard surface aspects of how you render and shade it. And right now today, USD is trying to standardize, and Material X are trying to standardize how you model and render something. But when something has to be smart and have logic built into it, that is actually it's complicated, because we're just working out ways to make them things as realistic as possible right now. And I think that with all these companies trying to work together within some understanding of what interchanges need to be for the metaverse, I do think that we're going to eventually break through to have some standards for things that are much more complicated than just how you surface and render an object.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess that, while there's all these advances that tech is going to bring us here, there's still a lot of challenges. And I'm kind of wondering what you think those are. Some of the problems that, say, can keep you up at night as you're thinking about the metaverse. And as one specific example, I think I remembered you guys mentioning the sniper problem from something like Fortnite. Like, how do you solve that problem? Can you describe that a bit?
So I'll explain, and I'll go back to the machine learning thing, because I didn't actually finish off the answer, because spaced out. But anyway, in terms of the sniper problem, so say you have a big, large-scale virtual universe that you're allowing, traditional, shooting type games within that environment. If somebody is 2 miles away, so normally the way that people would think about distributing a hugely parallel world is you'll divide it into a grid, and players would be in little areas of that grid and move from grid to grid to grid. But then if you're on the top of a mountain and you have an ultra-powered sniper rifle and you look through it, then you can see somebody that is miles and miles away. So now you're not only just having to communicate simple network traffic between these sort of gridded locations, you have to deal with the rendering coming from a completely different machine, or you're having to transport everything that's happening within the local view that you see with a sniper rifle to the place that you're playing. So there's a lot of this concept of how do you do massively distributed gameplay across almost infinitely big worlds. There's a lot of research that we still need to do. I think that I think Tim would argue that we probably need a new programming language for gameplay when it comes to these sort of big, massive, parallel simulations. And then we need really clever ways of distributing the computation and data management across the cloud infrastructure that you would use for this. Going back to the machine learning thing, so we were talking about a car, the problem of a car being actually quite a complicated thing. If you're playing a Gran Turismo, the amount of effort that goes into programming that thing to be real, you all know, we all have cars, yeah, and we know that there's an infinite amount of not infinite, but a massive amount of components and systems working together, and physics, and did I maintain it? Did I change the air filters? Loads, incredible amount of permutations that make that thing be what it is. But one thing that I do think that machine learning is doing a pretty good job of, and we've started to experiment it for character creation, is that if you generate enough input and output data from running a sophisticated simulation like that, a computer can actually do a pretty good job of emulating what's going on under the hood. So I think that even though it is a really challenging problem to think about, multiple game engines being able to process the same logic for a drivable car, or in the case of like character physics, a human body, when it moves, the way that your muscles and your bones and the flesh interact together is super complicated. To try and produce that in real time, hard. But if you get a deep learning algorithm or a deep learning system to see enough of this, it eventually can do a pretty good job of fuzzily emulating the look. We've tried it with cloth, we've tried it with bodies. So, and I think that the deep learning may actually be the way that we deal with interchange between complex systems, because it's not really possible for two complex systems to work in exactly the same way. So how do you encapsulate how it works? And, for the metaverse, it may be good enough to have an inferred set of logic as opposed to actually porting over all that sort of gameplay logic that you would have to for smart objects.
Mm-hmm. If I could interpret that a little, if you want to travel between one world to another world in the metaverse, and you want to take something with you, like your big sword, there's going to be a sort of a barrier there that's like that can translate that sword into and hopefully you could do that with machine learning. I guess you could.
Yeah, I think it will have its place. I think it will absolutely have its place to help aid that. How do you make something behave the way it did in one system in a completely different system? And I think it will help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be cool. As far as the metaverse itself goes, I wonder what you dream about here. Some people say that the metaverse is overhyped, that it's already here, so it has its haters. And they say we don't need to replicate the real world in cyberspace, right? But I do wonder what you think some of the things are that we can do in virtual spaces that we can't do in real life. Like what things exist in the real world that could be cooler in the metaverse?
Yeah. I think for over a decade, it's almost 2 decades now, that multiplayer games are the beginnings of metaverse experiences. Yeah, you come together, you go to a virtual place, and the games that are sort of live services that change all the time or have different locations or different activities are definitely showing the way forward. But the cool thing for me is that I think that it gives creative people so much more freedom to think differently about what is a cool experience. I think that and it's funny because computer graphics, I used to work in the film business, and the evolution of computer graphics was initially, hey, let's work out how to match reality as best we can. And then now, you're starting to see a few more trippy uses where people start to think about, well, what happens if physics doesn't behave the way that physics works? What if we deal with, changing scale in interesting ways, even changing, the way that we look at the world? Is this concept of perspective, and the way we emulate perspective in a computer is based on the way the light rays in the real world travel into our eyes. But we can mess with that inside the computer, and we can start to really do some crazy cool stuff. I don't know if you remember with the original Mario 3D game on the Nintendo 64, there's like one mind-blowing moment where you walk down this corridor and you end up turned around to upside down. I think you end up, sort of twist, and it's like, hold on, I couldn't do that in the real world, but I can do that in a video game. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to, the joining of the real world and the virtual world. We've done these cool concerts for Fortnite. Wouldn't it be awesome if we can have a simultaneous concert where, something's happening in a virtual universe, but at the same time, performers and dancers and singers are in the real world, and the two things are crossing over. Maybe even take the sort of LED type technology that our friends at ILM use on Mandalorian and wrap that around a performer to bring the virtual world around the live performer. Maybe the performer's wearing a motion capture suit, or we come up with some markerless motion capture technique that allows them to have their body presented in the virtual world. I think there's so many awesome things that we're going to be able to do. The sky's the limit.
Yeah. So that's very fascinating. I guess the combination of sort of the real and the fantasy things in a way that it still looks real, I guess. And, dragon walking down the street in San Jose, California, or something like that. So yeah, this would be cool. So what do you think about like the timing here? Like what's going to take us a year to have as something really cool to look at? And maybe what might take like a decade? What sort of roadmap do you see? I guess.
So I think that experiences that start to feel, there's loads of awesome shows on TV. Like I'll use one example, Fox's Masked Singer. Yeah. Fox's Masked Singer in the virtual world actually will be really, really cool. And you could do a lot more in terms of audience participation if you gamified something like that. So I think what we're going to start to see is really crazy mass participation events, more than just the musical concerts. I think that the gamification of how an audience and their heroes and whether they be musicians or actors connect together, we're going to see some mind-bending stuff over the next year or two. I think the really hard problems are, total interoperability between different metaverses is something that we to be honest, we don't even really know. There's a lot of academic thoughts about this, but I know the reality of the games industry and the entertainment industry. You have to try things and then learn from what you've tried and move on to the next thing. I think if you try to be too cerebral, you'll miss the opportunity of what's actually cool and what's awesome. So I think what the harder problems, populating a world with AI, humans that you believe are actual characters, assuming that we actually even need to do that. The nice thing about a virtual universe, whether it's in the world of a game or a world of other type of experiences, is you have people that at the other end, whether they're in front of their keyboard and video cameras or on their consoles or out in the real world with an AR device, we have people. So I don't know if we totally need to solve the Turing test right now with digital humans, but there are some pretty hard stuff. Interoperability, scale is something. Right now there's a reason why battle royale games are 100 person sort of game, is because that's what fits into the back end servers that end up running in AWS or Google's cloud or Microsoft's cloud service. But
you mentioned that before, right? The networking problem, and I guess this sounds like a really difficult technology problem. How many things get affected just by one person, and then you multiply that out. like if you go to 1,000 people or something, right? Yes.
It's a very difficult tech problem, but it's also a difficult creative problem. So, when we've done these concerts, we've started to think about, hey, how do we get better player participation and better presence? So you can go to the real world, so it's like, let's have the concert in a stadium and just sit people in chairs so they don't intersect with each other and they have a bit of space. But you're like, well, that's the real world, and that's kind of it's cool in the real world because it's a social, but it's not that interesting in the virtual world. So what do we turn everybody to, like, beads of light that they float around and do stuff? What if we make the performer hugely massive, like, or we take people on a journey? We did that on one of our season ends, where we take people in little spaceships around and they see each other as they're going through. But scale, if you want 1 million, it is totally possible for us to host a 10 million person, 20 million person live event now. We can do that, yeah? And we've had experiences to do that. But how do you make it feel like you're really there with 10 million people in a meaningful way where it's not a cacophony? One of the things that we learned when we did the Marshmallow concert a couple of years ago was that, we went very traditional on that. Let's build him a little DJ table and we'll let all the players jump around him as he's doing his performance. But in a game, that can be quite chaotic, yeah? Where, like, it starts to be more like a mosh pit in a punk rock concert, and then something that is as beautiful to look at or be part of as what you could do. So there's loads of interesting challenges to solve and think about creatively. And honestly, the mind of game developers is really well suited to this really abstract. How do you make something cool out of something pretty abstract?
Yeah. What are some other sort of experiments you would love to see happen in the metaverse too?
We've talked about the simultaneous event stuff. We touched on the quiz shows and more sort of audience participation. Get your 15 seconds of fame because you're awesome at either playing a game or singing along to some awesome music track. So I think massively social events that really have meaning, that that something cool can happen to you, even though you're part of 10 million. Something cool can happen to you. I really want to start seeing that. I think I would love to see some storytelling that is, we have some games that have some great storytelling over the last few years, yeah? But it'd be awesome to start to see that sort of hybrid between, a cool Pixar movie level story, but with gameplay at the same time. I'd love to see a little bit more crossover between the film and TV and gaming industry. But yeah, it's honestly infinite amount of opportunities.
Yeah. And how much does machine learning come to the rescue here for things that we can't get done? I guess, like populating huge worlds and making them so fine grained in the detail that they're believable, or those difficult problems of like enabling people to move between worlds and have that be seamless as well.
So the the data side of it. We often refer to, a jungle rendering. If you see a jungle, the canopy of a jungle from a mile away, it is no less complicated in the real world than it is when you're really close to it. In our world, in the world of video game engines, real-time computer graphics in general, if you want the stuff to run real time, you can't render every tree at the resolution that you would have authored it for close-up. But I think that in the same way as a brilliant artist can do a really rough sketch, and if you ever look at some of the most beautiful paintings, you go close to them, you're like, wow, it doesn't actually look like a photograph. They've got a dithering technique or some brushstroke technique that fakes the detail, but you believe it from afar. And I think that machine learning is actually quite good at this sort of faking detail by, and you give it enough input, it does a pretty good job of sort of emulating that stuff. And I think that's really exciting. NVIDIA sort of proved this early on with their DLSS stuff, where they basically got a computer to take un-anti-aliased images and make them look anti-aliased by training it. And I think there's so much more stuff in terms of detail, even player movement. Right now I haven't seen. It's early days. We're beginning to see for animation technology, more believable human animation, we're starting to see deep learning algorithms that analyze tons and tons and tons, or not algorithms, but deep learning systems that analyze tons and tons and tons of input motion data. And it's doing a pretty good job of beginning to, take keyframe animation and make it look more like it was motion capture. So there's anywhere that it's actually quite hard to describe how to get from A to Z. I think machine learning can help.
Well, hopefully, sharing between humans and making that open metaverse possible and actually happen will hopefully solve some of this too.
Yeah, totally.
So very good. Well,
cool.
Thank you very much, Kim. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kim and Dean, for that fantastic conversation. Next up, we're pleased to welcome Roblox CEO Dave Baszucki to chat with Dean Takahashi about how Roblox is creating the new category of human co-experience where people can play, learn, and work together in the metaverse.
Hey, everybody. I'm Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat. I'd like to welcome Dave Baszucki, CEO of Roblox. Dave started the company back in 2004 with Eric Castle, with the company name that came from the combination of robots and blocks. They focused on a platform for user-generated content, and they hit a network effect along the way. Now they have nearly 50 million people coming in every day and are a leading metaverse contender. Welcome, Dave, for your second annual appearance here.
Hey, Dean, it's great to see you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how are you reimagining the way to bring people together, as the title of our talks suggests here?
Yeah, I think it's not just us. A lot of people for the last 20, 30, or 40 years have been thinking about what's the next evolution in really two major directions. One is how we tell stories and how we share in stories. And we've seen an evolution in this all the way from people doing artwork in caves to images, pictures, movies, and ultimately 3D movies. We've also seen another thread where people are trying to communicate. And once again, we've seen a long history of this coming all the way from the mail system to the telegraph to the telephone to the video thing we're doing together. But there's a next step in all of this, and that is immersive 3D, being together, both communicating in immersive environments. So sci-fi writers, technologists, authors, a lot of people have been thinking about this next phase of human co-experience, and we're part of the community that's ushering this technology in.
Mm-hmm. Now, you were excited about the metaverse or the Oasis many years ago, and I remembered watching you on stage with Ernest Cline, the author of Ready Player One, and also going to the premiere of the movie and watching you there as well. And I'm curious what it was like to have everybody catching up with these ideas. What's your update on your progress on the metaverse, or maybe the metaverse that your users want to create?
Yeah, I would once again highlight there's been a community thinking about this stuff and imagining this stuff for quite a while. And we can roll back our clock 20 or even more years ago when people like VPL Data Labs and There.com and Linden Lab and a lot of the early online games as well were starting to usher this technology in. So there really has been a collective vision around this, I think, in the last year or two, as you correctly note, both with some of the popular imagery displaying this. Ernie Cline, of course, awesome. More growth in these types of technologies. What we saw during COVID, where when people weren't able to be together in person, everyone looked for ways to connect that was authentic and social and to continue that. So I think we're in a confluence now where a lot of these ideas that many very creative people have had for a long time are starting to get a lot of publicity.
Mm-hmm. So when we first met, it was somewhere around 2011. I think you guys had around 40-ish employees, and now you've got 1,500 and growing. You have a lot of content moderators on top of that. So what was Roblox like back then, and what's it like today?
Yeah, well, it's been quite an evolution, because back in that time, we didn't have 50 million people every day. It was much smaller, and we didn't have experiences getting tens of billion, 10 plus billions of visits per year. So the scale has grown quite a bit. But at the same time, we like to think a lot of the things were the same, and that is, how does a company innovate? How did we innovate when we had 43 people? How do we innovate now when we have 1,500 people? And that's super, super important, because together, a lot of the companies in this ecosystem are innovating on what is this next version of this way that people come together. We have some very consistent values in our company, one of which is trying to balance getting stuff done with taking the long view. And this is the ultimate market to take the long view. What we're seeing right now with our product and a bunch of other people's products are still a very, very early primitive view of what this category is going to be. We're still at the, I don't even know if we're at the vinyl record phase. We may be at the Edison cylinder phase of this kind of technology. So it's still very, very early. But trying to keep the innovation going, there's a lot of really big problems that are technical to solve. There's a lot of things to think about as far as how people come together in a civil and safe way on these platforms, and how we have young people on the same platform where we might have older people, how we kind of provide that broad range of experience. So there's a lot of room for innovation in that sense as well. And then trying to keep that culture the same. When we had 43 people, we had this heartbeat and this pulse of both balancing the big innovation with, on a weekly basis, tracking, how are we progressing and are we doing the things we have to do? And we try to keep that a bit alive as well. And then one of the other things I think a lot of the people on this conference are probably thinking about is, as a company grows, how do you keep that type of culture alive with the type of people that have built the company? So we spend an enormous amount of time on who we hire, how we think about who we bring into the company to keep scaling it that way.
I riff off that answer for a sec with this question, like how do you get the discipline to be patient here? Because I think everybody wants you to be in a rush, right? Like Wall Street wants you to be in a rush, and we have a pandemic now, and everybody wants the metaverse here tomorrow, right? Like how do you keep to this long vision?
Yeah, one thing sometimes we do, we are going as quickly as we can, and so there is one tension, I would say, less from Wall Street or less from everyone else, just our own excitement of what we know this technology will ultimately be. And that's a real big driver, imagining some of the big initiatives we have and how that's actually going to feel in the hand of a user. It's very exciting. I can imagine what the people working on the iPhone felt like before it shipped, when they could play with those prototypes. That's a huge driver for innovation. I think we have to balance that with, I mentioned Linden Lab and their .com, and looking back at what those products were like, 16, 18 years ago, and drawing an extrapolation of to where we are today and where we're going. That helps kind of show the true pace of this kind of technology, which we would like to, of course, be ahead of that line, and we're pushing to go faster than that extrapolation. But it is always a balance of patience. It's primarily driven by what we imagine this can be, what current technology can support, and how quickly we can match what the technology can support.
And what's your view on gaming's role in leading the way to the metaverse?
So proud of it, really. When we think about whether, once again, in sci-fi or in authors, when people talk about human co-experience or the metaverse, the big vision is this transcends gaming. This is the way people go to school. This is the way people work remotely. This is the way we experience music. This might be the way we go to see our doctor. This becomes a utility, just like email and phone and video has done. But gaming has been such the leader in the innovation of this. We can. I'm old enough to remember dial-up MUDs, and in a sense, those were early interactive versions of the metaverse. And of course, a lot of the very first online multiplayer platforms. Think back World of Warcraft, what that was like 10 plus years ago. That was a pretty innovative view of what the metaverse would be. RuneScape, once again, classic early view. So I think gaming has been instrumental in pushing this concept of these metaverse tenants. I have an identity, I have friends, we're immersed in a world, we connect around the world. There's a lot of places to go. There's a level of civility. Gaming's been instrumental in this.
Yeah. And you mentioned music, and music, it seems like it's turning out to be a very good fit for the games and other experiences on Roblox too. And I wonder how far you can take music.
Yeah. So what's fun in music is I love the historical context as well. Originally, music was all live performance. The live performances got bigger. And then we had this wonderful invention of the vinyl disc and the radio. And all of a sudden, in various ways, artists could magnify themselves. And rather than reaching 40,000 people, reach millions of people. We've had this wonderful then explosion of creativity. But now, as we look to the future, we can see artists going back to some live performance. As we move to streaming music services, the economics start to be a little different. So what's really exciting for me is that the metaverse and human experience almost starts to think of a new class of the way people are going to be able to perform. They're going to be able to, an example would be the Ty Verdes concert we did and others, where ultimately musicians are going to be able to perform not just recorded, but live. They're going to be able to perform live to tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. And the people experiencing these live events are going to be able to go with their friends, dance with their friends, socialize in a way that you might not be able to do with audio or with video. So I'm just super optimistic. It's very early in how good this is going to feel. I've gone to a lot of the Roblox events with my, I would say, somewhat cynical kids, and we've had a lot more fun than we ever expected we would.
Yeah, Kim Libieri from Epic Games was on stage right before you, and he was talking about how he'd like to see physical concerts where the performers could, perform and dance on stage and then sing, and then have that simultaneously sort of mocap and translated into a virtual world.
I think that's
where
we all know that's going to happen, and we all know this notion of digital and physical duality. People today are going to understand that very well and clearly see both of those as part of their life. And I think that's how concerts will work someday. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And as far as the tools and just getting down to making what people would call a metaverse. I'm not sure where the sort of dividing line is between MMOs and virtual worlds and the metaverse. But what's your progress on making tools for the metaverse?
Yeah, there's only one other thing I wanted to chime in on the music side, and that is, just like in a live concert, I think the opportunity for interaction with fans is explosive, because unlike in video, when we go to an immersive concert as well, we can buy our swag, we can interact with the artist in really interesting ways. And I think what we're going to see, whatever we see in the physical world, goes digital there. I think on the tools side, I mean, this is partially gated by computing power, RAM, GPU, CPU, bandwidth, cloud power. And the more of that we have, the more awesome the tools are going to get. We've evolved from very small bits of information and assembly code to 2D type content to now 3D type content, to large groups of people creating 3D content. And I think we're at the cusp of what a lot of people are feeling like in the industry is the next step, where there's some automation behind this 3D content, both from ML, AI, and procedural type things. I think one of the concepts we have at Roblox is, what is the raw material of this content? And is the raw material evolving from triangles and textures to a physically based representation, where the objects in the world more and more mirror the real world? So things do catch on fire, things can be cut and welded. The vehicles in these worlds have motors in them and axles, and the wheels are spinning. And so I think we're going to see kind of a move to more simulation, although it's very difficult and will require a lot of power, coupled with cloud AI, cloud utilities, people more and more building tools that tap ML in the cloud. All of the amazing demos we see out of SIGGRAPH and a lot of the top graphics companies, we're start seeing those being procedural as well. And it ultimately gets to the vision where people creating some content will do it completely verbally, just, hey, I'd like to see a room, I'd like this. I'd like it of this type of style, and we'll see things generate that. So we're also in the vinyl record phase of content creation. Really, there's just so much exciting direction that this is going to go in.
Yeah. Or interject my own observation here, I guess, where Raja Koduri, the chief architect at Intel, has said that he thinks that a metaverse with billions of people interacting in real time is going to require something like 1,000 times more computing power, and that feels like that's a long way away. And yet we also have Improbable Herman Narula speaking here, and he has this Morpheus operating system that he says can handle 300 million operations per second in terms of networking lots and lots of people together. And so on the one hand, it sounds like it's really far away, or somehow magically it's going to appear just in time, to get these metaverse applications off the ground right away. And I
some of these things. I think I'm both optimistic as well as cautious, in that I think some things are going to require enormous computing power. And we can look to the movie industry. When Pixar goes out to render a frame of a movie, that is a little sign of the amount of computing power we're going to need to get that type of realism. And we will get that someday. But other things, I think we can take a cue from other vendors who build hyperscalable cloud systems, where I'm a little more optimistic about that. And there's some very, very large companies that build very, very large clouds that handle a lot of people simultaneously, where I think we're going to see that scalability much quicker. So I think it kind of depends on what area we're looking at right now.
Yeah. And then, so what do you think is actually maybe doable within a year, I guess? And what are some of those things that might take 10 years? Like what kinds of experiences maybe?
I'll share. I think all companies are making enormous progress here. So I'm going to share a few things that we're working on. Some of them are boring, and a lot of the things we work at Roblox, you could say seem kind of boring, but we know they really, really help. The quality of search and discovery and finding amazing creations by up and coming creators, amazing assets. We're improving that all the time. And so we make enormous progress there. We've talked publicly a lot about our expressive avatar system, and we've talked about the notion that ultimately these avatars are going to camera track. You'll be able to wear an avatar just like you wear your clothing. You'll be able to, Dean, if you want to be Spider-Man, you will not just look, but you'll move like Spider-Man. This animation will help people connect, I think, as they're in these types of immersive environments. So we're doing a lot of work there. In the next year, there's simple things like what platforms do these types of systems exist on? Behind the scenes for us, one of the boring things is maybe boring it sounds boring, but it's actually very, very important, which is raw scale, raw performance, frame rate, low-end device performance, which we focus a lot on. The one thing that's very difficult on these types of platforms is balancing civility and safety, where we have very young people who want to come and hang out with their friends, and we need to make that safer than going to the park or safer than going to Disney World. But of course, as we get older, we want to do more older type things, and we want to balance those. So that's a lot of work. Moving to a point where we can be who we want to be, both with things like our layered clothing system, ultimately makeup, beauty products, our hairstyle, and getting all of this to be fully supported by UGC, so we're not building anything, is a big thrust we have right now. And one of the hard challenges for us is making everything work together, any avatar, any item, all working together in a interesting technology way, which we're working on. I think there's a lot of innovations going on in just raw rendering. We're working on that as well. What's the quality of our lighting across a low-end phone all the way up through a big PC? Audio, I think a lot of people are taking looks at audio and I'm going beyond party line audio, physically simulated audio. How do we feel we're in the same space? How do we simulate that? And then a lot of just constant, once again, boring, iterative improvements all up and down the stack. So there's a lot of one-year stuff to work on.
I'm sure you get this question almost every day too, but how much 3D realism are you going to be introducing over time?
Yeah, I think there's always these industry things where you have 3 things and you can have 2, or you have 5 and you can have 4. I think for a balanced human experience, we're all trying to optimize several things at the same time. We're trying to optimize physical realism. We're trying to optimize the time to get into any experience around the world. And the target is video, going anywhere instantly. We're trying to optimize scale with the number of people in the experience. We're trying to optimize the physical realism of the experience. So when we go chop down the tree, or maybe we don't want to chop down the tree, maybe we want to grow the tree first and then chop it down and use it for lumber. Do we, is that just a natural part of the system rather than a custom tree? Are our trees made of wood? And I think also cross-device performance, and that these systems, hit various types of hardware configurations. A VR headset with a certain type, a big 16 CPU gaming thing. So I think there's a mix of all of these that we're trying to have come together at the same time. And simultaneously, the mix of all these things we're trying to bring together and support that ultimate, 50,000 person immersive concert where you and I can go and we can wave across the stadium and the person can wave back and we can hear the simulated audio of the 50,000 fans screaming, and it's in real time. So there's a lot of balance here. But I would say photorealism, just like in audio or video, is a pretty simple spec. Like, yes, it's ultimately going to go there. It's harder to build photorealism than anything else. And when we have photorealism, there's a lot more stylistic freedom to back off into cartoony or anime or some kind of style. So it is the spec, and it has to be balanced.
I don't think people realize how difficult that problem or that experience you just described would be to do, where you're waving at somebody on the other side of a stadium and it's an individual, and you can like zoom in right on that person and then instantly interact with them in some way and wave or whatever. That's like the most difficult networking problem right there.
That's a very difficult networking problem, rendering problem, audio simulation problem. It's difficult in so many ways, which makes this industry so fun and interesting. There's a lot of invention that is still happening, and there's going to be a lot of invention over the next 10 or 20 years. So for people who are very technical who like to solve big problems, is a really exciting, I think, place to be.
Yeah. So as far as thinking about the future, like what's your future vision? With the race for companies trying to create the metaverse, and what does it mean for humans globally, regardless of which companies are still standing 20 years from now?
Yeah, I'm optimistic, and I think going back to those sci-fi writers who started thinking about this stuff 50 years ago, I'm optimistic that this type of technology can be brought forward in a civilized way and in a way that we feel makes things better. I think we're a little bit in the phase right now, whether it was the printing press or radio or TV, where we're still trying to feel out what's good about it, what's bad about it. And I think there's some legitimate concerns about how this may be used. Is it dystopian or optimistic? But I think ultimately I'm very optimistic about this. And I'm optimistic about a future where in 20 or 30 years, we look back and we just consider this another utility side by side the phone and video that we use both for playing as well as working and learning and doing a lot of things in our lives. I think we're in the interesting phase right now where there's a lot of wonderful creativity going on, and it's still early enough that everyone has a slightly different vision of how this is going to come together. There are very big companies that all have wonderful visions, and right now these don't all exactly overlap, which is really exciting. It's almost like the early days of airplanes or cars where people are figuring out what's the ultimate form factor going to be. So that, I think, once again, makes it a very interesting place for creative technical people to work. I think it makes it a great place for people who want to work on hard problems and balance civility and respecting the community. So I think it's a interesting time.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to have a different solution on like how you control those knobs, right? Do you want to ratchet up the privacy and anonymity, but you also run the risk of having a lot of uncivil people expressing themselves too much? And you want people to have this identity and freedom, but you're balancing all this.
We can already see this with messaging products where there's a wide range of encryption, of moderation versus not moderation, freedom versus civility. So as we imagine that going into real-time immersiveness and into environments where hopefully people who are interested in certain things can meet others with similar interests. Hopefully people are learning new languages by hanging out with people around the world. Hopefully classrooms have parallel classrooms in another country where they're using this to get to know people. I'm very optimistic that this can be done in a way that is a net positive to the world.
Yeah. And there's also this notion of will it be a walled garden, closed metaverse, or an open metaverse? And it feels like the best world that we can wind up with is one that's going to be really good for the creators involved.
Yeah. I think a lot of people look back to the lamp stack and Vermal and what we've seen in 2D web. When the technology gets mature enough, you get to this phase of open standards. The exciting thing about 3D is the technical problems, I believe, are, we talked about that 50,000 person concert, much, much, much more difficult. This is real-time network simulation. This is cloud infrastructure. But someday, just as there was Apache in the lamp stack and HTML and all of that, we could imagine when computing power is big enough and this technology is mature, that starting to evolve to open standards. I just think the timing is we'll figure that out, because these are very, very hard problems that are going to require a lot of organization within the various companies.
Well, let's hope we get there. Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate the vision here and all of your answers. So thank you for coming today.
Dean, thanks for hosting, and thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for that great session, Dave and Dean. Please join them in the offstage Zoom room if you have any questions. Next up, to discuss how brands can prosper in the metaverse, we have two leading thinkers about the subject. Kathy Hackle, Chief Metaverse Officer and CEO of Futures Intelligence Group, and Lindsay McErney, Head of Technology and Innovation, formerly of Anheuser-Busch InBev.
I'm Lindsay McErney, former head of technology and innovation at AB InBev, currently co-founding a new venture that I'm excited to talk about a little bit later on this year. And with me, I have Kathy Hackle, who I'm going to let introduce herself, because Kathy, you're just going to do so much better job than I will.
So Lindsay, thanks for having me here. I love doing any type of panel or conversation with you. So happy to be here. My name is Kathy Hackle. I am the Chief Metaverse Officer at the Futures Intelligence Group. I am also popularly known as the godmother of the metaverse, which is a title that my friend Andrew Schwartz from Nike's Metaverse team gave me many months ago, and the community ran with it. So I wear it like a badge of honor, and just happy to be here. I've been in metaverse related industries for almost a decade now, which is crazy. So a long time in meta time. Well, in metaverse time, not meta time, but.
There's a long time in metaverse time, like that's forever, because it was only 10 months ago that you started Futures Intelligence Group, which is the first that I've seen. I don't think I've seen another, in fact, metaverse consulting group. What was that all about? I guess, what does that say about where the market's gone this year? Like, it's been bananas, but what is it? Where did that come from?
Like full speed ahead. I always say that like Metaverse, Web3, and NFTs are like a contact sport. Like this is accelerating so fast. I was actually at Amazon Web Services, like one of the safest places you can be during a pandemic. But I had a lot of people wanting to work with me, especially in luxury and fashion. And eventually I said, I got to take this risk. I got to jump. And there's a need. The brands need me. There is a need here. So I jumped ship and set up Futures Intelligence, and I haven't looked back, and we've been very successful. Yeah, we were probably, I don't know if we were the first, we were probably one of the first metaverse consulting companies, professional services kind of thing. And it's been an evolution. Yeah. And I've got some big announcements coming up in the next couple months, and very excited about that. But we've been able to go full service, like we're full service Web3 metaverse now. So that's huge, in our perspective.
Well, it's not often that somebody starts a business and doesn't look for the CEO title. You chose CMO, Chief Metaverse Officer, also the first Chief Metaverse Officer that I'm aware of or that I know about. What is a Chief Metaverse Officer? Do we need to start hiring more of them? Is that what we're going to see this year, is people hiring Chief Metaverse Officers?
So what you're going to start to see this year, and I'm actually helping companies with this, which is the interesting part, is they're starting to set up, whether it's a Metaverse Center of Excellence, or, they might call it a Web3 Center of Excellence. It depends on what term they are using, what they're focused on, right? Because they're, in essence, those two terms are different. But yeah, I think you're going to start to see more and more companies set up business units within their companies to run some of these initiatives, right? It doesn't mean everyone's going to do it right off the bat, but there are, for example, Balenciaga, which they're not my client, but they have a business unit, right, for metaverse stuff. And I think you'll see more and more companies start to really try to think about, if this is the future of the internet, what are the type of capabilities we need to have in-house? And also, who do we need to start hiring, and how do we even staff, right? What is even, if they were going to have a chief metaverse officer, like what qualifications should that person have? So yeah, I always say we're going to see more people getting hired into these roles, whether they're called chief metaverse officer or not. Some people will use that term, some people might not. You're going to definitely start to see a further, acceleration of people in these types of roles.
I love it. And I guess one of the things that's occurring to me is that, we talk about the metaverse converging a number of different technologies, bringing things together. And I think, even a couple of different areas of technology that we've watched evolve over the past couple of years, like crypto, like gaming, like all of these other things. Which areas of this inside this concept of metaverse are sort of resonating the best right now with brands from your perspective? And I guess what's really landing?
Yeah, so every brand I work with is a little bit different, right? So I would say gaming is definitely, every single brand I talk to is really interested in getting into user-generated gaming platforms, right? Whether it is Roblox or whether it is Fortnite creative within the Fortnite world, whether it is, Rec Room or whatever it is. There's a lot of different UGC type of platforms, right? That people are very interested in. So yeah, I think gaming, obviously you and I have talked a lot about this, like gaming is the parent, like a parent to the metaverse, or one of the parents of the metaverse, or an on-ramp platform. So I think, they're all kind of looking at gaming. Some of them want NFTs. Everyone is pitching NFTs, et cetera, and I do NFTs for my clients. It's not necessarily like I'm not out there saying like, you need to do NFTs. Like, the brands that want to do NFTs, we do NFTs with them, but we work on a clear strategy that has community, that has utility, that has to have a framework, right, for it to make sense. So yeah, we do NFTs as well. There's a lot of interest there. I'm really interested in, in virtual fashion as well. And mostly, in the evolution of commerce in general, right? And working with them to figure out, is this a new revenue stream? If so, what does it look like? How do you enable physical to virtual to physical, right? We have, we've been doing physical to physical commerce for such a long time, right? So now it's thinking through all the possibilities that come, not only with virtual to virtual, which we're already seeing, with direct avatar and all these sorts of things, but also other paradigms and other opportunities that, some of them we might not even know exist. So yeah, I think every brand is a little bit different.
I want to talk about gaming for a second, but then I'm going to come back to NFTs because I want to talk about how NFTs relate to gaming, and I feel like that's going to get into some controversial territory in a moment. So I want to talk about gaming for a second first, and how that relates to big brands. Because I think if you'd said we've used this word gamification for a long time. Yeah. It's been used in other areas of technology like social media, and how you even incentivize employees to log in and set their timesheets or whatever else, right? But I guess this is totally different. What we're talking about when we talk about gamification in the metaverse and what that looks like for brands. what does, can you help to paint a picture of what that does look like? How does that play out? Because I think for a lot of people, it's difficult to understand how corporate brands, CPG companies, et cetera, could participate in some sort of gamified environment. What does that look like?
Yeah, so I think a lot of them are looking towards, these platforms where a lot of, let's say, Gen Z and Gen Alpha is spending their time, right? They want to kind of start to build that brand engagement, that brand loyalty, where they're, where they're the future high net worth individuals of the future of your luxury brand, or the future consumers of your product are. And they're very interested in exploring, these places. And most importantly, I think they're interested in understanding the subcultures that come with it, right? Because culture is being made in gaming. It's been made for a long time, right? But there are things that are culturally happening inside these games. So that's one of the things when I think about gaming, right? And it's interesting because when I talk to the brands, like there's a different perspective between, let's say, something like Roblox than something like NBA 2K or something. There's different perceptions because it's different. It's very different. It's different the way a brand inserts themselves into these different types of gaming, gaming platforms. So there's an interest a lot in the user generated content because it's easier to build and to get in there, right? So yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation. Another conversation I'm starting to have a lot more is, should we be focusing on on something like Roblox or Fortnite Creative, or should we be looking at a Lightship, for example, with Pokemon Go? Well, Niantic, which owns Pokemon Go, which has the Lightship SDK, and they're thinking like, how should we be looking at the physical world metaverse and gamifying things there now that we have those tools? So yeah, I think it's a really broad conversation. Another big question they asked me, Lindsay, is should we be playing in these gaming platforms, or should we be looking at the decentralized play to earn space, which you and I are really very much involved and enjoy. But there are questions about that,
And have there been any examples of anybody doing something in the gamification space or gaming space well yet that you've seen? Are there examples of where you see them building on it from this past year?
Yeah, so I really enjoyed several of the worlds that were created in Roblox last year, like Gucci Garden. I really enjoyed that. I love that they partnered with an endemic creator like Rogue Vanguard that seemed very authentic. I liked Ralph Lauren's Winter World with all the games, and that seemed like a lot of fun. I know my kids really enjoyed it. Forever 21 actually surprised me. I'm going to be honest. So my friend Justin actually worked on that with Forever 21, and they created this like Forever 21 game, like world, but it's a game, and you set up your own shop and you compete with other people, and like I love that. I was like, that is so fun. That is something that I know my children enjoy doing. Just a couple of days ago, I had a big sleepover with some of my daughter's friends, and they were all playing Fashion Famous on Roblox, where you're competing for a look, and it's really funny. So yeah, things like that have impressed me. I think in gaming, I'm very interested this year in seeing everything that's going to happen with Fortnite Creative, which I think is underused and undervalued. I think there's the fantastic tools in Fortnite Creative, and I believe they're going to bring Fortnite Creative 2.0. So very excited about the things I'm starting to see there. I'm personally working with my development team to create, whether it's a small little island or whether it's a little world in Roblox or something in Rec Room. We're trying to build those for ourselves as well, for our company, as meeting areas where we can meet clients, but also to give them a tour, right? To take them on a tour of their places. And how this came about, Lindsay? So I had an executive from one of the companies say, like, I've never, like, he was older. He was like, I've never played Roblox. I have no idea what Fortnite looks like, right? So we created these cool videos to kind of showcase what does it look like? How can you develop and stuff? But now I'm thinking it further. I'm like, why don't I just set up these little worlds? They don't have to be super complex because I'm not using them for that. I'm using them more for meetings, but bring them with me. Like meet with them in an island in Fortnite Creative, meet with them inside a Roblox world, all these sorts of things. So,
and who wouldn't want to tour the metaverse with the godmother of the metaverse? I think it's completely sensible because actually, I have similar conversations with executives where nobody is unaware that NFTs, that crypto, that gaming, these spaces have become really big this year. But where what I'm finding, at least in intimate conversations, is that a lot of folks are actually they don't know what it means, and they don't actually know what it is. So to your point, they've never experienced a three-dimensional world. And in this space, in my experience, the most important thing you can do is play to learn. You don't learn by reading the news article. You're not going to learn from talking to your team necessarily. I think the people who are big thinkers need to jump in, and in my opinion, the immediate impact becomes apparent right away. But you really do need to jump in. So that seems like a great place to start. How do people do this?
So the ones I've beta tested it with, there's that, oh, I get it now. Like it's really cute to see them be like, okay, I get why kids want to spend time here. So
and
yeah,
definitely.
are
you taking them in VR headsets yet? Or are you doing are you doing video or browser?
So we're just doing browser right now. We are going to be setting up, on some of those more virtual spaces like VR chat, maybe some in space if we get some land. So yeah, we will be including that in that kind of tour of the metaverse offering that we have. So
I love it. It makes a lot of sense. Authenticity. I think there is this. Gaming is one of the cool things about it is its purity and the culture that's built around that, and it's a really exciting culture. How can brands start to look at this space and then consider how they approach it authentically? What does that mean, and what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, so you and I have had this conversation many times. Community, right? I think going in there as a brand and trying to understand what the community specifically wants and how they want to engage with you. What do you think? So yeah, I think brands need to do a lot of listening before they actually implement in some of these spaces and try to understand, understand the language without co-opting it. And I know we're going to talk about that.
What do you mean by that, Kathy?
So, some people here watching this might have seen it, might have not seen it, but you had Pepsi did an NFT drop, and kudos to Pepsi. I think they're really fun. But then they started using, like gem and WAGMI and like all these words that are very much words that the crypto community uses. And all of a sudden it's like Pepsi saying that, and then Meta, formerly Facebook, saying that, and there was like another brand coming in, and we're all like cringe. Like
it created a lot of FUD, if you will.
Oh yeah. 100%. So it was great. And I didn't like most of the Discord channels and the groups I was in, someone shared that like cringe. And I thought that was interesting. And in my mind, and I've said this to you, I was thinking like, what brand could pull this off? What brand could pull this off on Twitter? And I said, the one of the brands that I say could have totally pulled this off, and there wouldn't have been like the backlash that there was, would have been someone like Wendy's. Wendy's on Twitter, if anyone's not following them, oh my goodness, they are so good. And everything they've done in gaming has just been like on point. So yeah.
I love it. I think that's one of the things, I've also talked a lot about is, how do people, is that like a lot of this stuff, a lot of these concepts should parallel reality really well. So if in reality, you're not a tongue-in-cheek brand and you're not like, you don't have a lot of street cred in a particular environment, this probably is not the right spot to jump in and start trying to take on that persona, I guess.
I don't know. It was just really weird to watch that happen on Twitter. You're just like, those once again did not feel authentic. Felt forced. Whereas if it would have been Wendy's, you would have been like, I totally expect that from Wendy, right? Like,
yeah, completely. You're right. You're right. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about what makes this time around different, right? So like, I think you were at Magic Leap previously. You and I both fell in love with VR like many years ago. And of course, we also agreed that the metaverse isn't exclusively virtual reality. But what makes this time around and the trends that we're seeing and the technologies we're seeing be adopted, what makes this so much different than previous eras where things like gamification or VR have been important and topical?
Yeah. So, with all the negative that the pandemic brought, right? Lots of horrible things. There was also an acceleration. We all had to do Zoom all the time. So that further accelerated the acceptance that we do have a very virtual component to our lives, right? So I think that further acceleration, advancements in connectivity, you've got 5G, slowly rolling out here. You've got, just a better connectivity, better advancements in hardware. It's just a convergence. I feel like a whole bunch of different technologies, because that's the big thing that I try to explain when I talk to people about the metaverse. It's not one technology and it's not one company. Like everyone, obviously, in this event, I'm sure understands that it's not just VR and it's not just one company, right? It's so many different technologies, from robotics to AI to 5G to edge, to AR and VR, and even our mobile phones. So yeah, I think it's all these things kind of coming together. It's a further acceleration. And yes, things that happened last year did accelerate the adoption of the term, right? I still remember, I think it was April when Roblox went public. And it was the first time I had seen the word metaverse on CNBC. I took a screenshot. I was like, wow, I cannot believe that I see that word right in front of me in CNBC. Now they use it all the time, right? And then, you have also a rebranding of formerly Facebook to Meta. And, many of us might have, mixed feelings about that. But what I will say is that rebranding did introduce a term metaverse to millions of people a lot faster than a lot of us could have ever imagined. So, and take both things as they are. But yeah, I think it's been just an acceleration. And I think people are in some ways ready to think about the future. In some ways, I mean, we still need to work a lot on what the present and a lot on what the past has brought us from a societal standpoint. But I think people are also interested in seeing what is the future of business, and they start to see, like I said, that that those new ways of buying and shopping that are evolving, and they want to learn more and prepare their companies. And I don't fault them for that. I think that it's good for them to prepare for the future.
Yeah, I'm with you. And are you still looking up metaverse in the dictionary? Did we end up with that as word of the year or anything last year?
And someone had it as word of the year. So another dictionary had it as NFTs. NFT was the word of the year for them.
Okay.
I haven't been back to the dictionary, but I used to do this, Lindsay. I used to wake up every morning and go to Merriam-Webster's dictionary and type the word metaverse in, and it kept saying this word is not in the metaverse. I haven't been in a while, which is interesting.
We're going to look that up. Hold that thought. I want to pivot back to NFTs and gaming. I did a lot of reading over in the month of December about you just trying to figure out what the heck just went on. Some great summaries of 2021 and some forecasting into what 2022 is going to be all about. And a lot of the reading and a lot of the takeaways that I saw were that, if 2021 was the year of NFTs, 2022 was going to be the year of crypto games. And crypto games to me means games built on a blockchain, which means that we're talking about elements of ownership, which could look a lot like NFTs, as well as, of course, perhaps tokens or currencies. And yet there is inherently seems to be this friction between the gaming world, who many of which do not enjoy or don't want to see NFTs introduced to their game. And we've got brands that are looking to get more into gamification and probably partner and marry that with some NFTs, and certainly NFT gaming and crypto gaming taking off. Where does this trend sit in your eyes? And is that where we're going? And is that what we want? Is that what we want to do?
So I see two big things happening in the gaming space, right? And when I talked to CNBC at the end of last year, and I said, in 2022, you're going to see large, massive game acquisitions. Like everyone's trying to get a piece of gaming in some ways, right? And then you had, the Zynga potential acquisition for $12.7 billion, right? That's more than Microsoft paid for Bethesda. That's huge, right? But that's not a crypto play, right? Not necessarily a crypto play. So I think you're going to continue to see acquisitions of some companies that you would have been like, never would I think that they would be acquired at those large sums. But I think you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see, I think, interesting IPOs happening this year. Like I have on my list, potentially is Epic going to have an IPO this year, right? Is Niantic going to have an IPO? I feel like there's some potential players there that might have some interesting gaming IPOs, right? And that's obviously a little bit different. But then on the crypto side, you have like this massive movement and massive, growth and wealth creation in some ways happening in that space, right? And some people in gaming are very anti play to earn or NFT. But I think the gamers that are into play to earn and NFTs are gung ho about it. So, I think that there's just two parts of this community, right? The gaming community to me is this side, but also this other side. They're both part of the gaming community. And, there's always going to be friction, right? Does it work? We'll see, right? It'll depend. I did see some commentary, I think it was from, I think it was Theo Priestley or someone that said, we shouldn't call it play to earn. We should call it play and earn. And I was like, okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Because play to earn has some negative connotations to it. Right. So I was like, okay, play and earn. So yeah, I see an evolution. I'll give you an example. So one of the things I try to do is I try to what I say is if I'm selling dog food, I've got to be able to eat my own dog food, right? So one of the things I do is I am myself a guinea pig to test a lot of these different things. So one of the things I did, I set up an Axie Infinity team in Venezuela, right? So our nanny is from Venezuela. She has a lot of friends there. And what we did is they were interested in Axie. And I was like, okay, well, let's test it out, right? So it's not like I'm forcing people to play the game. I'm just like, hey, can you play the game for me? I'll pay you so I can learn what's happening, right? So I have these scholars in Venezuela that are playing for me. They play when they want and when they can, right? I'm not saying you're going to play 8 hours. No, it's more an experiment. And it's been really interesting to see them play, to see them play and earn. And of course, of course I pay them back in fiat. So it's just really interesting to see how these things are evolving, right? And just learning, for me, just learning about Axie and how do I set up a scholarship and what Axies do I buy and all these sorts of things, for me personally was very educational, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm all about exploring everything that's happening over here as well.
I guess, are there any inherent gotchas that brands need to watch out for in that space, or as they launch NFTs that could potentially be used inside these games or worlds or universes?
Yeah, I think that there's going to be things that the legal teams would have never dreamed of with brands.
I can confirm that is true. Yes, legal has no idea what to do with this stuff yet.
Legal has no idea, right? So I think that there are going to be things that will happen that legal will just be like, what just happened with our brand and its IP, right? So one of the things I tell brands is there's still a lot of friction. It's still not super easy, right? If you're doing crypto gaming on some form or doing NFTs, there's still a lot of friction. This is not super easy. You have to kind of educate yourself. Whenever there's projects that I'm getting involved, I try to look at the roadmap. That's something you taught me, actually. It was I remember one time when you messaged me and you're like, oh, there's this new project called Fluff World. Check out their roadmap. What do you think? And that's when I started to really look at roadmaps and really pay attention, right?
That one felt like a very Kathy Hackle roadmap because of specifically because of the rigged bunnies, right? Where you were going to be able to march into the metaverse as this bunny, that one in particular felt very, very Kathy Hackle.
Yeah. And I bought one. I bought a Fluff World and I flipped it and I bought something else. But I look at the roadmap. I try to see who the creators are, right? If there sometimes creators don't want to reveal their, who they are, but if I know who's behind it, that gives me a little bit more confidence. So things like that. What is the roadmap? Are they partnering with anyone that is solid? Are they partnering with any brands? That gives me a little bit more peace. Nothing is 100% safe, right? Nothing's going to be 100% safe, but you can do your due diligence. But yeah, I think for brands, it's accepting there is still friction. This is not easy. And then trying to do your due diligence to try to see if this is the right partner for you in the right game, in the right, the right space. So.
You mentioned something there that struck me as interesting, because I think a lot of the value that brands can add right now is doing the due diligence on behalf of a lot of people who are not so sure about this space yet. And so if you're entering a project and there is a brand there that you know and love and trust, I do think brands play a big role in helping to bring more people to the crypto space, to the metaverse in general, and that they can do that in a way that's a little bit more comfortable to people, because they know and recognize the logos, and they know there's corporates behind it for the good and bad, but also certainly to support and give it a bit more credibility at times.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's a big signal, right? It's a big signal for the brand saying this is a solid. And I mean, you spearheaded a really interesting project when you were at AV&Bev with Said Run. And that gave me confidence. I was like, oh, okay. I had heard people talking about Said Run, but when I saw that, I was like, okay, this gives me more confidence in the platform.
Yeah, I think it helps, and I'm excited to see how brands can consider how their role in helping to bring more people along here. Honestly, I've two questions for you, Kathy. Yeah. That's it. And then this has been really fun to reverse these roles. A lot of pressure, but fun to be able to interview you here. Number one, what games are being played right now in the Hackle household? I know you've got kids. I've heard they play Roblox. Is Roblox still popular with them? What else are they playing? What else are you playing?
Yeah, Roblox is still popular. My son's building a lot. He has his own games that he's working on. And I'm so proud to see him every afternoon working on them. So yeah, Roblox still popular. There's some Harry Potter games that my daughter plays. I'm starting to get into something called Genshin Impact. That I saw this guy playing on the plane, and I was like, "What are you playing?" And he told me, "Now I'm kind of starting to get into it." So yeah, I think that's Minecraft's always a big hit. So yeah.
I love that you just said that you're so proud of your son for being out there building and effectively being in a video game. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. And I think those are going to be some of the key hires for brands or kids who have been, hacking away at video games and playing. They're going to be incredible hires into some of these new metaverse teams. And then the last question for you, you've got a book coming out, which is really exciting. What can people expect? What's it about? Where can they learn more?
Yeah, so the book is coming out, I believe, end of Q1 2022, so pretty soon. It is available for pre-order on Amazon, so you can go there. It's called The Metaverse Economy, Your Guide to Business in the Web 3.0 Era. And yeah, and don't let the name fool you. It's not a book for economists. It's a book for business people interested in understanding what's coming. I wrote it with two amazing co-authors, Tommaso Di Bartolo and Dirk Luth. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a great resource for people to kind of read. And just the backstory on that, I had pitched a Metaverse book to a publisher in 2021, and they pushed back saying, they said, you have a great profile, but we don't think a book about the Metaverse will sell. That was early on, right? And fast forward, I'm sure that now they're a little maybe salty and sad.
I would say yes. That was a bad choice, bad deal. Incredible, Kathy. A pleasure as always. The Metaverse is exploding, and excited to meet you there in 2022.
Likewise. And I'll take you on a tour, Lindsay, any day.
I'm pumped. I'm in. Count me in.
Thank you for that great conversation, Kathy and Lindsay. I want to hang out with those two. There's such good energy between those. And hearing that Kathy was playing Genshin Impact, super, super cool as well. In our next panel, video games and a metaverse, how will we build it together? Leading industry members will share their thoughts on building this new reality to reflect our aspirations and diversity. Please welcome Joanna Popper, Global Head of XR, Go-to-Market at HP, Rafaela Camara, Head of Brands and Advertiser Solutions for Epic Games Unreal Engine, Jasmine Roberts, Software Engineer, Augmented Reality at Google, Clamara DeVarlius, Product Manager at Meta Oculus VR, and moderator Anastasia Staten, Executive Director at the ESA Foundation.
Wonderful to be with all of you today. I'm Anastasia Staten, the Executive Director of the ESA Foundation, the philanthropic arm of the video game industry. For 20 years, with grants and scholarships, we've supported underrepresented youth who aspire to work in the video game industry. They are the next generation of game designers. And you could argue that they, more than anyone, are invested in co-creating a future that's as diverse as the millions and billions of people who play and will play video games around the world. Which brings us to the metaverse. So often talked about, not easily defined, as a testament to the millions of articles that have already been written about it to date. We know that in the simplest terms, though, it's a space where users interact by mixing the physical world with the virtual one in real time. But what does and what will that entail exactly? Building out this space raises many big questions, including will this metaverse or new reality reflect our highest aspirations? In other words, will it serve as a model for healthy, inclusive ecosystems? One quick answer is yes, but that begs another statement. Depends on who's designing it. Today, I'm excited to dig in and chat about this with a group of individuals who are already deeply involved in designing and developing the metaverse. We're fortunate enough to have all of these individuals with us today to focus on specifically what's needed to design and build the metaverse so that we can deliver diversity, equity, and inclusion that fosters a sense of belonging. Please say hello. I will introduce each one of you. And if you could just go around and introduce yourselves, that would be awesome. And as a part of your introductory remarks, I would be grateful if you could not only share briefly what your role is in the metaverse, in the development of the metaverse, but that if also how you see it evolving for video games. And Rafaela, I would love to start with you.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're connecting from. Rafaela Camera, based in Los Angeles, and I am head of brands and advertiser solutions for Unreal Engine at Epic Games. So it is my role to really help brands create and live and maintain their presence in the metaverse or in the evolving metaverse. So forming strategic partnerships with key brands and also with the advertising agencies that help them create those experiences. And finally, with the XR ecosystem that helps distribute some of those experiences. As far as how we see the metaverse, well, we certainly believe in it. We really are we're born in the goal of helping create the metaverse for everyone and every creator to go and create their part of the metaverse. And in that sense, we are an ecosystem company. We provide the tools, but we also provide the open libraries and as well as the services, the APIs, the social experiences, and we connect and help creators with mega grants and fellowships to help, again, live and breathe and maintain their presence in the metaverse.
Wonderful. And then next on my screen, Chlorama, may I ask you to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Chlorama Dorvilius. I'm a product manager at Meta Reality Labs, formerly known as Oculus. And I build tools for creators and for developers on our platform. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
All right, let's keep the train rolling. Joanna, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joanna Popper. I'm the global head of virtual reality for go-to-market for HP. HP plays in the VR space with various headsets like the HP Reverb G2 and the HP Reverb G2 Omnicept Edition and our VR backpacks. I'm also the executive producer on Finding Pandora X, which is a live interactive experience in VR chat. So inside a virtual world with Broadway actors and immersive actors, and Brianna's Garden, which is an augmented reality experience by Lady Phoenix and Sutu with Breonna Taylor's family to honor her life. So as far as how HP sees the metaverse and how we're thinking about the future, we are, overall, it's something we strongly believe in. We are working with entrepreneurs, with businesses and organizations every day, helping them connect, create, collaborate, and learn. And the way that we see the metaverse is it's a digital end-to-end experience where in the future we will all be experiencing in 3D and spatial computing, how we connect, how we collaborate, how we work together, how we learn, and how we do commerce. And so for us, we're the original Silicon Valley company, that original company of two founders in a garage. It's important for us to keep on creating and keep staying ahead of and building that future. And so so for me, I see it as incredibly important. This conversation is incredibly important. It's not only where the metaverse is going, but it's who are going to be the ones creating it and how will they be representing our society. And so I'm happy that we're having this conversation today.
Yeah, certainly important. And thank you again for being here. One more, Jasmine.
Hi, my name's Jasmine, and I am an AR/VR software engineer, or more affectionately known as an XR engineer. And at least in terms of how companies like Google still fit within the metaverse framework, it's more so providing the algorithms to facilitate paradigms like augmented perception or contextual computing, because fundamentally the goal of the company is to organize the world's information and to provide easy access to information. So in terms of the landscape of what the company has done, like since the announcement, is ramping up on, different hardware efforts as well, but then also sort of like getting back to its roots with Google Glass and revisiting those certain things that were done, a decade ago. And now, since society is prepared for it, it's like thinking of ways that we can make augmented reality in particular utilitarian for everyone's usage. So that's it.
Very good. Well, speaking of landscape, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and one of the things I'd like to sort of start off with is how do you think that the pandemic has affected the ways that the general public interacts? The pandemic has affected the way people, have interacted with technology, not just video games. How do you think that this applies to the development and potential adoption of the metaverse? And I even think about, there are many things that people of a little bit of an older generation, like my grandmother, who's like, I never thought that I would learn to order my groceries, through an app, but I have. And I'm just wondering how some of that, when we think about inclusion, how do we think that the pandemic will maybe affect the adoption and the development of the metaverse? Joanna, could I actually start with you?
Sure. Well, so your question framed it, on how has the pandemic brought technology to us in increasing ways. I think that's the kind of where it started, and then how will that then impact our readiness? How does that impact our readiness for the metaverse? And so there's two parts there, right? So when people went home in February of 2020, their usage of things like QR codes, of the usage of Zoom, there were so many things that the technology was ready, and at that moment in time, the use case became really, really strong. We saw at that moment, from that moment, we started to see major increase in the amount of hours people spent with gaming, streaming. And so we saw technology being pulled towards us because of the need. Simultaneously, that all of us, all of the companies here have continued to build and put out great products, great experiences, great software to help prepare people for the metaverse even more. So I would say that while the pandemic has had devastating economic and healthcare impacts on the world, for the technology industry, it has pushed us light years ahead. And for the readiness of the communities as well, a big part of that too is making sure that technology is more evenly distributed, right? And so when schools, for example, when schools were sent home, many people didn't have access to laptops, and so companies like HP and many others focused heavily on how do we make sure that people have laptops or computers that are able to connect back to school, and make sure that we didn't continue to increase the digital divide. And we had numerous programs focused on that. And during this time as well, if you think about some of the key building blocks of the metaverse, like spatial computing, like virtual worlds, like gaming engines, like blockchain payments and NFTs, there have been great advances in all of those over the last 2 years that are further preparing us for where we're headed with the metaverse.
Yes. Speaking of education. Please. Yeah.
I was just going to add, off of what Joanna was saying, I think what we've seen also is, the prominence of gaming coming up, and all parts of gaming and what that means. And I think it's for a variety of different reasons. The metaverse and everything that is metaverse related is really built on 3D and real-time 3D technology, which is really a game engine and a gaming technology. And the gaming companies, in this sense, have had probably about 25 years head start, trying to figure it out for themselves. And then, if you take our example, using that same game engine, which is Unreal Engine for us back from 1996, 1997, and then making sure that anyone else can use it to create their properties, their experiences, their digital assets. So I think we've seen that taking off more. And from a brand perspective, the ability to reuse game engines to reduce production life cycle, but also to allow multiple people to be part of the creative process, as it's not a linear production flow anymore, but it's a living and breathing production workflow. And from the user perspective, I think what they were able to get out of this is the ability to be socially entertained with fun, and yet be able to connect with their friends, with their family members, even if they cannot see them, and play games, but also just chat like they normally would if they were meeting somewhere at the mall or anywhere else. And then on the other side is being able to bring themselves with their self-expression, whichever way they feel they want to represent themselves on a specific day, being able to own that persona and change it depending on their view of themselves on that particular day or in that particular platform. So I think that has greatly helped maybe show the difference between the internet as it is right now and the vision or where the metaverse is going in the future.
Keying in on a few things that were said in the introduction and actually in the two answers right now. In what ways will the metaverse improve game playing and interactive entertainment? But in some respects, we've answered that a little bit, but how does that sort of extend into supporting other industries and spaces like education, healthcare? Joanna, you mentioned commerce earlier. Clarama, do you mind if I ask you to sort of speak to maybe education or some other space that you think that this might extend to supporting?
I don't know if I'm the best person to speak on this from the Oculus perspective. I could speak from a Clarama perspective just because our focus has been very much gaming platforms. And as we are starting to go beyond that. So with the next iteration of the headset, we'll start looking at how we can enable productivity and leverage VR as utility in our cultural society. And so definitely education is probably one of that. Workplace is another. How I see our adoption of the metaverse and as a solution to a lot of our ways of working and socializing and going to school or learning is basically, pre-internet times, everything about our society was very physical, location based, very material based. So if you wanted to go to school, you got to drive a certain distance to get there. If you wanted to hang out with friends or socialize, you got to drive or walk or go from A to B over and travel a certain amount of distance to access any of these aspects of your life. Which might have been fine then, but with the emergence of the internet, that has actually given us opportunities to be able to access a lot of these core needs that we have as humans to play, to socialize, to learn, to work without the need of having to travel physically to a certain distance. So I think with the pandemic, we were accelerated into that futuristic world. I think, over the last 20 years with the internet, we become a global economy. It's because of these physical barriers that have been reduced or broken down. We now are interacting with people around the world in ways that we wouldn't have been able to with so much more ease and so much more access. We're exchanging money with each other, so ultimately, what I think how this is really where I see a really exciting use case when it comes to education from my personal perspective, having traveled to different countries, like went to Ghana and South Africa, and we're learning about in Brazil. And we're learning about how some of the biggest barriers to education was going to a school, especially if you're thinking about areas that have warfare or that are just like maybe just dangerous neighborhoods. Or there's natural disasters, and as a result, people are relegated to the home. Physical access to school is no longer a requirement in order to get a quality education. So being able to leverage the internet and the different ways we can access the internet, with VR being one of it, is this is a way to give us that experiential learning that, has shown to be a lot more effective anyways, and to improve on the ways that we learn today with like the lecture-based styling classrooms, and still get that social learning component that, learning as a group, learning as a community, and all of that without having to leave home, or so that just becomes more accessible for everyone. So that's where I'm really excited to see how Metaverse, or even like how we're learning today, you see that what we got last year in the instance of pandemic is a signal of what that would look like. People learning from homes. It wasn't the best. We're still new to this, but getting that ironed out over time. And I think the Metaverse delivering an optimal solution for that is going to be exciting.
In terms of the pandemic facilitating growth of the company, I think it's very obvious, because Zoom actually served as a way to galvanize the Google G Suite to sort of like have those features that had sort of been on the backlog. But once we knew that video conferencing was a new way of interfacing with other people and a new way of productivity, that did basically end up providing the impetus to add like the features that you see with G Suite, where now it's catered to individuals, it's catered to businesses, it's catered to schools as well. So I do think it was, it was hectic for maybe the first 5 months, but I actually think it was a great push. Because it actually, again, some of those features should have been maybe developed before, but the company, had its arms in Stadia, so was working with Epic Games and had its arms in some other things. But then when push came to shove, the thing that was the most valuable to human connection happened to using the video and voice conferencing. So that's what we saw with that. And I do think, at least in April, it's funny because there were some experiments that were done with Epic Games and using Unreal Engine in terms of Stadia. And I think it's interesting because a lot of those use cases weren't just based in games. It was also based in like communication and just like, how do we get people into networks? So it's not, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's not just a company that's focused on productivity. It's also focused on building connection too, which goes in tandem with productivity. So yeah, I definitely wanted to say that, because the pandemic, if it helped any company, you could even see in the stock, it definitely helped Google, because it had, it kind of made people want to improve the G Suite, which had features that could have probably 2 or 3 years prior to the pandemic. So, yeah. Anyway, I get the next question too. I think in terms of that question, in terms of like inclusivity, there's not like specific. I don't think it's about building like specific tools. And what I mean by that is I think it's a simple matter of providing access. And when I say that, I don't just mean like access to the hardware. I do think that Oculus does do a great job of providing hardware and education, but it's also a different. The fact is that like our education model is sort of centered around the fact that people have to pay. I do think that in the future there should be more scholarships specifically for people in marginalized groups attempting to get into this. And again, Epic Games, like through its the Unreal Fellowship, that I know that it had, I know about like 3 people that engaged in that program, and that really helped them understand digital production. And Oculus has Launchpad and other programs too, which Chlorama definitely is more equipped to answer. But I think in terms of how it facilitates diversity, I think there's already issues that we need to sort of come to terms with in the present, which is that there's not adequate representation. So not just in terms of like underrepresented minorities, but there's also not representation of women in these rooms and spaces, which is why this is such a great conversation to talk with 5 women who are interested in building out the metaverse specifically. And in terms of engineering, it's like the best that we can do as individuals, I think, is to provide mentorship to people. So just mentoring. So like I'll just mentor a few people who are like either Black or Latino that are majoring in computer science or interested in the metaverse. So how they can sort of acclimate and funnel in through these companies like via an internship or via like individual projects with the school. So yeah, I think that's a very, very big question. And I think it takes a lot of effort and willingness. And we also kind of have to be willing to push back on people who think that people in marginalized groups are getting unfair advantages by being given opportunities. And realistically speaking, the metaverse is going to, if it does parallel the real world, it needs to have the same demographic and same demographic consideration. So I think it's as much about pursuing the work, continuing to do the work, and just kind of like also trying to like educate, but politely, people who don't understand why certain groups are in certain positions. So that's my opinion.
That was a great answer, Jasmine. You covered a ton of ground there. And I think there's a lot of different elements here. I think so. The original question was, what's being done today? Kind of, right. I think how is it going? What more needs to get done? Was that the original question? So
yeah, like examples of things that are already happening. Yeah.
Yeah, and so a couple of examples have been given. There's certainly different programs and different companies are focusing on how do we create a more representative workforce. And that said, there's a really long way to go before the workforce in these spaces are representative of the population. So all of the initiatives are really important. I think for companies, there's probably three key areas, recruiting, retention, and rewarding, right? So are you actively recruiting to bring in the best talent throughout the world? Are you actively, and that includes bringing people with all different backgrounds, all different representation to your workforce so that you are able to build the best product for the entire world, for all of the population. So are you recruiting in the right places? Are you actively, very proactively seeking out to bring in a representative workforce? Once people are in jobs, are you retaining them properly? Are you offering them continue, and then are you rewarding them? Are you paying them fairly? Are you promoting them at the and the data for most places is not that great around all three of these points in terms of the recruitment, in terms of the retention activities, in terms of the reward. We still see disparity in terms of promotion. We still see disparity in terms of pay gap. And so I think for our company, all of these have long been a focus, and HP has been lauded for years as being really strong on representation. From the very top, we have the most representative board in all of technology, and so there's lots of good stat. There's initiatives that were done about not just for our internal company, but making sure that the teams that work with us from law firms, from marketing firms, all of our agencies also have representative. In their agencies, the people that are working with us are also representative. So taking our impact and pushing it out further, not just in our own company, but and we all have big goals in terms of women in technology, underrepresented in technology, but there's still a really long way to go. I think for all of our companies. And I think the other and really important thing is that for the companies to understand why they're doing this, right? It's not checking a box. It's not, but it's to actually make the best product. It's to actually have the best financial returns. It's to have the best stock price. To have the best leadership, the best decision making. There's been study after study after study that shows when you have a representative workforce, a representative leadership, all of those things are stronger and better. And so if your company is not actively pursuing this and not actively has this at its core and its center of its values, then you're not doing your fiduciary duty for your company.
Yeah, I would definitely love to plus one that and add also an alternate perspective. I think for what you're saying, yes, diversity is an essential critical factor as a business value in order to be successful in this global market. I'll also say like a lot of this, what Metaverse introduces, what internet expounds on what the internet produced, which is this new creator economy, this new opportunity for people all around the world to create their own companies, create their own businesses. And so not only companies will be a factor, obviously, but what really is exciting to me about the metaverse is that companies are no longer the way to have a stable long-term career. More people are finding ways to express themselves, to share their passion, and they're finding ways to connect with other people around the world who also have those unique passions that they can exchange, currency with, and all of that. And build their own careers that are maybe don't exist today or have not exist, or create more career opportunities for other people who have those also similar needs that maybe companies don't necessarily fulfill. And companies now will more so be a choice and not the only successful path to get there. And so that to me is the most exciting part about inclusivity in the metaverse. It's similar to what internet brought in ways that we don't really give it the proper credit today, where you're seeing around the world so many, and this is like developing countries and Western countries, where people are now start to be able to have more access and empowerment to have more control over their own economic opportunities that they didn't have pre-internet, and I think I'm excited to see what that looks like moving forward.
Yeah, if I can just add on Epic Games, and thank you, Jasmine, for the call out, and just to even connect what Joanna and Karama were saying right now. First off, yes, it's a cultural shift, and as a cultural shift, it will take years to really get to the point where we have to get to. And it's not just in the workforce, but it's also at home, how you raise your kids and how they're being educated in school. It's a much larger discussion than just the workforce. But from our standpoint, yes, we try to help with fellowships, and we see also that our partners sometimes and the creators are looking for ways to have us help them train different parts of the workforce so that there is better representation even within their companies. And then to the point around creators, we firmly believe, and it's pretty well known, that for us there has to be an economic model that is fair to creators, to all creators. So looking at the reward system behind that and the percentage that different companies might take or might not take for creators, and even allowing creators to have open source code tools or libraries of items that are free to download so that they can create and build their business wherever they might be coming from or whomever they might be. That's also one way of doing it.
Well, I want to thank everyone for their thoughts, and also thank the GamesBeat team for inviting all of us here today to start this conversation. And I hope that they will invite us back so that we can get together, this group again, and actually dig a little bit deeper, because this simply is not enough time to unpack this, especially as we build something so amazing and new. So thank you, everyone. Look forward to digging deeper on this with you again.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for that great panel discussion. Please join them in the offstage Q&A Zoom room to continue the conversation, or if you have questions for the panelists. Here to discuss feeling in the metaverse, we're pleased to announce that we have Sly Lee and Isak Castro, co-founders and co-CEOs of Emerge.
Hi, I'm Isaac Castro, and I am co-founder and co-CEO of Emerge.
Hi, I'm Sly Spencer Lee, co-founder and co-CEO of Emerge. Isaac, Mauricio, our third co-founder, and myself, a little over 6 years ago, met in Silicon Valley at this Google X and NASA-funded incubator. Mauricio's from Ecuador, Isaac's from Spain, I'm from Mississippi, first-generation Singaporean. And the immigrant journey is very core of who we are as people. When we met, very quickly we realized we shared the same passion for technology and advancing the state of how we connect across distance and time.
And we are very grateful to technologies like our smartphones and video conferencing. Essentially, they made our lives as immigrants possible. But it is still so limiting when you want to feel more connected, more present with the people that you care about from a distance. And when we thought about it, we realized very soon that we're missing a very core component in the human experience, our sense of touch. You think about it, the sense of touch is the way we just explore the world. Our hands are the natural interface. Sometimes when you want to express your emotions, there are moments that nothing has to be said. The hold of the hand or the grasp of the shoulder is more than enough. So we thought that adding the sense of touch will be the next biggest step into advancing the way we connect with others across a distance.
Now the metaverse is a really hot topic, and it seems obvious that the sense of touch is needed in the virtual world. But years ago, we just intuitively felt that this was the most important thing that we could work on together. And we were obsessed around creating a user experience and a product that was frictionless. No gloves, no wearables, no haptic suit. And we wanted a product that would be easy for our parents to use, ourselves to use, and even our future children to use.
And to achieve that, we created a technology that, using ultrasound, allows the user to physically feel with bare hands virtual content and share that tangible content with others across a distance.
For the last 2 years, we've actually put our technology in the hands of users in testing within our office and even in their homes. We have a video we want to show you. Let's take a look.
This is absolutely absurd. Oh, that's cool. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's fantastic. God, that's pretty wild.
Anyone in particular you would like to try this experience with?
Yeah, my dad.
Thinking that, let's say my mom is playing, thinking that I'm gonna be able to touch her like right here in the game, it makes me happy.
I just imagine that would be a really meaningful thing to virtually be able to hold someone's hand while they are really craving some type of human interaction.
Kind of just to connect with that person and have a completely new experience.
You interact with people in your space virtually, and having that and then adding a physical experience to it, just 2 more layers, so it's like, whoa.
That sensory aspect was so fun.
I hate to say, I feel like a supervillain almost.
Oh my god, my godson would love this.
You can't get it.
It's very tactile. And the fact that you don't have to use those controls and stuff like that, you're using your hands, makes it feel, I don't know, it's more visceral. And
Interacting with people, this is perfect. This is, again, this brings, no matter what the scale of it, this brings another level to that.
And today, we are very excited to announce our very first product, Immerse Home. Immerse Home has 3 main components: the Immerse Wave 1 device, virtual social experiences, and a mobile application. The Immerse Wave 1 device, it is a new tabletop device that invites your bare hands to be your controllers in the metaverse. It emits sculpted ultrasonic waves that allows the virtual content to be tangible and allows the user to feel what is seen in the virtual world. And this meter force field is tangible up to 3 feet above the device and 120 degrees around it. The Immerse Home mobile application, it is your handheld bridge between your real-life connections and the virtual ones. Essentially allows you to customize the experience, to coordinate with your people, and to continue the conversation with them even after you've left the virtual experience. And finally, once you connect your Immerse Wave 1 device with your Oculus Quest headset, you'll be able to turn that group chat into a virtual social experience with tactility at the core. And I believe we have a video, right? Let's take a look. Welcome to Immerse Home. You see there the physical Wave 1 device. It gets aligned with the virtual world of Immerse Home. And now we are on the beach. And this is an environment that you can customize. Here you can invite up to 8 people to one of your inner circles. And this is a place meant for you and your people to gather in the center, to talk and interact in real time. You'll be able to do things that you are used to do in the real world, like feeling someone's hands, but also things that are not feasible in the real world, like feeling magic or spells, or like in this case, feeling the feelings or the emotions of someone through a tactile emoji.
Yeah, the concept of feeling someone else's emotions is interesting because we're really attempting to push the boundaries and almost redefine some of these social interactions that we do physically in the real world, such as a handshake or a high five. Maybe it can be different in the metaverse. I grew up playing chess with my brothers, and now that we don't live together, we play virtually. This is how we connect and like to spend time together. We have a broader set of games as well. Think inspired by Mario Party, but uniquely enabled by the sense of touch. One of the games is called Watch Them Fly, and the concept is that you can physically feel the water beams emanating from your hand, and depending on the shape of your hand and the orientation, you can change the directionality and the feeling of the water. And it's highly competitive, and that you're trying to wash the most piglets before the timer runs out.
Yeah, this game makes me laugh every time that I play it. I love that golden pig. It's amazing.
Another one of the games is called Cosmic Chaos, and it's a competitive game in that you're trying to score on your opponent's goals, and it's sort of a mashup of Ender's Game meets Pong meets Hungry Hungry Hippos, perhaps.
Yeah, I spent so much time playing as a kid Hungry Hungry Hippos, and yeah, this is the modern representation of that game. And here you are feeling the proximity and the directionality of the balls as they are approaching you, and also the panel that you are using to protect your station.
And in this game, it's actually collaborative, and it might look familiar because it's inspired by one of the classics, except the twist here is that you're able to physically feel the laser beams emanating from your hand. You're redirecting the laser beams from your ship to destroy asteroids. What we hope Emerge Home enables you to do is feel more present and connected with people that you care about from a distance. The sense of touch enables us to feel present and in the same space as one another in the physical world, and we hope to bring this new language of touch into the virtual one. And this is just the beginning. We have many more ideas of tactile game rooms in active development with some really great content creators in VR studios. And today, we're really excited to announce that Emerge Home will be made available on Kickstarter in just a couple of weeks at a retail value of $4.99. In the meantime, go to our website, emerge.io, join our community on Discord, and stay in touch.
See you in Immersive Home.
Thank you very much, Sly and Isaac. I'm sorry. Please join them in their offstage Q&A Zoom room for more conversation around all the wonderful things that they just talked about. In our next session, Dean Takahashi will chat with Brendan Green, director of PlayerUnknown Productions. Brendan changed gaming with the creation of the Battle Royale, and his PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has sold more than 75 million copies to date. His next plan at PlayerUnknown Productions is to build an ambitious planet-scale virtual world dubbed Artemis.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and very happy to be here with Brendan Green, who's the head of PlayerUnknown's Productions. Welcome, Brendan. Brendan is perhaps the most ambitious gaming entrepreneur I know. With his startup, he's planning to build Project Artemis, a planet-sized open world in a years-long project. It is something so ambitious that it will require a lot of user-generated content and machine learning. He previously created PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which pioneered the Battle Royale space and sold more than 75 million copies. So, Brendan, you're a believer in building massive digital spaces here, and your prologue is going to be just the dry run for that. And Project Artemis is the big planet-sized virtual world, which is like a digital twin of Earth. But you don't exactly like the word metaverse. Can you tell us why?
Yeah, because I'm not sure that's what I'm building, right? I mean, when I first set out to sort of concept what I wanted to do next, I just knew I wanted to build a big open world. And as we kind of developed the ideas internally, that big world got massive. And right now, I just want to finally focus on building this kind of digital place. I don't even know what the metaverse is meant to be yet. I mean, is it a place? Is it a set of standards? Is it, I'm not really sure. So I'm very hesitant. Like when I thought about this a few years ago, there was no mention of the metaverse really. And in the last 6 months, it's really kind of picked up steam. So I'm just hesitant to kind of, label myself with that, even though I'm talking at a conference on the metaverse. For me, it's more important to kind of build this digital place first. And if that is something metaversal, that's great. But for me, it's more important to focus inward first to kind of build this world and make sure it has all the systems and utilities that I want it to have.
Mm-hmm. And remind us more about what Prologue is going to be and what Project Artemis how it would be different.
Yeah, so, well, Artemis is the end goal here, right? It's my dream to build a truly massive open world. And when we first sat down to try to plan what it or how to do it, we had a kind of a goal of 100 by 100 kilometers, which was, a noble goal. But when we thought about how we'd achieve that, we realized that we couldn't just do 100 by 100, but we could do 1,000 by 1,000. That in order to get to 100 by 100, that tech could take us much bigger. So Prologue is us using Unity to, run a tech experiment, basically. We have a 64 by 64 kilometer world that's generated at runtime every time you press play. And it serves to kind of as a proof of concept that, look, we can do this. We need to build our own engine because in order to do a planet-sized world, we have to build it with scalability in mind, or scalability front. So Artemis, Prologue is like a stepping stone. It's a way to get to Artemis, where we're sort of building the world first. Prologue, we have a world, but in order to provide the full framework for this planet scale idea, we need to build an engine, and that's going to take time. So Prologue's like a test bed. We'll try some systems there. We'll see how gameplay and how a world works at that scale, and then when the engine Melba is ready, we'll move over to the first demo or the first beta or alpha of Artemis, which is the planet scale world.
And Prologue has a relatively simple game design. Basically, the idea is you drop into this space in this world, and then you try to get to one location to exit, I guess.
That's right.
That's all the game
design.
Do
these massive worlds. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. It's like, I just thought, well, what's the simplest thing we can do? And I thought, okay, big bad weather, gets colder, you freeze or you pass out if you don't get warm in time. And these are some simple systems. I first thought, well, how do we break down wood into like this simple gameplay system that you can make use of, light fires, board up windows, create warm spaces for you to survive until you get to the next space. And it was more that the map was going to be random every time, that like we could generate this new map every time. And I thought, well, it's just best to give a simple objective here, which is get across the world to the other side in some amount of time without dying. The focus for Prologue isn't so much the gameplay as showing off how big these worlds are, and letting our team internally kind of figure out how much work or how best to set up the pipelines to create all the content needed for such huge worlds. And also being able to experience gameplay at that scale, which is a difficult thing to do in some of the other engines. The prototype world 64 by 64 kilometers is tough. So we first needed to sort of make that the generation possible, and then you can sort of experience the scale, which is essential to figuring out exactly how to put gameplay on top of that.
Now, you're a relatively small startup, and in the world where Microsoft is buying Activision Blizzard for close to $75 billion, how can you pull this off yourselves?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. And this is, again, it's a question about the metaverse, right? This was the news about this acquisition was kind of, tinged with news about, well, they're sort of betting big on the metaverse. And to me, it's like, well, is the metaverse just a portal for games? Is it, for me, it's like a digital experience, right? It's a digital place where you can go and create your own space if you want to, or experience other people's spaces. It's not so much about playing specific games or just being a list of games, right? And for me, the metaverse for everyone should be open, right? And it looks like all the big players are kind of trying to get their catalog of all their games to put in their metaverses, right? And that's not the metaverse, is it? At least that's not what I have in my head. But yeah, I mean, for me, I think maybe, I am one of the people that can create something like this, because I'm not really doing it for profit, if that makes sense. It's more that I really believe in this kind of open space where people, no matter what device or what hardware you have, can access it. And it's a space for everyone. And yeah, I think it will have to come from an indie rather than from a big multinational, I think, because they sort of have different goals. Like, Battle Royale, DayZ, Dota, CSGO, they all came from modding, right? It came from someone's crazy idea, and they had this passion to bring it forward to much more people, and it worked out. And I think it speaks a lot to these, like, where these great ideas come from. It comes from generally some nutcase in a corner working for years trying to kind of prove an idea. And yeah, maybe I'm not a nutcase or not that nutcase, but that's why I still have hope that, even with all these acquisitions happening, I still think, out of nowhere, it will appear.
Now, one thing it seems like is you're definitely counting on the creativity of the players themselves. I think you mentioned that, they could be like, form their own guilds or set up a town and have basically create their own game within that town. If you walk into that town, you have to play their game. Yeah.
Well, this was kind of, I was trying to figure out, like, what games to play do you put in these massive open worlds? And I don't think I want to put gameplay. I think you just put systems and the players will create the games they want to. Right? I mean, like, PUBG has a space. You have GTA Life. I mean, Rockstar aren't helping them create all the stuff they do in forums to have like a police force and all this kind of stuff. So the creativity of players inspires me daily. So I'm not really worried. I think if you give them systems, they will make use of it. Right? I was thinking about, like, just different layers. Like, we're going to do this iteratively. It's what Prologue is. It's making the world. Right? If we can make the world, then we can start adding stuff on top of it. Artemis is like the second or third iteration. And we'll probably end up releasing some updates to Prologue, which, well, hopefully, that will have additional systems that will give the world a bit more depth. And we just feel that's the only way we'll achieve this, is just to iterate and iterate and iterate. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenging project, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And there's an interesting question about sort of the narrative side of this, or the I guess the game design part, where, like in PUBG, in Battle Royale, I'm not sure if it's a system or it's a narrative where your circles shrink smaller and smaller and smaller, and it gets more intense, and everybody's squeezed together, and only one can survive. That's both a narrative and an interesting system, right? And
well, I was on a panel at was it GDC, I think, or one of these, where it was about narrative, and I was on with Coma and Alto's Adventure, I think. And I was like, but I just put a circle on a map and it got smaller. And it's kind of, I'm a big believer in emergent gameplay. What I'm trying to create is a world where emergence comes first. The fun is what you make it, right? Or it's what you see in the world, rather than I'm telling you this is where the fun is. I will provide a voting system in our towns, for example, but you don't have to use it. It's just there because some person might want to be a mayor and set up all the other stuff. So it's more that I just want to give players opportunities to create, rather than kind of tell them this is the way I want them to play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting approach for sure. Now, you said it's possible through a number of things, like building a game engine, waiting for AI tech to evolve better, and then use it when it's ready. You'll rely on this game design, user generated content, and machine learning to build out everything. And can you drill into the tech a little bit more?
Yeah. So when I said earlier, when we discovered 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, we could do 1,000 by 1,000. And what I mean by that is that when we went into this, we figured out, the big sort of barrier to creating these massive worlds is kind of creating, is figuring out about all the areas and locations and biomes and all this kind of stuff. And that takes an inordinate amount of time if you're doing it manually. So what we did is we looked at machine learning, because procedural generation is interesting, but it gets a bit noisy and a bit samey, I think, at times. Whereas ML can learn how to do something and then give you a unique thing every time, or a unique a suggestion every time. And we found that the tech we're using, we're generating the world in real time around the player. Because if you're doing a planet-scaled world, the amount of data required for that, we'd have to send you a hard drive if you bought the game. And that's just not feasible. So we had to figure out a way to generate the world around you as you move through it. So we have a low-res version of the world. And then we use various agents to up-res it, to add population, to add locations, and add all the other gameplay that you'll need to find in the world. And that's been our breakthrough, in that we just have to provide the right data to this agent, and it will generate the world or the population trees or the locations you need. And we're using it at an engineering level. We're using it for speed rather than content creation, right? We're not using it for intelligence, so to speak, right? We want to take these things in stages, because first, as I said, we need the world. Then we've got to fill it with systems, which will take time. And then finally, we want to add, hundreds of thousands of players. It's my stated goal. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that this will also take time. So we're kind of not playing the waiting game, but just waiting until this kind of tech starts to develop a bit further. And it already is. You're seeing great work with player numbers hitting, 4,000 or 5,000, and New World are doing some great work, and the possibilities are there. But I just want to take time and make sure we do things in a way that is scalable, first of all, but also supports any number of players at the end of the day. And it just requires fundamentally rethinking how we're doing things, and that's what we're doing with our engine. Is we're using an entity component system, data-oriented design. We're going scalability first. So as hardware gets faster, our engine gets faster. As new software comes available or new ideas become available, we can integrate these things with great speed instead of being held up by sort of something. Instead of being held up. So that's kind of how we're working internally. It's all iterative. We don't assume anything internally. We take, even like talking about the metaverse. We did some research ourselves. We said, is even blockchain necessary for the metaverse? Can we create this digital space without something like blockchain? But no, it is kind of an essential part, because as I said before, it's like, to me, the metaverse is a set of standards, and a blockchain and smart contracts are kind of the easiest way to enforce these standards in a digital domain, rather than having kind of agencies checking up it. So yes, blockchain is of course necessary for the metaverse, but so we're taking things slowly, and we're not sort of doing things in a usual way, because that's how we achieve a planet scaled world at a fidelity that I want, which is a real world.
And you're being very transparent at the outset here. Is that the goal, to share this information along the way as you learn it, and then once you're done, can you share the tools with others who want to do the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons I do like blockchain, because it gives the community a voice. If you're invested in something, you have a voice by voting, and that to me is a really essential thing for building a world for everyone. I'm building this digital space that should be accessible by any device you have. It should also be open, and what we add to the world, I think players should have a voice. I think initially we have to set up the world and make sure it's balanced, but and the players can have a voice, but we have a particular vision on how we want the world to work. But then once it's kind of stable, then new systems and new ideas and new utilities, I think the players should have a voice in which, take priority. And blockchain is great for that, because it gives players this kind of vote. But I am very much about open development. I want to share what we're doing. I think, Rust over 100 by 100 kilometers is a cool, it takes it to a different level. I think sharing this tech with the wider public is the way that we all make bigger games. And we all can try MMOs at a truly huge scale. Well, they are already, but I want to be open. I want to share, because we get to make games for a living, right? And that's really cool. And God, they're hard to make, and they keep you up at night. But if we can help each other to create, this kind of digital place, because I don't think the metaverse is going to be made by one company. I don't think it's going to be one thing. It's going to be a collection of things, I think. And if our digital place that we're creating is a step towards that, great. If not, it's going to be a digital place that I can enjoy and go on escape to.
Mm-hmm. And I can see how blockchain, at least, gives you a sort of verification of what you own. your avatar, your stuff, and you may want to take that from one place to another, one world to another. I think your idea is to use machine learning for this to translate.
Well,
I guess, right?
No, I guess, because if we're talking about our world, digital place that and maybe it's like an onion that like the core is the systems that sort of utilities that form the basis for the world, like the protocols and this kind of stuff. And then the first layer of the onion is our world, which is we have provided realistic training data and the data to make a realistic world. But the next layer, maybe Ubisoft come in and give us different data. And using our systems and utilities, it generates another layer. Maybe we have a survival layer of the world that's like our world, but it just has slightly different systems activated in it. And that's how I see it. So swapping between different worlds should be seamless because the systems and utilities that run everything are data driven. And you're just, it should hold up and should be pretty seamless. Speaking about going outside, though, I'm not sure yet. Of course I want to, but this is, again, problems with, this is why I have a struggle with the metaverse is like, well, is the metaverse going to be on a particular chain? And which chain will it be on if it is? If it's going to be on all chains, then isn't that inherently risky? Because once you do cross-chain stuff, you've got some problems. I'm sure they can be solved. But again, this is where I'm kind of, even like a decentralized identity, right now it's all anonymous and I don't like that at all. Just because, fraud. But this is like, if we have a metaverse world, a place, then your digital identity should be pretty locked, right? So, that you have to, I don't want to say have to behave, but you have to don't be a dick. That if you're a dick within our world, then we maybe put you into a world with all the others. And, it raises so many questions that I have a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah. It's interesting that everybody else is doing a lot of thinking here too. And, NVIDIA has some very ambitious plans and they've created this Omniverse simulation tool, to create the assets and even worlds. And, they're standardizing the tools for that and the way to share 3D data. So that sounds like it'll be useful. They announced this big ambitious project to create a digital twin of the Earth on a meter level scale of accuracy so that they could model climate change, use their AI and all their supercomputers and put it to work trying to predict, what the climate's going to be like for decades to come. And, once they create this, I was thinking that they could just hand this over to you. And you could use this world simulator, I guess. And I wonder if it can work that way.
Well, strangely, when we first set out in this, my first thoughts were always to go to NASA for data. Because NASA's cameras have generally been pointing down at the last, however, the 90 years or so, that they've been looking down rather than out, or 90% of them. And so there's lots of data about how the real world works. And I always wanted to make a massive, realistic world. So why not use the best reference we have, which is, the Earth. And I would hope, and I believe that our tech is built in a way that we can take, new tech like this and integrate it in a relatively seamless way because we're doing everything in a modular fashion. It's all data driven. So I would hope this kind of tech, when it comes along, we can use it. There's so many interesting things being done, especially with ML and procedural generation of the world. It's exciting to me because it gives me hope that maybe my ideas aren't so crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, it also feels like, if technology advances to some point in a true science fiction future, like if you snapped your fingers, maybe you could change that digital twin and procedurally generate it again and have this whole planet get recreated, and have it come out extremely realistic, but still be something brand new every time you log in.
But that's what our tech does. right? I mean, with Prologue, you press play and it generates a new landscape, a new 64 by 64 kilometer landscape. Now, right now, the training data is quite limited, but depending on how we train it, it can have 6 or 7 different biomes all arranged differently. So it will be a new slice of a Northern European forest every time you play. So it will be this unique world. And I thought the same about, the planet scale stuff. Like, one problem I had, well, if it's going to be this kind of distributed world and I allow people to log in from whatever, and maybe when they log in, they form a square of this world. But, if it doesn't look like the Earth, then they might log in an ocean. And that's going to be no fun, right? So, how
I was thinking a little bit more.
Building.
I was thinking a little bit more about like Artemis, right? And then if you start with the digital twin, can you make something totally different than the Earth?
Oh yeah,
right. Yeah.
No, of course you can make something that looks like the Earth or not. It all just depends on what data you give the engine. I mean, it's not about the world. Any world should be possible. This is the core thing with our tech, is that it just understands what a world is. It understands what terrain is. It understands what foliage and placement of trees are. So the agent understands what these things. In the demo I tweeted out the other day, you can see it working. You can see the agents up-resing stuff. So there's very little tree cover because it's a very old proof of concept. But when it gets close to the ground level, and then you can see the agents up-resing stuff on the fly. So it has a very low-res map, and then it just up-reses it to a fully high-res 0.25 meter terrain. But it's all dependent on the training data. So you can put in a picture of my face, and it'll generate a 64 by 64 kilometer world based on my face, right? It understands what mountains are. We've sort of made a breakthrough in that regard, in that we understand what terrain is in machine learning, or from a latent space point of view.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Very, very interesting. I guess there's going to be some interesting guardrails. Or there should be some interesting
guardrails. Sorry, it just excites me because it allows us to do really big worlds. Like, really, it takes one of our art directors said once, he said, it's like, instead of being first violin, you're now the conductor. You know what every instrument does, but all you've got to do is this, and it makes music. And that's what we're trying to do with our world generation, is that the agents understand what a world is. You just have to point it in the right direction and go, look, this is the data you need to study. These are the biomes, and it'll put together a beautiful world for you if you know how to control the training data.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking of the guardrails as far as the interesting debates you guys might be having about things like how much control to give to users, right? And sometimes they behave badly, and they need guardrails, right?
Oh no! I mean, if it's a truly open world, then that's it, right? I mean, you have to, and this is a constant thing in the back of my head, is how do you moderate an open world, right? Like, if it is truly this digital domain, this digital space, how do you moderate it? And how do you ensure that these unsavory elements in society don't get a voice? Now, it's like, it doesn't happen in the real world. I can go to a supermarket and not worried about someone screaming at me and stuff like this. So again, I think this is tied closely to like this idea of a digital or decentralized identity, where anonymity encourages this, right? It emboldens these people because they're, no one knows who they are. But if in our world, your identity has a significance, then maybe it'll curtail what you'll do, because you won't be able to access the world anymore. I mean, or only access one particular world, right? I mean, it's a debate I have constantly with myself about how much control. And I do think, like, while it is an open world for everyone, I really have to make sure that it's balanced first. So I think for the first few years, it'll be inwardly focused to make sure everything is stable, because it's too, and there may be wipes and all this kind of stuff, just to make sure that we have a world that everyone can enjoy equally, right? It's a difficult thing to pull off, but we're going to give it a good shot.
Mm-hmm. So say once you create and finish this open world, for the first time, and then you set it loose, what do you think is going to happen? Like, what would you want to happen? What do you think the users,
everything.
do?
Oh, I really like. I mean, this is the beauty of emergent behavior. I guess I don't know. And that excites me because I'll put the systems in place, and how players will use that is going to be eye opening, right? And like I remember when we were first discussing about putting flashbangs into PUBG, someone in the Discord at the time said, "Oh my god, I can't wait to throw a flashbang while someone's driving and see them crash into something." It took 2 years, but I finally saw a clip of this happen, right? And as I said before, their imagination, their creativity. I just want to give them the tools to allow them to just go wild. So I don't know what will happen. I mean, but it really excites me. It's why I do this, because providing the general public with this space where they can just do their own thing and make their own, or not, or collaborate or build communities, it's exciting to me.
Mm-hmm. And is there anything that's still something that you need to discover, like, the toughest problem to solve, or,
Oh yeah, I mean, multiplayer is a huge problem. Like, it really is. But again, it's I guess how you look at it, right? And that's what we're trying to do, is like, we're going to take everything and not presume anything. We're going to do our own research and try to figure out, okay, what is the best way to tackle this within our framework? And our framework is making sure everything is scalable and everything will run well at 10 or 1,000. And multiplayer we're leaving to last because it is one of the biggest problems, right? It really presents us with some challenges that I think will take some time to accomplish, but I hold out hope, because there are pushes in that direction at the moment that are doing some interesting stuff. But yeah, there are so many challenges, but this is the way.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you very much, Brendan.
Oh, thank you, Dean. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Brendan and Dean. Please join them for Q&A in the offstage Q&A Zoom room. We're going to take a small break and give some love to our sponsors, and we'll see you right back here at 11:30.
distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Subspace, a globally deployed, software-defined network that provides a real-time internet dedicated to accelerating latency-sensitive traffic from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world. The public internet was built for bandwidth and resiliency, but didn't include any promises of reliable user experiences or low-latency performance. Now the internet struggles to support the demand for real-time experiences, where every millisecond between interaction counts. That's why Subspace was created. It is a globally deployed network with peering connections across major IXs, with over 100 POPs and growing. Each dedicated server utilizes high-speed optical transceivers to offer high-bandwidth dedicated links across the internet. Custom GPS-locked hardware clocks in every Subspace server.
Welcome back, everybody. Next, please welcome Nicole Lazaro, president and founder of Zio Design. Nicole will share how design UX that immerses the player in ways that only the metaverse can. Come learn 5 UX approaches to transform your game's pancake wimps to metaverse woes. And even if your flat screen game focuses on traditional mechanics, come grab the red pill and make whatever you're working on feel more like the metaverse.
Hello. For those of you who I haven't met, my name is Nicole Lazaro. I'm the president and founder of Zio Design. For the past 29 years, I've worked in the game industry. Among other things, I'm known for creating the first true iPhone game and being the first person to measure emotion on people's faces while they play. It's called The 4 Keys to Fun, and it's used by millions of developers around the world, including some of these folks who are often our clients. So I'd like to welcome you to the metaverse and how to tame its UX. And the first rule of metaverse UX is that there are no wimps in the metaverse. That's what we'll be talking about today. First, I want to look at UX design, the difference between UX, which is what we're going to talk about today, and UI. It's kind of in game design terms, to do UI without UX is kind of like designing a game with tactics without strategy. Design evolves from all technology evolves. From everything goes through a horse and buggy stage before we get to the Tesla. We go through this awkward teenage horseless carriage mode, and that's the mode that we're in right now. We keep some of the things from the prior generation, but a lot of it we throw out. So let's get focused on what the core value proposition of the metaverse. What is it? Well, in my book, it's simply the metaverse merges the digital and physical worlds. Full stop. And to put a more detail in it, the metaverse merges the virtual and real worlds with Web3 technology at planetary scale. This makes the metaverse spatial media, which is different than any other version of the internet before. So we had from Web 1.0, which is information access. Web 2 was interactive with social media and e-commerce. And Web 3 is all about making it interoperable and immersive. We're thinking like we're inside of these nodes, not just connecting them. And speaking of connection, the most important saying in the metaverse is that it's made of people. That's the most important component of the metaverse. So the challenges of getting there to the metaverse are really these four things. How do we fill this world with content and experiences? How do we, create and store exchange value? How do we immerse players in the interactive 3D worlds? And how do we map that content to the real world? Well, there are four key technologies, and design always leverages technology. So UX design is going to have to leverage these four new things for Web3. User-generated content, content experiences, tools, and templates. So all three. So I use a longer acronym, UGCETT, and crypto and all of its flavors, 3D display technology, and AI and world and body understanding. If we pull all these together, what that means is we can no longer rely on WIMPs, right? There is for 48 years, they've done us well in the UX design world. There are no WIMPs, though, now going forward. And by WIMPs, I mean, of course, windows, icons, mouse, pointer, and solo play. We need to change all of this for Web3 because we want to be Neo in the Matrix, that feeling of like, whoa. Well, how do we get there? How do we go from WIMPs to woes? Well, what we need to change is change our point of view and focus instead of windows, we want to focus on worlds, hands, object interaction, avatars, and social collaboration. Those are the 5 things we're going to talk about today. And that is these are the cornerstones of Web3 UX design. So you can play a game with me here with the presentation, and then also at home at your studio is where do WIMPs work and where would woes be better? Because we have to leave the flat screen UIs behind if we want to really fully immerse our players in the metaverse. So let's get going with worlds. What I mean by worlds is we need to create in the metaverse these user experiences that where we fill our worlds instead of windows, we fill our worlds with user-generated content, experiences, tools, and templates, and create an ecosystem to tie it together. One of the best advanced examples is the sandbox. They have voxel editing to create assets. They have a game maker to make those assets interactive. And then they have this marketplace to pull everything together. So the creators get value for what they create. And then, of course, they have land for another layer of gameplay. Importantly, we want to make games, not galleries. So the sandbox land game is AKA like real estate tycoon with crypto, is a great example of the metaverse UX. And we also want to connect the digital and the physical worlds, the virtual and the real with digital NFTs. Like here, this example from Meta Factory. There's an NFT gallery where you're showing the NFT, but you can actually get the real shirt as well as own the digital version. We want to maximize for UGCETT. We want to maximize the number of creators with this low code templates like we have here with Lens Studio and a marketplace again that rewards players. Once we're in the world, we want to be sure that moving in that world makes sense to the gameplay, like this lovely game called Chain on the Snap's next generation spectacles, which I have. And we want to create that gameplay that responds deeply to the real world with AI. So Lightship is launched from Niantic. We want to use this segmentation, this semantic segmentation to actually change gameplay because we don't want to have, an AR mode Portal or just a metaverse mode in a game. We want to be sure that we're like Portal the game by Kim Swift, right? We want to be sure that interaction in the world is part of the game mechanic. A light version of this is something I made with Paper Doll Opera here. It's a pocket opera you play in your pocket. And here what we do is we'll actually in the real world produce this stage where you can make creative decisions and put on your own opera with paper doll cutouts and stuff like that. And speaking of sound, it's important to immerse our players in sound with audio pixels. And I coined the term Oxel a few years ago, working on Unscramble the Oracle, one of our hackathon games for Bose AR, and it's audio. An Oxel is audio source with positional information, and that really immerses players. If you look at the example puzzling places in VR, the soundscapes really help. And just imagine to make it even more metaverse is like how can you build your world make that world building part of the game. Then you want to fill it with people. We want to fill with live people in interaction and storytelling. So I would think, Diamond Age more than Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. More the primer, like we want to have this live storytelling going on. And then in the real world, we really want to take it over as well. So with AI and world understanding, projection mapping, exploration, puzzles, all of these things coming together to create really deep, immersive metaverse experiences. So we want to go both ways. A fun little video I saw at CES was that there's a VR game to train using AI and AR to train a delivery robot. So again, we're seeing this bridging of the different worlds. And if you are in the world, you need to be sure that you're getting a number more of cameras. So for example, in Allspace, I don't know why they haven't fixed this yet, but you press the emoji button and you can't see the emojis. So you have to look up. The point of view changes quite radically when we're immersed in the world. So for hands and objects is the next point. So that was worlds. We want to be sure that there are hand object needs direct interaction with crypto and hand and eye body understanding. So here I'm wearing the Snap spectacles and I'm actually manipulating an object from the game from Follow the White Rabbit. And let's say I'm trying to change that interaction from, green to blue. I just go in there and I go into flat screen land. I make a change, hit push to lens, and now my lens is updated. So I'm seeing it in real time. And this is what it looks like from my point of view as I'm interacting. You, of course, can't see it from the other view. This new sightlines, this new workflow with hands and objects replacing mouse and icons is phenomenal to experience, and then a huge design challenge. From the hardware perspective, we really want to look at providing wide FOVs, not just for the periphery vision, but the intersection of left and right eye is the only place you're going to get 3D depth information that makes the magic happen and that's the only part where you really see the 3D world. Very challenging. I could give a whole talk on UI for hand interaction. Here are some of the points, but essentially pinch and drag is replacing point and click, right? Or click and drag. And that if we're using gestures, you've got to be speedy and you want to make sure that you're using haptics and it feels fun. So with hand occlusion for light field displays, if you're using physical things like looking glass, there is another whole layer because you've got some objects being projected beyond the glass. Take a look at how they solved it here by having virtual hands inside the world when the hand is going, into and beyond the display. It's quite lovely, and we're going to be seeing better and more versions of this going forward. But to think about it, wrapping up, is that we want to turn a crank to bring a machine to life. We don't want to push a button to do that. And AI is, again, changing things. Like this is photogrammetry and digital twins. This is a scan of a 1903 stereoscope. And it's the scan, not the real one. Really interesting gameplay opportunities when the virtual and the real world are indistinguishable. From a usability side, we're going to have to, we can't stub our toe on a virtual couch, but we certainly can't sit on it. So we need to have some ways of indicating what's real and virtual. Most importantly, though, is we want the hand UX to feel lovely, right? We want to feel like magic. We want to feel like it's gooey, it's yummy, right? This is Denny's hand physics lab in SideQuest. Just amazing feeling. Visually, and then we want to turn that into haptics. I've been working a lot with Horizons and their technology for a couple of years now. Try Last of Us 2 on PS4 and PS5 and notice the difference that haptics makes. Different controllers, different feel. We want to map it to hands as controllers, using hands as controllers. The UI and the game state are all there. Half-Life Alyx does a wonderful job. And if we think about what's going forward as we were immersing players, PlayStation is actually putting the hands for precision and repetition. You want physical buttons, and they're actually putting your hands inside the controllers here with this new design. And coming out into the real world, we want to look at how can we map the real world onto our game world, our gameplay onto our real world hands, whether it is this, sort of nail polish try-on, it could be a game, or, this game, we actually play it on, you're playing a complicated classical music piece and you're actually driving a game. With finger spells and pieces of lamp, this is from our Aladdin, which is part of the Follow the White Rabbit series. We're using this on Magic Leap, where the hand position and pose is important and is used as part of the gameplay to unlock spells. But you've got that fast response time is really critical, because otherwise it feels like you're typing in semaphore. Not very fun. We can map the game objects to the UI with hand tracking and gaze interaction as well in this game. So we've got the hands, but now what about the body? So let's look at the avatar UX in the metaverse. One of the best examples is Phantom Covert Ops, where the avatar body and the kayak is inventory and game UI. There's no button. I mean, they're objects. They're not buttons and screens. Really feels very metaverse-like. And if we map that to the body a bit, we want that the avatar is the person. So we have Feet Saber, from Feet Saber to Dance Helper on next gen spectacles. And then the person is going to become more their face. These are lenses from that I made for Snap Lens, and their face and stuff is going to be can be more part of the experience. And in a sense, we want to track the body and hands, so you want to be inside the experience. And then we've got the ability now with Meta Human, and hey, there's Meta Fish on the other side, is that the art and animation and 3D display can be quite realistic. We want to then to make it interoperable. For an interoperable metaverse, we want to be able to move that between worlds. So using AI style transfer for interoperability is super important very early to figure out what that really means. But there is a growing genre of mapping, real bodies, to these avatars. These are some performers that are that I follow and are pretty amazing in using this new tech. And if we think about the hardware that's coming, is that there's it's wrapping around, and so these even could be virtual. There'd be games that you could play on your wrist, and bringing it inside the mind. We want these emotion interfaces, sort of the UX of the self, to happen, where we see games being played like with Helium and with Trip for relaxation. And then what happens when you put these contact lenses on our eyes? Very different UX there. So lastly, we want to look at social. And for social, it's social collaboration. It's social collaboration, not social media, not a 2D feed. It's social collaboration. It's like game night with friends. Everyone knows real world with friends is so much more fun than nothing beats it. Just nothing beats it than being in real life. Here, this is Tilt 5 by Jerry Ellsworth. So we want to look at, like with Roblox, we want to look at social collaboration with UGC-ETT and crypto and blockchain to create a creator economy, both in this platform and then across platforms, across worlds. And we get a lot of people are doing the play to earn. So this is with we're play to earn mechanics, but it has to be embedded in a social system. So you have to have a system that then verifies that social trust, valuates the cryptocurrency until you can pull it out into some hard fiat currency as well. Taking that to the next step, think about going from Minecraft to the sandbox, and you play and make play to earn games with friends. That's going to be amazing. And again, Sandbox is a real leader there. If you think about the amazing stuff with Fortnite and the concerts happening there, and you can get a skin, for Travis Scott. What happens when these become DIY? So do it yourself. Where those concerts are going to be even more better. They'll be even greater, and they'll have a lot more opportunities for social interaction. When you can host your own concert, and then you can sell your skins as NFTs that you could earn. Those kinds of things can really unlock a lot for players. And then sort of lastly here is the social appearance of hardware is always evolving, but it is a big part of what the metaverse is, what any new tech wave is. So we want the form factor to be socially acceptable and people to get excited about it. Because we need that cool factor for that social collaboration. And again, it's not solo play. It's not siloed play either. It is collaborative, constructive, and working between people. Again, like people being able to play and make their own play to earn games or new experiences. So what can you do? So to wrap things up here is that you want to take a WIMP's inventory, right? Take an inventory of your WIMPs. Where would a woes be better? What could you do to analyze the attributes of what your particular experience is working on right now? And then how is it positioned to merge the virtual and real world using these different UX techniques, focusing on these different UX systems, using these different types of Web3 technologies. And so in summary, we were looking at woes here. And what we want to do is to, fill our worlds with UGC content and an ecosystem where people can earn value from their contribution. We want to bridge VR and AR and the virtual and the real. We want to make it fun, not just a metaverse mode on something. We also want to directly manipulate objects, not button pushes, it should be, you're interacting with things and it should feel yummy in the hands, really, really gooey and good. We want to map objects. We want to interact with those objects. And then with avatars, we want to map it to the body, interoperable and making embed codes and other things. So you're doing that. You want the avatar to be part of the gameplay and interoperable so it moves between worlds. And then social collaboration, it should be participatory, not just 2D social media feeds, multimodal, and it's really about removing the separation between people because the metaverse is full of people. That's what it's made of. So here's my contact information if you'd like a copy of the slides or you have questions about more about what we do. And I can't wait to see what all of you create. And let's go build a people-centered metaverse together. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nicole, for that great session. Please hop over to our offstage Q&A room if you have any questions for Nicole. Our next panel will focus on putting gamers in the driver's seat when it comes to rewards in the metaverse. Please welcome Gabrielle Heyman of Zynga, Seven Volpone of SubNation, Jillian Rothman of Warner Music Group, and moderator Nicholas Longano of Scooty.
Thank you and welcome to today's panel in which we open the vital discussion about rewards and brains in the metaverse. I'm Nicholas Longano, the CEO and founder of Scooty. I've been in the games industry now for over 20 years, working with Vivendi, Blizzard, Valve, Universal Interactive, Microsoft, and even created the first virtual concert platform, Marquee. I was part of a team that pioneered in-game advertising and recently launched Scooty, a pioneering G-commerce and rewards platform for all games. Scooty is like the Oasis credit from the movie Ready Player One, providing universal player profiles and an interoperable reward system and exchange. Players seek out their rewards, find promotions, and shop brands every day through Scooty without ever leaving their game. On this panel, we'll be talking a lot about the metaverse, but everything we're going to discuss has implications for games today, and we felt that was important. Joining me, I have three very special guests who bring with them a wealth of practical experience from both a brand and games perspective. Let's commence with some introductions. And Gabrielle, why don't we start with you?
Sure. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here today. My name is Gabrielle Heyman. I run global brand partnerships for Zynga. I've been here 9 years already. Also have worked in the gaming space for quite some time. I was previously at EA and then also just general digital publishers like Yahoo and BuzzFeed. And I'm passionate about games and opportunities for brands. So I'm happy to be here to discuss.
Thank you. Jillian?
Hey, it's great to be here. My name is Jillian Rothman. I work at Warner Music Group on our new business and ventures team, which is under our global business development and digital strategy team. I run our gaming, interactive, and Web3 partnerships, which is everything from licensing music into games to creating virtual experiences to those very buzzy words like NFTs and metaverses. And so I'm all about how we get our brands into games. So thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jillian. Seven, last but not least.
Great to be here. My name is Seven Volpone. I'm the CEO of SubNation Media. We're a gamer-first focused company building culture and infrastructure for the gaming space. Originally came out of Atlantic Records and moved into gaming very early, was a part of ESL's launch into North America. And part of my charge was understanding how non-endemic brands could move into the space and also helping to define what the culture of gaming would be. Left ESL to start SubNation, and we are a thought leader in the space. We just announced the very first tax credits in North Carolina for gaming and esports, which we authored, as well as working with NASCAR on their entire Web3 uplift. And we work with major brands across the board from Volkswagen to Red Hat, bringing them into the space. We also have physical to digital applications like Arcade, which we've just launched with Fred Siegel, where we're really focused on building that bridge between brand and consumer and physical and digital, and what's curated in that gap between building that metaverse and the interaction for the gamer and consumer.
Thank you so much, Seven. So let's dig right into this now, and let's have a little bit of fun with the metaverse and brands and rewards. As we all know, rewards programs are used to drive loyalty, retention, and conversion in literally every industry. Sports, supermarkets, airlines, even the coffee I drink. Who doesn't love rewards? And these rewards are all fueled by commerce. You buy something from a brand, you get something free in return. However, gaming is literally the only industry that has not integrated the strategy of commerce-fueled rewards, let alone universal rewards, like, say, Amex. So coming to our first question, I feel that interoperable rewards are a necessity in the metaverse. These universal rewards can be earned within any experience, across any game, and redeemed in any one of them. They follow the player, not the game. However, it's a huge benefit for every game maker that's part of the shared reward system. So with that in mind, a question for the panel, and we'll start with you, Seven. Do you think game makers should be building universal rewards into their games right now? And what can this look like given the diverse genres of games and experiences that we'll have across the metaverse?
Absolutely. Great question. Absolutely, they should be doing that. There have been some hurdles in the past. Right now, what's happening. First off, many people think they're building their own metaverse. Our thought on that is that there's only one metaverse, like there's only one universe, and people are building their own galaxy or ecosystem within it. And just like you have multiple different countries and you would have an exchange for currency, if you went to Asia or North America, right? There has been no digital exchange that takes place right now. And the willingness of those game publishers to work together, where you invested an entire amount of your life, maybe in Fortnite or in Call of Duty or some other game, and then maybe you've moved on, but you've invested time and money, you have skins and things that are valuable to you, they can't transfer into the next game that you play, right? So really working to build that gap technologically where that exchange can take place is interesting. From a brand perspective, it's extremely valuable. I remember when we were at ESL and we would go back and try and explain to brands the amount of eyeballs that we had. First off, they didn't believe us. They didn't even have budgets at that time for gaming, right? But to have a universal reward system, I think those brands really need to seek out the right partnerships with multiple different game developers and create a reward that can follow that player wherever they're going to go. And then, in the gaming community, the gaming ethos is really about how do I earn that, right? With the rare, the epic, the legendary, that quest of how did I earn it? My skill is what got me this special privilege, right? So I think the curation of what those rewards are and the gameplay around them are equally as important to what those are. And that's where we at SubNation really specialize is curation of that journey. And I believe what you are doing at Scooty is really important because right now there hasn't been a third party looking to how they aggregate that together and help a brand navigate that journey with the game publisher and with the fan. So, this system, I think, needs to be more seamless if they're going to be able to shift into the universe, into the metaverse. Because that'll allow individuals to move from one game to the next. And I think it takes an openness from the game publisher and from the brand to seek out those initiatives. And I believe the gamers will follow if you create the right incentive that's on their terms, not just on the brand terms. It's less about the brand and more about the gamer.
Yeah. Gabrielle, what's your perspective on this?
I think I'm coming in with a practical perspective because every single game has a different economy. And so we might say, oh, it does not sound seamless and a great user experience for there to be rewards that you can transfer by game. But the truth is that most game companies, they have many different studios, many which were through acquisition. They have different types of gameplay, different economies. And like my boss is a PM by nature, Chief Product Officer at Zynga, and I've learned a lot from him and learned that every game has its own tuning. So right there, saying what transfers from this game to the other game, that's going to be complex. I also wonder about personal identities. Like my persona in one game might not be the same as my persona in another game. And as a person, do I want them to overlap? I'm someone, different in Words with Friends than I would be in Roblox. So I think it's like one of those things that I'm really excited to be part of this panel. It reminds me of like the year of mobile, the year of VR, the year of the metaverse. Like it's the thing that we're all obsessed with, but there's a lot of loose ends that need to be figured out for it to be the reality that like Seven just envisioned.
I have a question along.
John.
I have a question along what you said, because I really agree with what you just said, Gabrielle, and I believe that knowing if your persona is going to follow from one game to the next. Well, what if your rewards could just follow you from one game to the next? At least you get that brand equity that you put in, right? And I think that's an interesting thing around the time that you're actually just spending gaming, that you're getting this potential upside for the amount of time that you're playing in there.
I just know that as a player. Oh, sorry, Nicholas.
Yeah.
Just as a player, for example, like I'm very interested in my Words with Friends game, and I have a lot of tokens in it, and I use it to power up my board. But I also really love Redecor, which has a completely different economy. And how do I what is the value going from one to next? In both games, I spend money in. So it's interesting challenge.
Yeah, I think part of the solution as far as the rewards are concerned is the exchange. And, we'll talk a little bit more about the exchange and being able to exchange from one title to another, because I do agree with Seven with respect to taking my rewards from one to the other. As for the persona, that'll be interesting to see how that's resolved for as we start to see some of these solutions. I'm a numbers guy. So player research shows that 56% of gamers are more likely to buy a brand that they discover through their game. And 4 out of 5 consumers are more likely to engage with brands that offer rewards. So you see where I'm going with this. So what is currently preventing more brands from using games for, say, G-commerce and also allowing players to earn rewards from those purchases? What's the holdup here? Why don't we start off with Gabrielle there?
Oh, so that's a big question. I think that in order for brands to give consumers rewards for their gameplay, it has to work for many constituents, including the game publisher. So I think that there's we've seen a lot of publishers be part of incentive programs. I know that I definitely notice when brands that I buy are giving perks, whether it's a sale or points or whatnot. And similarly in games, I think that people definitely are highly tuned into the rewards in games. And oftentimes it's the brand that's providing that reward in the game. So, something as basic as watching a rewarded video for tokens in the game, or something more complex like being able to unlock a skin that's related to the brand for your avatar in a game. I think what's more difficult, and obviously Scooty is getting closer and closer to making this a reality, is translating those into real life rewards. And for a game publisher to utilize and to mess with its game economy, potentially to give you something in order for you to get something from a brand, it has to make sense for the publisher, not only the consumer and the brand. So I think that there's a very, very well-tuned reward system in games, and for brands to be part of games, maybe not as embedded or as common for the reward to translate into a real world purchase right now.
Thank you. Jillian, loved your perspective on this as well.
Yeah, so when I think about brands, just from where I sit at Warner, there's a couple things. So obviously, Warner Music Group is a brand. Every one of our labels are brands, but also all of the artists and songwriters that we represent are, businesses in their own right, or at least have brand equity and have followers and have communities. So we have to protect their brands as well. So the challenge for us in getting into these economies and offering rewards is not that there isn't a desire to tap into the hugely, hugely loyal and excited. It's that the issue is that there's no community more authentic and quicker to point out inauthenticity than the gaming community, right? So if we're going to drop some sort of brand or drop some sort of reward into a game, it's got to make sense and it's got to fit. So yes, people love free stuff, but I don't want my artist to be seen as XYZ just dropped a bunch of coupons in Fortnite, cool. I want it to be an artist who they know plays Fortnite, who they create a skin around, who maybe they had a performance in. So, I want it to be authentic. And then I wanted to also add value to the player's experience and to the game. So as much as, we want to be promoting things outside of the game and in the community, I want it to feed back into that community and into the game, as well as into the brand equity, or in this case, the artist's fan base. And then the second challenge I think we have is that a lot of times, what happens after we offer these rewards? Who actually controls that communication? So if I go through a game to give all of the fans of, Cardi B a discount to her next merch drop, does the game that I just worked with get to keep all of that information, or should that really be Cardi's information? Does she really get to access and tap into all of those fans? So that's another issue that brands have in offering rewards into games, is that we want to find these synergies, we want to cross promote, but at the end of the day, I want to be cultivating our community alongside the games community. And so how do we make sure we can do that together?
Yeah, I think the data question is a very valid one indeed, as is the point with respect to ensuring that any type of integration or any type of brand activity associated with the brand has to be contextual to that game and the gameplay experience, or else it's going to fall flat on its face. There is no doubt about that. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it. I want to move to the next question now. Obviously, we can go into these questions for a very long time with our answers and thoughts. Obviously, we have to skim pretty high today. But all players shop, right? That's a fact. They shop through e-commerce, and they do so to the tune of a staggering $4.9 trillion a year. But yet, less than 5% of players make in-app purchases in most games today. So how do you think, and we're going to go back to you, Jillian, on this one. How do you think brands can fuel rewards to subsidize the buying power of players so that those players can now use those rewards to drive in-app purchases?
I think it's got to go back to what is the value of the reward, and how does it enhance gameplay, right? So it's maybe in a world which we're probably heading towards, of metaverses where there are sort of let's just hang spots or virtual shopping areas or virtual malls, then sure, there can just be sections to buy wearables, to buy, whatever it is. But I think otherwise it has to go to either enhancing the gameplay in some way or contributing to your digital identity. So if the reward is something where I now have the ability to express myself in a new way and to make sure that's apparent to everyone else in my server, in the game, in my metaverse, whatever it is, then I'm more likely to buy it, right? And we've seen that with cosmetic purchases, with all these things that actually don't give you extra powers or extra levels or anything. So I think it's got to be one or the other, right? It either has to enhance the gameplay in some way, or it has to enhance your digital identity and be kind of a form of self-expression.
Yeah, I love where you went with that, because I agree. It's either a reward is either going to give me status within the game, just like it does in real life, or it's going to give me some sort of functionality, right? Powers, enhancements, etc. Seven, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think Jillian answered it, really well. The thing I would add is that, when you're a gamer, we want things that are limited, that are hard to get, right? So what that reward is, and look, it comes down to the same mentality of people who stand online all night to get something from Supreme, right? If we're offering something that was once free in a game and now we're offering it as a reward, as a gamer, I'd rather spend time online just earning it, because that's what we do as a gamer, right? So those things have to be unique. Those things have to be. Sorry, I just had a child walk into the room with me. I apologize. Those things have to be unique. Those things have to be curated. Sorry, thank you. Excuse me for 1 second. Hey, Tyson, honey, you can't come in here.
I'm taking a water break.
Yeah, okay. I was noticing that I'm clicking, so I had to skip the question 3 that I had, so that we jumped ahead, and then the next one.
No worries. I apologize about that, guys. Sorry about that. So,
oh, okay. Thank you.
Should I just go from this? I go from like the top of that question.
To be clear,
Or is- I
Seven
think he
started
was
with,
asking-
I completely agree with Jillian.
Yes.
Why don't we just start with Seven?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jillian just said. I think she framed that up nicely. I think the thing that I would add is that as gamers, we want to earn and achieve things. So if we're giving something inside the game that was free and now we're offering it as a reward, that doesn't work, because a gamer would rather stay online and actually play to earn that reward. The other thing that drives these is that limited edition mentality, right? The same people that stand online all night long to get something from Supreme, this is the same culture as gamers, right? And I think brands are learning that more and more, right? It's that exclusivity. So it's the first to come, right? First serve. The reward shouldn't be, hey, everybody in the world gets one, but it's who performs, who shows up first, right? That I think drives the gamer mentality. I earned it. I have it. No one else can get it. You can't go back in time. It's not offered anymore. I can trade it, right? These things impact the value of those rewards.
Agree. So in 2021, hyper-casual games dominated global charts, right? So this one is for Gabrielle. How can brands leverage their popularity in casual mobile games, right? And how can these experiences then translate to the metaverse?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. Hyper casual is my favorite game genre of the day, of the moment. It changes all the time. A couple of years ago, we acquired a studio called Rollick. They are a hyper casual studio. I think it was one of the best acquisitions we've made. Hugely successful, hyper casual has dominated the charts. And the difference between hyper casual and casual is, because there is a difference. A casual game, a casual mobile game, a game like Candy Crush or Words of Friends, that's a typical casual game. A hyper casual game is almost like TikTok in a game. It's like you jump in, you can figure out what to do right away. There are a huge amount of ads in the game. But the ads propel gameplay and offer rewards. So what I think is interesting that we've seen with that is that this particular genre, because people are downloading so many games and playing them so often, they are what I would call a hyper engager. The engagement rates are through the roof. So we've done integrations in casual games, we've done integrations in hyper casual. And what we've noticed is that the participation is really, really high. And not only the participation, I think we're talking a lot here about like rewards and having brands offer rewards that even relate to the brand, not just to the game. But, sometimes there's a really big halo for the brand by just propelling the actual game itself and the rewards in the game. And people go, and if a brand is allowing a player in a hyper casual game the ability to do whatever that game objective is, like, for example, we have a game called High Heels, and the objective is to get to the end of the runway and to look really great and to wear really great clothes. And we had an insurance company that helped, players do that. And our back end conversion metrics showed that game integration drove significant quote requests for this insurance company, not only like right away, but also with a look back. So people were exposed to this and look back and engage. So I think when we look at this, there's, I think Jillian said it before, like you have to be true to the game, true to the nuance of the game. And like, we're talking about loyalty and rewards and all of these things. But the truth is that really, in a way, loyalty programs are just gamification of something that's not a game. Like games figured it out first, right? Like, and so there's ways to weave in and out of it. It doesn't always have to be like so literal. Like I play this and I'm going to get this in real life. Like I might want to get that in real life because that brand got who I was as a gamer and they're allowing me to like be the star in the game that I'm in.
Yeah.
I think I answered the question.
You did. And, I like to refer that as borrowed equity as far as the brands are concerned, because they really do get the benefit through the association with games. Just like there's a reason why brands are in sporting events. They want to be part of that lifestyle. There's a reason why brands want to be part of the game experience, because they want to be part of the player lifestyle as well. Jillian, did you want to add to that?
Well, I think one thing I will add is when you're thinking about different IP, not just brand in general. So we obviously deal with a lot of copyrights, right? And name and likeness rights for our artists. So I think the interesting thing from my perspective is when it comes to music, music can be it's not necessarily audiovisual, right? So one of my favorite quotes from a long time ago was, I think the Netflix CEO said that his biggest competition wasn't HBO, it wasn't Hulu, it was Fortnite, right? Because we only have so much time in a day and we can only stare at so many things. So the awesome thing about music is that it can be integrated into casual games, into hyper casual games, into MMOs, into metaverses, into whatever, because it's an auditory experience, right? So we can find ways to integrate it everywhere. So when I'm thinking about ways that brands and like the IP that I represent, that we can do this so that we're integrated kind of everywhere. Again, we want to be authentic to the experience, and we don't want to, push anything down people's throat. But that's when I'm kind of thinking about, okay, how do we move into this world? How do we move into that world? It's just, how do we integrate this IP in a way where we're not competing for people's attentions here and here and here, but we can actually be everywhere. So I'm sure, obviously I'm thinking about it in terms of music IP, but brands are thinking about it in terms of their brands all the time as well.
Fantastic. I'm watching the clock here. I'm going to throw out another stat here. Studies state that 51% of gamers love to buy any physical goods, right, from within their games. Hence why, obviously, we created Scooty. We wanted to do that so that we can basically allow players to earn the rewards to purchase both real-world products and also exchange them for in-game credits. So that's what we did there. I refer to that as a direct value exchange per se. What is, and this is for all the panelists, and maybe we'll start with you, Seven. What is the next generation of brand integration going to look like in games, as far as your perspective is, particularly as far as the metaverse is concerned? Where are we going to see brands in that space?
Yeah, look, I think we're going to see a lot happening here. I think that brands already, the brands that we're working with are thinking about what is their destination in the metaverse right now, having their own interpretation of their brand, maybe in Decentraland or in other areas. We spent a lot of time focusing at SubNation, curating and building digital twins, right? So if I can have this on my really cool piece of artwork or something on my avatar, how do I have it in real life, right? How do I have the digital and the physical manifestation of that? I think we're going to see more and more of that happening. And then I think, great brands like Zynga, they've already established a great feedback loop with their audience, right? So they understand that in-app purchase. They're already trained to understand that. And just like EA with FIFA, billion-dollar earner is the ultimate team. It already has millions of players conditioned to spend money in order to open up packs of cards, right? So if there are real-world purchases that could provide them with in-game currency, I think players would be likely to buy from that brand and integrate. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that digital twin. I think we're going to see a lot more of that curation in between those two things. And I think brands are going to start showing up as their own gamifications inside where they are with their brand. I think that's part of the strategy they have to figure out, is where do we fit in Web3?
That's great. Gabrielle, you want to carry on from that?
Yeah, there's so many things to talk about. I think one thing that I thought about is, who's your audience and what are you doing? And are you doing it because it's like the cool thing that everyone should be doing right now, which has its value? And I just think about Gucci and Roblox. Only 6% or 5% of Roblox players are above the age of 26. Like, I have my Gucci hat that I unlocked in Roblox. I don't really play Roblox that much. My kids do, but who's buying the Gucci? It's not my kids. Maybe they want the consumer of tomorrow, but I would say, like, don't be so dazzled by this opportunity. It's really like the people that are playing, Zynga games that, mid 30s or chief household officer person that's purchasing the games. Are they in the metaverse yet? Will they be in the future? Probably, but are they today? Maybe, maybe not. Are you choosing the right environment for your consumer? So, but with that said, I definitely love this idea. And I think it's super cool what Seven's doing of having like a digital, real life twinning opportunity. So I wish Gucci would send me that hat that I unlocked in Roblox.
But Gabrielle, you really hit on a really important point, and it goes back to what Jillian was saying earlier, and that is the brand should also be contextual, right, to the game, and know their audience and know who's playing that game, right, so that it makes sense to all parties. And I want to end this particular question, Jillian, if you'd like to have the last word.
So I think the big change and the big trend that we're going to see in the metaverse and in gaming moving forward is this move towards sub communities, micro communities, and super fans. I think, and so what I think brands are going to start to have to do, and I'm sure Seven, you are advising all of your clients to do this, is to find out where those super fans and where your micro communities are, or where to build them, right? And that goes back to Gabrielle's point about, who is the appropriate brand and audience for Roblox. So I think that's going to be the big challenge for brands, is cultivating and building those communities, and then finding out where they are and really tapping into them and offering them the rewards, and figuring out how to elevate those micro communities.
That's great. And so as we take this to the metaverse, I think for the first time in history, a human's physical and digital worlds now are going to be traversable and complementary. Some of the physical world habits are going to translate to digitals, such as rewards, and new digital-only habits are going to be born as well. I think we're going to see brain-fueled rewards make their way to every metaverse experience. I think that's inevitable. And I think the metaverse will also adopt interoperable wallets and rewards the players can take with them from one experience to another. And it's the game makers that integrate this type of thinking and this type of wallet in their games now that are going to facilitate a much easier transition to the metaverse when we eventually get there. And I agree with what Seven was saying earlier, and that is there is only one metaverse, not many of them. So I want to thank you all for your participation today. Tremendous insights. Thank you.
Thanks to our panelists for that great session. They'll be available to take questions in our offstage Q&A Zoom room. We have a roundtable taking place now in our offstage Zoom room as well. We're going to do a little bit of choose your own adventure with this next section of content. So we have 2 pieces of content rolling at the same time. So if you want to go to the roundtable, that conversation will be all about making the metaverse more accessible. And that'll be moderated by Michelle Landis, co-founder of CRO Accessible 360. Bell Bay, co-founder and CEO of Buzz AR, Paula Jones, founder and CEO of Blind Chihuahua, and Emily Jolie, CEO of Zoe Immersive. Alongside that panel going on, we're going to be doing another piece of content called Real World Regulations in the Metaverse. What do you need to prepare for? And that will have James Gatto of Shepherd Mullen, Emily Stonehouse of Linden Lab Second Life, and moderator Chris Hewish of X Sola. Enjoy those, and we'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome today to our great panel. We're going to be talking about real-world regulations in the metaverse. What do you need to do to prepare? So, as everybody knows, people like to escape from the real world to entirely new worlds, and that's what the metaverse promises, whatever form the metaverse takes. And we're not here today to talk about what the metaverse is, but really we want to talk about what kind of regulations are needed to protect people and businesses in this exciting new world. So how do you monetize user experiences safely? What are the legal and taxation requirements you need to deal with? How do you account for inflation and deflation in virtual economies? Leaders from the venture capital, monetization, blockchain, and cryptocurrency sectors are here today to share some insights, predictions, and what they're doing to prepare so that game development can thrive in the metaverse. We are in a wild new frontier of an entirely new market. It's buyer beware where anything goes. My name is Chris Hewish. I'm president of video game commerce company Xsola. I've been in the games industry for a very long time now, and I've worked on the development side as well as now the business side. And I would like to turn it over to Jim Gatto. And could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thanks, Chris. And thanks, everybody, for giving us the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Jim Gatto. I'm a partner at the law firm of Shepherd Mullen. I head up our blockchain and fintech team, and I've head up our blockchain, our games team as well. I've been doing work with Second Life and other virtual worlds since the inception. Do a lot of work with blockchain technology, a lot of work with game companies, AR, VR, a lot of the components of things that will be part of various metaverses. And it's interesting to just kind of see them all come together in this kind of confluence of technologies that is really what is driving and enabling this new wave of metaverse technology to really start taking off. And we're seeing a tremendous amount of investments from some very big players in this space. So I think it's a really interesting time to be talking about these these legal issues, because while there's many business opportunities in the various metaverses, there are also some legal issues that people need to be mindful of as they build out their business plans.
Excellent. Well, thank you for joining us today. Emily, would love to get an introduction from you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Emily Stonehouse. I'm with Linden Lab, and there's actually two parts of Linden Lab. One is the game Second Life, and the other side is called Tilia, and Tilia is our money services business. And we're the ones that sort of monetize users so people can create things in game, and then they get paid for it. So I've been working with Linden Lab now for 3 years. Prior to that, I was sort of in the banking and the securities industry. I worked for Charles Schwab for about 22 years. So I've got a lot of experience with how money moves and how those things work. And in the last 3 years, I've had quite an experience of getting used to all the regulations with money transmission and how things can work in a virtual world, how people can make money in a virtual world. It's been really exciting. It's exciting times to be on the edge of that.
Excellent. Well, I really appreciate having both of you on tonight, and this, sort of dive right into it. We have a number of great topics to cover. The first one, and we'll go sort of in no particular order, but something that we talked about before the call when we were doing some of our early conversations, we talked a lot around the concept of governance, self-governance versus governmental regulation. There was an article on The Hill by James Cooper where he talks about meta-jurisdiction and highlights how too often technology companies innovate first and then figure out what the ethical thing to do is later. Meanwhile, they run into all sorts of conundrums. And we've seen this, right? Where big platform holders with closed ecosystems, some of the issues that have come up over the past few years, really call into question, does self-governance work, or do you need a regulatory body to come in early? But of course, as we also know, the earlier you get regulations from outside, the bigger impact that can have on growth, and it can slow growth down. So I would love to hear your different points around, should the metaverse be self-regulated or not? And if yes, when, and what does that look like? So maybe we could start with you, Jim. What sort of thoughts do you have around that? What are you seeing?
Sure. So I think the short answer is that there really is no one size fits all. Again, there's going to be different metaverses, and I think at a high level, the simple answer is that there are certain aspects of what happens within a metaverse that can be fall under the realm of self-governance. Just like any other online platform, whether it's a social media platform or otherwise, assuming you create a valid and binding terms of service, you can set certain rules, community guidelines, and other parameters of what does and does not, or what the platform will or will not permit within that metaverse. So there's a fair amount of flexibility. However, it's not infinite. You still, even though this concept of metaverses, you're in a different place, as you said on the lead-in, Chris. This is computer technology. It's there's e-commerce. There's various other things that are just like other internet-based transactions to some extent, and you can't totally escape government regulation. Now, when I say that, I don't mean the government's going to regulate how metaverses should work. They're going to regulate aspects of things that happen within metaverses. So to the extent that you engage in commerce, there's going to be tax issues. To the extent that you, and I know Emily's going to talk about this a little bit later on, you're moving money in and out of a metaverse. You're not going to escape money laundering laws, and so on. So, and same thing with intellectual property. Now you can have, rules within the metaverse. If someone creates IP, there may be a license to the platform and other users, or you can specify different aspects of it, but real world intellectual property law will apply by default, absent some contractual agreement to the contrary. And then there's, depending on what else makes up the metaverse, there can be another number of other issues. I think one of the most interesting things that we're seeing is, that there's this concept of decentralized, governance through blockchain technology. And I do a lot of work with blockchain companies, and decentralization has many benefits. But again, you can't totally decentralize everything. You can't avoid real world law to the extent what you're doing is covered by real world law. So decentralization is a powerful aspect of metaverses for the ones that are operating on a blockchain. And you can have a fair amount of self-governance. You can have token holders that vote on different things that happen through what's called DAOs or decentralized autonomous organizations. And that's part of how the self-governance works with blockchain. But all of that tempered by, you still have to comply with real world law. So I'll leave it there.
Oh, that's great. And you've touched on a number of things that I'm looking forward to covering a little bit later around just commerce and IP law and some of the other things. Emily, I know you had some thoughts around sort of self-governance, and I would love to hear some of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that everybody who's got a game where people are going to be engaged in the world in a social way, you have to have some kind of moderation in there. It's just like the real world. If you have X number of people, there will be a certain number of people who are bad people and are going to be trolling people, griefing people. So you need to have a way to protect people. That kind of governance, you need to kind of set it up and have rules that people need to follow, terms of service and community standards to say, these things are acceptable in your world and these things are not acceptable. And if it's not acceptable, you get kicked out of the game and you never come back. And that can be, quite devastating for people who build a community. You want to make sure your community is functioning correctly, right? So for ours, like for Second Life, we have, the content is basically done by sort of the in-world people. If you're in-world and you're in a community, it's like a neighborhood watch, right? You have people going through and saying, I don't like what you're doing to me. You're being offensive or something. And then they would submit an abuse report to us and we would take those people out. So it's definitely, you have to have those kind of rules in your game to make people safe.
So, it's really interesting. You talk about just moderation, and Jim, you mentioned sort of smart contracts and decentralized sort of governance, right? To paraphrase, is that something that you think we may see? Is this a whole new realm of sort of a new flavor of self-governance based around smart contracts, where people have built that into the terms of service and the community can basically kick people out or enforce, automatically enforce things if smart contracts are violated? Is this a whole new realm of smart contract regulation that we may be seeing?
Yes, I mean, smart contracts, you can have kind of remedies built into a smart contract, for example. So a smart contract is really just computer code that really processes some business logic to some extent. Typically, they refer to it as if-then logic. If this happens, then the smart contract is programmed to do something. And so within that, you can have certain remedies, if you will, for certain actions that can be programmed as part of the smart contract. You can also, through DAOs, as I mentioned earlier, which are decentralized autonomous organizations, they're like a corporation, except it's not really like a board and shareholders per se. Typically, there'll be token holders, and the token holders get to vote on activity of the DAO. And so one way to do it, instead of automating it through smart contracts, is you could vote someone off the island. If enough token holders think that someone is not operating in a way that adheres to the community guidelines, as Emily was mentioning earlier, then you could vote to say this person, loses their tokens or they can't participate anymore, or whatever you want the ramification to be. So it's there's various technologies between smart contracts and DAOs that enable you to participate as part of this self-governance by the community. And that is a pretty powerful and relatively innovative concept.
Absolutely. And gosh, I can see that going in so many ways, positive and sort of wrong. If people get sort of bombed, right, and voted out, if you go a little more on the trolley side. What kind of self-governance have you, you've already been doing this for quite a while, Emily, with the other half of your team over at Second Life. Have you seen some things coming out there where there's been a lot of self-governance from the community, or is that something that more the company itself has had to lean into?
No, mostly it's the community. I mean, we have to, obviously, from a company standpoint, we have to be looking for things too. But the community itself is very good at policing itself. They want to be safe in their world and in their communities, and they want to, make sure that if they see something that could be bad for Second Life in general, that they tell us about it. If they see somebody who's trying to sell stolen goods, they'll tell us about it. And, that's where other regulation comes in when, they're trying to take money out. We're going to look for that to see if there's any money laundering, if there's any fraud happening, all of those things. So I have, a team of people who just look at that kind of thing. And that's part of, the money transmitter regulations, the Bank Secrecy Act and things. So, but again, that's because of the side of the house that where we can take money out as people earn it.
I think there's one other interesting aspect, if I can, Chris, one other interesting aspect to add to what Emily said, another kind of layer of granularity with respect to self-governance within both Second Life and other virtual worlds. And so part of the business model, obviously, is, the platforms sell land to people to build things on. And you have these like communities, right? But the landowners build venues or they can license them. There's different ways to do it. But you can have multiple different communities, many different communities within a virtual world or a metaverse. And each of those, there can be platform rules, and then there can be within each of the, whether it's islands or lands or whatever the denomination is, there can be different sets of community guidelines within that region. And then there can be overall community guidelines within the platform as well. So there, in some cases, there's just, additional levels of granularity as far as, one region may be fine for 18 and over. Another is, you don't want any content under 18, as just a very simple example. You can get a lot more granular than that, obviously.
So yeah, there's so much to think about. And I know that you've both touched upon commerce with, everything. We know that when it comes to commerce digitally, you have issues like you've said, money laundering, anti-fraud, and the questions are how do we keep players and businesses in the metaverse safe from these dangers? And it's we've already seen it happening outside of the metaverse. So it's really curious to see how this could evolve. Recently, there was the article about the Turkish police detaining over 40 people for money laundering schemes on Twitch, right? And while I understand money laundering in games and in the metaverse itself, we're really not talking about anything that gets to the scale of tens of millions of dollars and big crime. But you do have, I know it's a great way people sort of launder stolen credit cards and smaller type things, sell stolen goods, as you mentioned. I mean, gosh, what does that even mean now that you have blockchain and NFTs, right? Does that become an issue? Phishing schemes, right, are obviously an issue. So is this the type of stuff that you both are seeing more in the realm of self-regulation? Or, I know obviously with money laundering, there's a lot of governmental regulation around that and KYC or know your customer checks. So, maybe Emily, you could lead off. You've talked quite a bit offline with me about this, but I'd love to hear, your overview of what this means for the metaverse and what people running businesses should be thinking about.
Yes. So all of that, all the money laundering regulation and everything is related to the money transmission piece. So if you are, just in a game and just playing a game and not worrying about making any money, a lot of that none of that will apply to you. If, however, you have a game where you want to, actually have an economy and you want to have creators in making things and selling things in world, then you need to have a way of getting that money out. When you have that, you get a ton of regulation. And it's not just the money laundering regulations, it's every regulation. It's the cybersecurity, it's the privacy, it's the consumer protection. There's a plethora of regulation that comes with that. But it's great for everybody because you have rules that everybody needs to follow and it makes everybody safe. And it's all really on the money transmitter to do that. That's why Second Life Linden Lab has been very forward thinking in that and creating our own money transmission unit. And now we're expanding that money service business, Tilia, to do other games. We're not just limited to Second Life. We've taken that as a business model, and anybody who wants to use us as a money transmitter can do that. So we can issue a token for you and then you can convert that to US dollar as you have creators selling things in your game. So, and we do it with all the regulations.
Excellent. And Jim, what about some of the other things? I know you talked a little bit about when it comes to commerce, the sort of blockchain NFT side of it. You had some other thoughts as well. Would love to hear your perspective.
Sure. So again, it can vary by metaverse as far as how the commerce is set up. But again, many of them that are blockchain based, the assets that people buy, whether it's land or avatars or accessories for their avatars or any other in-game items, in some, the actual ownership of those items is recorded on a blockchain, and there's an NFT or non-fungible token that represents ownership or rights to the asset that token relates to. And so what's a little bit different about that than some games, many traditional games, the game publisher manages the in-game economy, and it's a one-way street. You can use fiat currency to buy points or items, and you can use those items within the game. Within many games, you can't cash out, and that is one business model, and that makes a lot of money for the publishers. One of the things with blockchain and some other economies, play-to-earn economies, as Emily was mentioning, is that people can actually make money by creating things or playing game, the play-to-earn or create-to-earn type of models. So it creates a way for people to make money and actually cash it out, subject to the legalities. And the thing with NFTs, what's interesting is that many games, if a game shuts down, and you have a significant inventory of in-game assets, they're gone, right? So most games, if you read the terms of service, most game publishers that are operating standard type games, you basically have a license to those items. You don't own them, and the license is terminable if you engage in fraud or otherwise violate the terms of service. You can lose what you had. There was a very famous case early on, Emily, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there was a lawyer actually named Mark Bragg who owned a number of assets in Second Life, and he engaged in some exploits, and he acknowledged that he got his hand caught in the cookie jar. And there was a lawsuit early on about, he's like, okay, fine, you can shut down my account, but I have stuff that I actually earned honestly too, right? In addition to the stuff that I got fraudulently. The case ended up settling, but it kind of set a precedent. The court was like, there can be an interest in property, but you can also have, a terminable license if it's drafted properly. And so, a lot of game companies do that. But with blockchain, generally the NFT is ownable by the purchaser, and they can be traded on different platforms. And so even if a game company shuts down, that asset may be usable in other contexts. And now, right now, there's not a lot of great deal of interoperability, but that's something that's being worked on, and that will create even greater value for NFTs.
Yeah. Listening to both of you talk about all of this, it really reinforces one of the top pieces of advice I always give game developers is, you've got a great game, you've got great technology, make sure you get a great legal opinion who's going to help you with your business, right? So it sounds like, and from that, it's more about protecting your business when you're working with vendors or publishers. But there's a whole new world here where if people are doing money in, money out, and there's actual value and ownership, there's so much that you need to be aware of, so you don't set your business up to fail or get in trouble. And so this is great, and I think from here, what I'd like to do is just pivot a little bit and talk about another area, which is data privacy. And that is a huge question. It's a huge topic that comes up around the metaverse. And we just can't ignore, when you think about the metaverse, the amount of personal information that is being gathered about you, far beyond what is already being gathered when you're working on flat screens, right? When you're working on playing a mobile game or surfing the web or whatever it may be. In the metaverse, if you're talking about a AR or VR connotation or version of it, there's so much data of what you're looking at, how long you're interacting with things, the interactions you're having with people. And this really begs the question, how are people going to be protected? Because we know, there hasn't been a great track record of self-governance around data privacy. We're starting to see that coming from governments around the world. Do you see even more regulation due to the greater data being generated out of the metaverse? Or would love, what are your thoughts on that? Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, you're seeing a lot more privacy laws coming up. Of course, in Europe, the European Union has the GDPR, which is the sort of big privacy sort of gold standard. But since then, we've got California that's got some very strict privacy laws. And now there's probably 5 or 6 other states that are kind of coming up to the same level of privacy laws. It would be great to get a U.S. federal one that goes to that. We do have some, but one thing people need to really be aware of when they're in these metaverses is, what do I want, or what is this game taking from me? How are they making money? How are they using my data? So if you're in a game or in a metaverse where that metaverse is relying on selling your data, be aware of that. Or if you're in a game where they're making money by only doing subscriptions where they're not selling your data, you might be a lot safer in that game than you would be in someplace where it's like, oh, I see you're in a VR headset and I see your eyeball movement on this thing. Let me sell you that in an ad 2 seconds later. Do you really want that? How much data do you want to give these people? So it's sort of buyer beware. Understand what you're getting into when you're playing these games, and also just understand like how much data you are giving them. If you can track eye movements and how long you're looking at a specific thing, that's a lot for a company to have on you.
It really is. I mean, it's very dystopian. It's getting out there into some really wild stuff. Jim, what's your perspective on this?
So I agree with everything Emily said, and I think just to throw out, there's many, I think, layers of interesting issues that are really kind of more just surfacing that people haven't focused on in depth. So one of the things I think that's interesting from a data privacy perspective is, in the real world, you have an identity, and it is what it is. With metaverses, people will have multiple identities, right? So you may have certain metaverses that you participate in for work purposes, where you want your actual identity, you want to look professional, you may act professional. You may have another identity that you keep for personal use with known friends and family, but it's a more casual, maybe a different persona that you portray, a different avatar, different accessories that you have. And then you may have one or more other avatars or identities that relate to, kind of more fantasy type stuff, this so-called getting away into the metaverse and doing stuff that you wouldn't do in the real world, and you don't want it associated with real world personality. So part of this is trying to figure out, in addition to all the traditional data privacy issues that Emily mentioned, like when someone has multiple identities, can you link those together, right? If they want them separately, right? How do you, if you're using the same device for everything, if it's all device based, right? You can track at least the user of the device, whether it's, it's one user or more than one. But so I think that's an interesting issue. And then the other thing that's really interesting and evolving, and there's some standards that people are working on right now, Microsoft's a big player, is in the whole concept of decentralized identity. And part of this is, or self-sovereign identity, where people really control their identity more through blockchain technology and limit what they disclose to whom and what level of detail. And I think there's some interesting technology around there that, takes the control away from some of the big platforms. And frankly, I think some of the big platforms welcome this, because managing the data they have is not easy. So I think that's something else to kind of look for, as time goes on.
You really kind of expanded my mind with when you started talking about the different personas of the work, the sort of social, the more sort of, private personas. And I was thinking about the equivalent of on mobile with like a identifier, right, that tracks who you are. And now if you have these different personas and you have certain regulations about work and what kind of privacy and even an agreement with your employer and all, if that work persona is being linked to other personas, and now there's an information exchange potentially on the back end to the, to whomever is getting that data, that it really starts to cross some lines, right, between gathering information about your work, which now the employer may get involved, right? Of you're not just getting information about a person, but a company, right? So, wow, what a tricky path that is. So this has been great. We're near the end. I just wonder if you both have any closing thoughts, or if people have questions, can they reach out to you, or where could they look for more answers? Emily, want to start?
Sure. You feel free to reach out to me. I think we can maybe post a email somewhere, and I can have that for you for any questions for me.
Especially around sort of the money part of it, right? You've talked
Right, it's around any of the money transmission. If you have any questions about regulations around that, or anything to do with sort of the original Metaverse, the second one, you can reach out to me.
I would just add, I think, as a closing thought, I mean, we've touched on just a few of the many interesting issues that will be relevant to companies that are, whether they're building platforms for the Metaverse or using someone else's platform and building some capacity within the Metaverse. The most important thing is talk to a lawyer who's knowledgeable in these areas early on when you're thinking about what you're doing, to understand the issues, because there's so many more that we didn't get to today, and factor that in. Don't wait till you're getting ready to launch to get legal review, because there's a lot of legal pitfalls, and some of this requires building into, I think, as Emily said earlier, you got to build things into your platform to do it right from the beginning. It's much easier to do that than try to fix it later on. Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to people as well. You can reach out to me at jgatto@shepherdmullen.com. And this has been great. Thanks so much, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate your time and your knowledge. All right.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, James, Emily, and Chris for that terrific discussion. They'll be available to take your questions in our offstage Q&A Zoom room. Next, please welcome Benjamin Charbit, CEO of DareWise, in a fireside chat with Dean Takahashi about finding your place and your meaning in the metaverse.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and happy to be here with Benjamin Charbit. He's the CEO and founder of DareWise. And Benjamin, welcome. And can you tell us about your background and DareWise as well?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me here today. I've been developing games and in the industry for some time now. Started my career at Ubisoft, where I worked on a few famous AAA games, namely Assassin's Creed and The Division. I was a director and I was a game director on Assassin's Creed, mostly handling always online content, multiplayer gameplay, the whole service part as well. So that really led me to the development of DareWise, which originally was an MMO gaming company, and then we very quickly started to embrace this wild dream of developing a metaverse. Back at early 2018, we started to be really excited about this new type of experience where we would enable people to connect, to play, to game together, but also to connect in a very lasting and meaningful way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think you've got some strong opinions about MMOs and how they have been created in the past, and what are some of those shortcomings, especially in terms of like the hero fantasy or the focus on heroes?
I think the what we want is obviously something that we want to go further today, and in general, you want your experience to improve and upgrade over time. MMOs have been great gaming experience that really brought people together and helped them, gave them the opportunity to build meaningful relationship. But in a way, it was always limited by this kind of a promise that you're a hero in this society. And so when you start dreaming of the opportunity to build a virtual society, you realize that there can't be any society if there is only one archetype of citizen. You need to be able to foster all form of citizenship, all form of actors in this world. And I think this is really where the traditional MMOs, World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, have really brought this first part where we can all get into this power fantasy and get into this this hero thing. But eventually, when you want to be more the farmer, the blacksmith, the contributing to the society without being a hero, then you're always a bit limited. And it's something that was actually introduced by the earlier MMOs. If you think of Ultima Online, EverQuest, even and obviously EVE Online, but was kind of lost when these games tried to be very accessible. They focused so much on their very easy or obvious moment-to-moment gameplay that we kind of dropped this part. This is exactly what we're trying to bring back with these new type of MMO/metaverse games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so what kinds of roles do you foresee? You've mentioned a couple there with the farmers and the blacksmiths, especially in the context of your own game, I guess. What
I think really the idea is that, the idea is really to start picturing of what do you need to build a society. You need people doing primary jobs, secondary, tertiary, industries where you go from like labor and production and then services. And I think really we can start truly to envision roles that are actually much more like what we see in the physical world. So it goes from, of course, the obvious jobs of production, of manufacturing, when you need to craft equipment and refine those resources to make them usable. But think of the hairdresser, I think of the truck driver, I think of the architecture, the architect, all of these roles that actually contribute to making people's lives better, but they are not necessarily those basic and essential ones. And we think of historian, we think of journalist. Those are the roles that we want to support in games like that.
Mm-hmm. And how do you make those roles fun? Because, in some ways, the hero is the most interesting job, I guess, right? And the other jobs always tend to sort of get ignored, maybe because they're boring. They're not as exciting. What makes them fun?
I think, I'm not even sure that when we think they're boring for everybody. I think it's really to each his own, to each her own. Of course, nothing is as obviously fun. Like for when you think that, nothing can seem as fun as being a hero and slaying monsters, or having superpowers and being overpowered. And this is kind of the super straightforward, easy to go avenue. But when I think of, there are how many millions of units of farming simulator are sold every single year. So there are people, like they play FIFA or Madden, they're going to buy this very last installment of the game so they can have access to the latest technology, the latest tractor. It really shows to me that there are communities that are very passionate about that, and they actually just want to be able to get into this role regardless of the moment to moment, or not, probably not regardless, but they care less about this how the moment to moment is super fun, but more about how they can role play thanks to the software. So I think that, again, it's about supporting these roles and introducing them in a world that has a lot of other things to offer, so that you can really get into this role and start to kind of live your fantasy or your dream in a way.
Mm-hmm. So what role does AI play here? Will we replace the non-player characters, the NPCs, with AI characters or with human characters?
To me, so this is a really good question, because we're constantly not arguing, but we're discussing about this. The reason is because, in an ideal way, so far the way I see it is, we don't need AI, or we don't need that much AI, because these NPCs would be replaced by players, and this would really give you this feeling of a living and breathing world. But at the same time, we have the reality, which is we need to make sure that there is always someone to deliver the service that you require. There is always someone that can fulfill your request. So and really, AI is the point of AI for us is two things. First, to be able to mimic this kind of behavior, and we're trying to find technologies that can act really as kind of replicating what how a human interaction would be. And there are really interesting stuff with like neural networks that we can use in machine learning, so that eventually you can train these AIs to start behaving similarly to how players would behave. And we've seen some interesting things in the past with bots playing World of Warcraft and really playing like they were it was obviously illegal, but there were like crazy services offering like that back in the days. The second track for AI is that it helps making the world alive by making the world more dynamic. So when it comes to creatures, when it comes to physics, to how you can simulate the world so that it doesn't feel like a static world, but that your actions have consequences or benefits, and that they can truly impact your gameplay, your game experience. So it's I think we're still looking for a breakthrough into how we can implement these things in a production friendly way. And because when you look at in a way the past few years, there hasn't been that much improvement or development on the AI front. And the NPCs, whether they are your teammates or your opponent, they kind of still behave in a way very similarly. So there's an opportunity also because these games will run mostly on servers and less on your local hardware. And so you have more capacity, more firepower, and especially with this new generation of like gaming backend that and gaming server tech that really enable potentially to run these much more complex computations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like an interesting trade-off right now with AI. You can probably stick to the script of the story or the narrative, and humans might be more likely to go off script, and that might throw off the players, I guess. But on the other hand, AI has started to get better, and instead of just figuring out that you're talking to an AI in a couple of sentences or so, you might figure it out that you could talk to this AI for hours, right? And it would still have responses like a human. So there's sort of interesting choices there as to what you want, I guess, as a game designer.
I think also you need to pick your battles, because those games are obviously gigantic tasks to build. And I think it's a very good lesson of the sandbox, games, the sandbox generations, where, remember around 2014 when you started to have all these Rust and Arc and other sandbox games coming out. They really showed you that you could have this user-generated experience where, yes, you have a little bit of AI in the world, but what really drove and was rhythming, creating this modifiers in your game experience was other players' action. Whether you were teaming up with them, fighting with them, that's what made those games so interesting. And at the same time, these games were made by smaller teams because they were relying on player behavior. So you would bring them game systems, and then you let these players play with the systems and kind of shape the experience the way they want, which is obviously what we kind of want, right? When we're building this type of experience, especially in the metaverse direction, which is you don't want to be directing and dictating too much how people behave in this world. You want to give them the tools, you want to give them the platform so that they can completely design the narrative and run it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. So do you think it's more fun to play as yourself or as someone else in the metaverse? And why?
I honestly, people always ask me this question. Like we had exactly the same discussion when we were talking about should we integrate technologies that would help you building yourself as an avatar. There are really cool technologies out there now that where you can take a picture of yourself, scan your face, and then build a 3D version of yourself. But at the same time, we were really battling with this idea and the fact that you might want to be completely someone different, and you want to be able to experience, enjoy this benefit of being someone completely different. So at this point, I can't have a definite answer for that. I think the whole point is to leave these experiences open enough so that you can kind of craft who you want to, like what your digital identity would be. And of course, this is a world of escapism, and the fact is that the opportunity is to give you this chance to kind of redesign who you want to be. You might, the world that we live in the physical world is not always very fair. A lot of the things that you get to do and experience are very much defined by just your background, where you were born, a lot of different things that we kind of want to make sure that you can get rid of that in a virtual space and craft your own identity.
Maybe you wind up with 100 different versions of yourself.
I think the day when we have managed to give people to live multiple existences, this is when we'll have really succeeded. And this is when this kind of phygital experience starts to bloom, when it's not because it's online and digital that it's not at least as important as your physical life, but you can have multiple lives like that. I think I'll have accomplished what I wanted to do.
And how do you think about your identity in this kind of world? I guess do you play anonymously? Do you play as yourself? Play with your friends? What's sort of the...
So we have made the decision so far to only give you right now it's like one account, one identity, one account, one character. So we haven't really gone as far as giving you the opportunity to build like multiple characters. Mostly because for now we want to, this whole thing in a way is obviously an experiment. We can't say for sure how things are going to happen. And now that we obviously run this in a decentralized way, supported with the real money transaction thanks to the decentralization and NFTs, it's even more important to make sure that we go step by step and we can still give a sense of maybe of accountability, and that you can't just have have toxic behaviors and then hide and behind different rerolls and different characters. So for now, it's one-to-one, and we'll run some experiments to see if maybe it's valuable to give people this opportunity to have multiple presence in the world. But I still want to create for now to commit to that one-to-one and see how it goes.
How do you feel your own game world also just relates to the metaverse? Like you mentioned NFTs, and I wonder if you believe that it's best to keep the gamers in your world and just keep them happy there, or would you mind if they were enabled to go elsewhere with their identities and then come back when they wanted to?
Absolutely. It's really a conviction I would say in my gut that we have to be open. The whole point of Web3 today is obviously to give this level of freedom to all of our communities to be able to enjoy, to enjoy their identity everywhere, and their identity and their content. It's their identity, it's their content, and we need to support that. And on top of that, I think it's also a generational thing. I come from even though I'm 38, so I'm not a kid. I'm not a Gen Z. Still, I think I was when I was a kid, when I was younger, and I was spending my life on ICQ and IRC, wandering in the Counter-Strike community back then. We were already so community driven, and that I grew up with this. I grew up with this desire to collaborate, to team up with other people, and we're already doing it. DAOWise is already connecting with companies like the Sandbox, with companies like Powder, like the Fabric, and we are trying to create bridges between all of these experiences, even when they're not so it's not so obvious. I'm thinking of like Aglet, for instance, and we want to make sure that we can have a bit of Aglet in DAOWise and Life Beyond and our game, and that Life Beyond can also be present in Aglet. But we want to do the same with other games. We really see that as this idea of the open metaverse, rather than being very protective and kind of build a gate around our experience.
You want to mention what kind of world you're building here, Life Beyond, I guess? What are some details of it?
Sure. Life Beyond takes place it takes place at 100 years from now on an alien planet within our solar system, a wandering planet that has been traveling from one system to another. We don't know why, and that's obviously something to discover. The planet is it's a beautiful. It's like a super Earth full of opportunity, but it's been corrupted by a strange force. And as a player, you're an agent of a new generation of space agency, funded and sponsored by an eccentric tech billionaire, and you're being sent there to heal this planet, help to liberate it from this corruption, and at the same time lay the foundation of a new civilization there that would live in a very symbiotic way with the planet and the nature, so in a very respectful way and sustainable way. So it's a big, open world development. Beautiful, what we like to call science fantasy. So it's not like hardcore sci-fi. It's more science, a little bit of science, a lot of beautiful and majestuous world.
It sounds like Elon Musk's grand plan there, I guess.
It would be an even more eccentric Elon Musk.
Yeah. So you mentioned Aglet, and I know they're doing like the sneakerverse. If somebody shows up in this world with Adidas sneakers, is that going to throw people off and sort of break the fantasy for them, or do you think you're going to welcome that kind of sort of presence?
You're right. We used to think this way back even when I was back at Ubisoft. I remember us being very, very defensive against this idea of onboarding brand, and that would totally be fantasy breaking. I think it's not the case anymore, because brands have also much more understood how they have to interact with these worlds. They can't just break into this world and kind of brute force the experience by just dropping their content. They have to understand the pillars of the brand, the pillar of the experience, the community they're talking to, and really adjust their own content to it. And I think it actually works pretty well, and it works even better. I really want to believe that when you're building a world that you claim can be as important as the physical world, this helps kind of blurring a little bit the lines. And on top of that, we've picked on purpose, a lore that doesn't set you in a reality that would be completely disconnected with the one that we understand today in 2022. So we are creating a backstory and a lore that can totally support the connection with so many different other universes, whether there are other games, other IPs, other brands. And we actually want to really nurture that, expand that. It will again contribute to make this experience even more real.
Mm-hmm. Some of that feels like, say, Fortnite or Ready Player One, where they really don't mind having these sort of brands coming in from all different sort of directions, I guess. Like especially that last battle of Ready Player One, you had hundreds of characters from different games and movies and things like that, right? Nobody cared.
I think we don't. It doesn't. because it's not hurting your own experience. I think it's actually enhancing it. When you watch Ready Player One, or if you're, even so, let's say you have never read the book, and you watch the movie, and you see this massive battle with all of these IPs that, on top of that, if you're my age, resonate with you because those are all the iconic brands that you've loved so much, or that you've loved, or that you've interacted with in a way so much. It's just really compelling. When you think of Fortnite is an amazing example of really integrating very properly these brands into the experience. And it's not just about dropping a Coke can in a world, and then all of a sudden, you're like, what is this thing doing here? Does it fit with the direction? Is it supported by the experience? Like, I think they did a great job. And it obviously paved the way for much more.
Mm-hmm. So when you think about it, we're in 2022, and we've got a lot of MMOs already, I guess. Where do you want your world to go, or maybe pave new ground, I guess?
Well, the first thing is this is not something that we're building overnight. We've been working on this since 2018. It's a very iterative process to just even figure out the recipe. So we're building stuff, block after block. We tried some directions that didn't work out. We figured out others. Also, thanks to these experimentations. And now what is for sure important is that what I don't believe that you can start with a concert. When you think of like the concert in Fortnite, I think it worked out because they had an amazing game at first with a very committed community. I don't think that you could start from the get-go with the concert and this social experience. I think it has to start with a really engaging, really fun game. And so that's been our focus, to really build this kind of action gameplay, moment-to-moment, of like really high-quality AAA moment-to-moment. And we're pretty satisfied with it. We run a bunch of tests. Now we can start expanding to this more social and economic life, to after even further go to these more kind of like what I would call non-gameplay activities, where if you want to watch your Netflix show, or if you want to read your Kindle books in the game world, or listen to the music, this happens even after, and it will be critical, because without it, to me, it will not be a metaverse. It will only start being a metaverse when it will have these non-gaming, but entertaining activities in the world.
But still, gaming leads the way to the metaverse.
This is my background. This is where I come from, and I think in a way you see that through gamification, you see that basically you need good game design if you want people to stick. I think it's we would be making a mistake if we were only trying to kind of very opportunistic way, just build another virtual world while people can just through emotes and have some very social only activities without any gameplay. For us, gameplay has to come first. Absolutely.
And how is it that a startup can consider its work to be a metaverse or lead to a metaverse? I mean, it seems like something that the big tech companies or the giant game publishers can pull off.
You're right. I think I see probably two elements of reply here. I'll respond of answer. The first thing is, when you're a traditional game developer, when you're a AAA house, it seems unreasonable to build something like that. And when you think of it, and only independent companies can have these completely crazy dreams to do that. Because if you try just to be, very reasonable on the risks and try to mitigate the risk, then of course you can't put so much. You can't go this avenue when you're a traditional, very established publisher, which I think is a great opportunity for people like us to take on. The second thing, which is kind of connected, is that actually to build something like that, you need to be able to think outside of the box. You can't just replicate, and you definitely need to innovate. And it's always very hard to innovate when you're in big structures. I've experienced it. And while these companies are amazing at building insanely highly quality content, you still struggle with this ability to have the room to be able to take those chances and be innovative and get out of the track. I actually think of a third thing, which is especially supported by when you think of Web3, these games don't have to be built overnight. You don't have to deliver a full scope daily. When you release the game. Also, the game goes beyond the software itself. The game is also the Discord, the transactions, all the life happening around the game is also part of the game. So at the end of the day, it means we have some time. We can build these things through step by step and delivering, every 3 months, every 6 months, a big piece of it, to the time when we get to this point where you have the whole scope and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
And you're done for the V1.
Yeah. Very good. Well, thank you very much, Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Dean.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. That was a wonderful conversation. Please join him off stage in our Q&A Zoom room. Next up, Tilt 5 is focusing on using augmented reality to transform tabletop gaming, blending physical presence with the virtual one. And Jerry Ellsworth, CEO of Tilt 5, joins us to talk about how we can delight, engage, and motivate users of all different backgrounds to experience the metaverse together.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and happy to be having another conversation with Jerry Ellsworth. She's the founder and CEO of Tilt 5. And welcome, Jerry.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I wonder if you could tell us a bit more about yourself, and then also maybe go back, way back to why you started tinkering with hardware in the first place.
Well, I've been an entrepreneur and an inventor my entire life. And it's been a dream of mine since I was a kid to bring holograms to the table, just like you saw in the Millennium Falcon. And so it's been about 10 years in the making to get to this point, to get Tilt 5 going where we're actually delivering on that. So my background's kind of interesting. I was a hobbyist as a kid, worked on all the early home computers like the Commodores, and got into gaming consoles when those were super early, 2600s and Nintendos. Continued on into the 90s, opened a chain of retail computer stores where I sold gaming PCs, custom builds. It was super fun and exciting time to be into high-end gaming. And then I moved to Silicon Valley and brute forced my way into a bunch of startups down here and started doing consumer products and building my engineering career. Interesting fact is I never went to school to be an engineer, but I was able to convince founders of startups to take a chance on me. Did a stint for about 5 years where I did mass volume toys, which was amazing, shipped millions and millions of toys. Some of them were video game based, and did things like navigation systems for low Earth orbit rockets. Did the navigation system for the Astra rocket that just went to space not too long ago. Super proud of that. But ultimately, Valve Software hired me about 12 years ago to put together their hardware R&D department. And I really got the bug for tabletop AR there. The first time through brute force, we had this military AR headset and we saw Dota 2 on the table, and I could see the entire map laid out in front of me. I'm like, this is the way that people will be gaming in the future. And so ever since then, that's what I've been working on delivering.
Yeah. So the title of our session is Bringing the Metaverse to the Tabletop. And I guess we could call this technology something like Metaverse Lite, I guess. And it's really focused on just a particular solution for people sitting around a table. And I guess the question, I guess, is like, what what is interesting about taking, something people do physically, sitting down around a table, and moving that into some kind of cyberspace or a digital, format?
Well, I'm a big fan of researching emerging markets. I like to look at things like, how did cars come about? Like, how much evolution had to happen when cars went from, experimental to something that someone could buy, but was so complicated you wouldn't even know how to drive it today, to something that's standardized like you have, or home computers, which, were super complicated. You had to really have a passion for them to use them too, and a computer you can slip in your pocket. And where I think that our solution dovetails in nicely is we're going to be the system that's relatable. Everyone knows how to play a board game. Now you can bring video games to your table in a form factor that everyone can relate to. Sit around the table with your friends. This magical world spills out in front of you and play a video game, or play a holographic board game, but with new, exciting interactions. And so that's going to be critical for the metaverse to change users' behaviors. You can't just do it overnight. And so I laugh all the time when I see, people talking about like the metaverse is going to be here next week, or everyone's going to be using VR next week. I've never seen a market that evolves like overnight. You've got to change users' behaviors, get them comfortable, layer on new types of experiences, standardize things, and get people using it right away. And that's what we've optimized our system for. We have a little magic wand that you can reach and interact with your game characters, and everyone knows how to poke something with a stick. Our magic wand's like a stick that you can reach in and poke things. Everyone knows how to pull a trigger on a, like a hot glue gun or a barbecue lighter. So the interaction is super easy.
For sure.
Yeah, I know everyone makes fun of this. It's like, oh, this looks like a barbecue lighter. That wasn't a mistake at all. We went through hundreds and hundreds of iterations on what the perfect user experience should be, and it landed on this. It kept coming back to this. We did not want this barbecue lighter shape, but I can even give this to my dad, who you'd be lucky to get him to use an iPod or iPad properly, but he can use our system because it's such a simple interaction. Then, of course, we added features like joysticks. You can hold it sideways and play like a normal joystick if you're a gamer. So it doesn't diverge that far away for the hardcore gamers.
Mm-hmm. Now, I guess we can't show exactly what it looks like here, but I guess some of these advantages are like if you need to pull in a fourth player or something, you could do that over the internet. I guess, bring somebody in that way. And I suppose that if you sneeze onto your game board, it's not going to destroy all the pieces and send them all flying, I guess. Right?
Yeah, if your cat walks through, it's not going to knock all your pieces off. I mean, that's one of the really interesting aspects of our system is like, especially in time of COVID, like you have your family around you, but you don't have access to your friends. And so to be able to link game boards together and have an instant game that feels like you're in the same room. We added a bunch of features like microphone, ability to track hands, and be able to teleport those to your friends around the world. It's really going to bring that intimate connection that everyone's craving for right now. Like gaming and, metaverse in general, I think is going the wrong way, actually. Like everyone is starting to drop into their single experience screens, their single person VR headsets. I don't think will have a broad appeal. Like you need to, deliver what people are really looking for, a sense of community coming together. Like in my living room right now, I have 2 Xboxes, 2 PlayStations, 2 big TVs, 2 Switches. And that's to have like a completely broken 2-player experience. And when a third person comes over, they just have to sit there and watch. And everyone that's a gamer can relate to, that longing to play a video game together. And that's what we solve for, is any number of people sitting around the table or LinkedIn playing games together. And that's going to be a fundamental, stepping stone to, bigger metaverse. And, metaverse is not going to be owned by one company. It's going to be a bunch of different slices, like what we're delivering and other people are delivering.
Mm-hmm. And for you guys, why did AR seem more obvious or as a solution as opposed to VR, I guess?
Well, you want to have that connection. You want to look across the table, see your friend's eyes when you're like planning this great strategy to win the game, or when you're competing against each other. When you're in a VR system, you're just disconnected from each other. So I've never been a huge fan of VR experiences because it's a solo experience, and even all of the avatar-based stuff, it has this uncanny valley to it, which just doesn't have a broad appeal, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And then you've been working, as you said, on this for 10 years. And I wonder, like, what was sort of possible with the technology when you started way back then? And what were some of the big design points? And how did some of that change over time? Like, how, what sort of improved over time?
Well, that's a very interesting question. So when I was working at Valve, Gabe Newell, the founder of the company, said, like, here's your mission. I want you to come up with a gaming system that uses hardware that brings the entire family together in the living room. It's, we're not addressing like the entire family. And so he gave us basically an unlimited budget. So we went out and got military AR headsets. We had medical tracking systems that you use for surgery that we'd hooked on to the headsets. And we were doing VR, we were doing AR, all kinds of research of like, how can we bring the family together? The first time we put a spectator mode in Dota 2 and we put it on this AR system, and I saw Dota spilling across the table, and I had like this new situational awareness of what was happening in this game that other people are playing. I'm like, this is it. And then quickly, we followed up with a very simplistic wand type experience, a multiplayer game that was so addictive that folks would come down and sit on our AR systems, 4 or 5 people sitting there playing really silly maze game. And I could see how these alliances were forming around the table. Like you would go attack your friend for a while and someone would defect and go help them. It just heightened the experience. And on top of it, it was such an easy experience to explain to the end user. I'm like, this just embodies everything that is necessary. But it was really difficult back then. You had to squint really hard to imagine that you could make a $300 headset that, a family could get 2 or 3 of them and have this experience, because everything was so expensive. In our system, it came about just because of dumb luck. So one day I was trying to do a near eye display, so an AR system that just puts the light directly back into your eye. An optics bench set up. I put this beam splitter in backwards. It was projecting the light out into the room. And one of my colleagues had been doing laser bounce experiments off this piece of retroreflector. It's a special optical material. And I saw this beautiful image, like 30 feet across the lab. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I thought about it. I couldn't get it out of my head. I'm like, that was so interesting. Months later, I'm like, I bet I can make an AR headset out of this. So put it together. We took a look at it and like, wow, it works. You can turn this optical problem, which is stumping everyone right now, and you can solve all these problems, like wide field of view. You can create a light field so the little game objects really look like they're on the table, and you can put your fingers in and poke at them and have a presence to them. This is it. I couldn't get traction inside the company. Some of my colleagues looked at the early prototypes. They actually called it gravel for the eyes. It's like, come on, guys, it'll get better. So ultimately, I left Valve and started a company called Cast AR, and we started to develop and productize this. And it was super early. Like, we were so naive at the time, thinking that we could like get this thing off the ground. Like, no one had really figured out tracking yet. Oculus was just sending out headsets with game controllers and things like that. But the market was super excited about it. And, I raised some money from some investors, dumped a big chunk of money onto us. And we were ill prepared for the journey in front of us to develop this product. I learned a lot of lessons, got a lot of scar tissue from it. I think the first thing I learned, the most important thing I learned, was you need a visionary and someone leading the company that keeps you focused. My first go around on this, we were going to be AR that does everything, right? And no, that was wrong. You got to stay focused. And that's why we're hyper focused on delighting people around the table. We want to put this into 100 million homes. So it's got to be super focused and just work perfectly for what you claim it does. You can't just boil the ocean like we've seen with other companies like Magic Leap, and you end up with a product that doesn't appeal to anybody.
Yeah. Now, I guess what I take it the tech has also become a lot more affordable over time. Has that helped a lot as far as just enabling you to do more, but with lower cost?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it was really a challenge in the early days. Everything was super expensive. We probably had each one of these AR headsets at about, tens of thousands of dollars. And now, in our company, thanks to better sensors and, more knowledge in the industry too, we can make a profitable headset, for, a reasonable price. And it's only going to go down in price too. So huge advantages just as time goes on. I think also, everyone thinks there's going to be a silver bullet out there that, Apple is just going to release the ultimate AR headset. It's going to run all day. You're going to walk around, be fully immersive and perfect in every way. Technology doesn't work that way. And so, for us, like delivering this in-home experience that just lights people is, a very reasonable bar for us to go after. It's going to take a decade or two before the dream of AR, where we're wandering around the streets, completely immersed into our augmented world.
Mm-hmm. I like how it has this sort of accessible approach, and that you designed it for just about anybody to be able to use, and the wand is very simple. It feels like this is the kind of thing that the metaverse needs. It's like a very accessible on-ramp, I guess.
And also we've democratized the development side as well. So what are the options out there? You pay $3,500 for a HoloLens. Maybe you can get a cheaper Nreal with less features. We packed a ton of features and a bunch of developer tools into our system so that it works real time. If you're a developer, you can be in Unity and Unreal and see instant updates. It's basically drag and drop for the developer. And for the end user, our main goal is slip the glasses on and forget that you're wearing the glasses. It's all about the holograms on the table. In fact, I printed shirts for the team just to remind us what we're actually selling. We're not selling hardware, right? If I could sprinkle magic pixel dust on the ground and have holograms pop out of it, that's what I would be selling. So I printed these shirts that say "Ready, Set, Effin' Holograms" on them, just as a reminder to the teams. It's not the plastic, the sensors, or the wand. It's this beautiful, engaging experience that we're selling in the end. And then from that, we can layer on all the other exciting parts of the metaverse. You got to get the users, going through the motions. It's like the mouse in the early days. Like the most brilliant thing that Microsoft did was put, Minesweeper and Solitaire into Windows to train people to use the mouse. It's the same thing with these interactions in AR. You've got to get users doing some simple interactions and more engaged and very skilled at it to where it becomes muscle memory for them. They don't have to think about it, they're just doing it. And then you layer on more and more complexity to it.
Yeah. Now, you've had this long history with hardware, but did you consider making your own hardware to be like a last resort in this case? Like maybe did you try to say, do this with cell phones or something and just see if, people would sort of take advantage of something that's already out in the market? I guess,
Well, you're hitting the nail on the head. The best hardware is hardware you don't have to make, but it just doesn't exist. Going back to the Valve days, we researched, can AR be done on tablets in a compelling way? And the answer was no, after investing like thousands of hours of trying to do it. And so there's just no one solution out there for every problem. So we had to design the hardware to solve this use case and make it accessible. And so we're just super hyper focused on what can we jettison, on the hardware that makes it, easier and less friction for the end user. There's so many things I wanted to put into the headset, but, at the end of the day, we're like, how much value does it add? It's like, I've done every type of AR system out there. I've done reflective and diffractive and waveguides and, light field, micro lens array stuff. And it all has like problems and, and cost. So, that's why we're doing this today with the game board, which has this really cool optical property to it. Who knows, like in 2-3 years, it could be completely different, right? So it's all about the experience is all I care about and all our team cares about. I worked so hard on the new startup Tilt 5 just to make sure that we only brought in people that are super passionate about our main mission, which is put this into 100 million homes and delight the users. And so like you could probably ask almost anyone in the company, like, what are we doing? And they'll say something like that. And that's really great. It keeps us focused on what goes in and what gets deferred till later.
Mm-hmm. You worked for this on many years, and then all of a sudden the pandemic comes along, and I wonder how that also affected the company or changed the plans.
Well, I wish we were at a point where we were manufacturing when the pandemic started, because this would have been a godsend to a lot of folks out there. But we were just starting to ramp up production. We found ourselves in an interesting situation. We'd raised plenty of money. We'd knocked it out of the park with a Kickstarter. Like, people were really excited about it. Now we had to slow down and figure out how to manufacture these in China without stepping foot into China. And so we had to create robotic fixtures for each step of the manufacturing process. So as they're being assembled, they get put into these robots for various testing and whatnot. And so we can monitor it from afar. And I've manufactured, dozens and dozens of products, and you always went to the factory. This is the first time I've ever had complete remote control of the factory. It's kind of amazing. Like, we just log in and we see what's going on. If there's a defect, we can just get on the phone with the factory and like, stop, you're messing this up, or you need to improve in this area. So in some ways, it's prepared us for the future and kind of invented a new way of manufacturing that I've never experienced before.
So you had a kind of digital twin, I guess, or sort of.
Yeah. With our mechanical engineers, I wish the Tilt 5 system was like manufactured and we could just go through, carving through 3D models with them. So that'll probably be our next innovation after we start getting more of these units out. It's exciting. We're producing units. We're shipping them now. The feedback's been great. We just did the Augmented World Expo. Kind of feel like we knocked it out of the park there. We had lines of like 45 minutes to get into the booth, and everyone was talking about like, wow, it's like, I didn't think it would be good, but this is really amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess you also had to maybe redesign some things because of the semiconductor shortage as well. I think there
were a couple things.
Yeah,
we lucked out though, because we were ready to go to China, start manufacturing. We had our plane tickets booked and everything, and we had purchased all of these components. So they were just sitting over at the factory when we got locked down. So many of the components, besides like things that we thought that would be super common, we could just go get at any point, were already there. And we're still feeding off of that supply and building onto that supply. We had to do a couple last minute changes, which were really scary. Things like voltage regulators, things you don't want to like change at the last minute. We had to change, and kind of shot us in the foot. Like, there's been like probably 3 or 4 months worth of delay just because, we have to make a new circuit board because this new transistor we have to use because there's like zero supply of this thing. But in general, the pieces were all there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so what were you showing people to at AWE? Like, what kind of third-party applications have emerged here?
Yeah, so that was another thing, a learning lesson that I had at my previous startup is, since we were trying to do everything for everyone, medical, games, military, whatever, we didn't have any focus. So this entire time during the pandemic and prior to that, we've been hyper-focused on bringing third-party content to the platform. And so we have 45 or so developers bringing games. We've licensed some pretty big game titles that we'll be announcing. They're coming to our system. So at AWE, we had, kind of a vertical slice of different gaming experiences and interactions that people could try. We had little sandboxy experiences, like a tilt brush type experience where you could draw. We had, RTSs and turn-based games. And we let people try a bunch of different things to show the flexibility. We also had some non-gaming experiences there since it was very much a non-gaming venue. What was really exciting is, we've been shipping out hundreds and hundreds of developer kits. There was like 5 other booths there showing off Tilt 5 applications that were non-gaming applications, which was exciting to me. Like when we started Tilt 5, we're like, we're not going to do any enterprise experiences. We're just going to let them come to us. We'll give them a kit, and if they can do something with it, great. And there were some really amazing enterprise demos there using our system, which was highly optimized for games, which was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Cool. And I guess as far as the kind of social interaction you see among people who are using it, like what is that like when you're watching people gather around the table?
Well, it brings a lot of joy to my heart to see it, because I got a taste of it at Valve. Just having people sit around the table and playing a multiplayer experience, and the dynamics that are present of people forming these alliances or competing against each other, it adds another layer that really heightens the experience. It might be hard to describe, but it's something that's really lacking in gaming and in a lot of digital interactions in general, is this competition and collaboration that happens in real time. Sandbox experiences are amazing. You can stick people that are like grandma, grandpa into like a tilt brush experience, and the grandkids are sitting across the table, drawing. And now you have this experience that bridges generations, which is amazing. Where there's no gameplay loop at all. It's just free form play. And it's so accessible that folks that aren't technical can get in there and start having fun and having that connection with each other. Really hard to do on flat screens, almost impossible to do in like virtual reality. That's why we believe this is going to be huge. It's going to, out of all the companies that we admire the most, we admire Nintendo, right? Nintendo is like amazing at finding gameplay mechanics and choosing hardware solutions that just deliver on that. And like the Wii was a great example. Like it introduced millions of people to gaming that probably would have never played games, that went on to buy other consoles and other Nintendo devices. And, our goal is to be that for AR.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you see some lessons here for other metaverse companies?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've been at this a long time, and I think staying focused, working in areas that you can solve some problems and solve them really well is going to benefit a lot of metaverse companies. And, I don't think no one company is going to own the metaverse as much as, Facebook wants to own it. This is going to be like computers or the internet. After a while, we probably won't even, talk about augmented reality. Some of those words will just drop out of our vocabulary. It'll just be like all different forms. We're going to interact with it. As we move through the world, there's going to be holographic displays you walk up to. There's going to be glasses. There's going to be virtual reality, experiences. People will be dropping in and out of these constantly. I had this theory going way back to when I worked at Valve. I was almost pounding my fist on the table at times when people were getting, I thought, over-indexing on virtual reality. I'm like, virtual reality comes after augmented reality. Changing users' behaviors and then get them used to having smaller augmentation in their life and then bigger and bigger. I think in 20, 30 years, we'll probably be shipping some kind of headset or magic pixel dust that takes you in and out of virtual reality and augmented reality and flat screen experiences seamlessly.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So where do you think you got this tenacity to go onto this epic journey here over the last decade? It's
I know. I can't believe I've been at it for 10 years. Well, that's been kind of my personality ever since I was a kid. Like, I lived out in rural Oregon. I had no resources to learn about computers and electronics. I had to just do it the hard way. And so I had to find people like ham radio operators to mentor me in electronics. When I opened my computer stores, I didn't know anything about running a business. So I met this insurance salesman, had a business. I'm like, how do you run a business? And when I made the bold move to Silicon Valley, that's probably a moment where I was far more persistent in like something I was going after than even the AR stuff I'm doing now. It's like, I had no right to come to Silicon Valley and expect to be making, circuit designs or making navigation systems for rockets. It was insane, but I just brute forced my way into it, found mentors to help me. Around Tilt 5, I have an amazing advisory board that spans everything from like business development, games, hardware, all there, to help me steer through this really complicated future of whatever the heck the metaverse really is going to be.
Very, very cool. That's amazing story, and you've got your do-it-yourself attitude and your do-it-yourself metaverse here.
Well, I have a fantastic team, so sometimes the credit gets thrown on me, but it really is surrounding myself with people that share the same dream.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jerry and Dean. Next, please welcome Philip Rosedale, CEO and founder of High Fidelity, Brad Oberwager, chairman of the board at Linden Lab in Tilia, and moderator Ina Fried, chief technology correspondent at Axios. A lot of the current conversation around the metaverse is around the transition from 2D to 3D and the hardware to support this transition. But maybe the metaverse is more about engaging people. This was the core principle when Philip Rosedale launched one of the first metaverses, Second Life, nearly 20 years ago, and it remains the focus of Second Life today. This session will discuss the original vision, what we have learned after nearly 20 years of Second Life, and most importantly, where Philip and Brad see the future of the metaverse and what they believe will always be a live internet.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ina Fried, Chief Technology Correspondent for Axios. I'm joined by Brad Oberwager, who's the chairman of Linden Lab, and Philip Rosedale, the founder of Second Life. Philip, you'd been gone from Second Life for quite a while. Earlier this month, you announced you're coming back in an advisory capacity, but coming back to Second Life. Why now?
Well, as you said, I've been away for a while. Officially, I've been away since 2009, although I've always stayed in touch with the company and have kind of kept abreast of what's going on. But from 2013 to now, I started a new company, High Fidelity, and we originally wanted to design an entirely new virtual world based on the VR headsets, the Oculus Rift and now Quest. And several years ago, we realized that those headsets were not going to be successful yet, especially for the kind of social experience that Second Life has created. And so we started thinking about what to do. So our company got smaller, and we also started working on 3D audio, which is this very unique component, I think, of what we're all going to someday come to see as the metaverse. And we focused on that, and then we started thinking about what else we could do with ourselves and how we could, reinvest ourselves or, work more on virtual worlds. And that brought us together, brought us back to Linden Lab. I've known Brad for quite a long time, and Brad actually bought the company about a year ago. And we decided to bring 7 of our team at High Fidelity, myself, and some of our patents and some of our money over to Linden Lab and keep working there.
And you're going to be an advisor. You're not working full-time. You're not running the show, right?
I'm an advisor, and I'm helping with, thinking about strategy and product. I'm an engineer, originally, and I just absolutely love the guts of, how do we make something like Second Life better and better.
And Brad, catch us up, because a lot of the people, even for the folks young enough to have been around Second Life when it was sort of at its peak, long since moved on to other things. I think a lot of people would be surprised to know that Second Life has been up and running this whole time. What's the same as it was a decade ago? What's changed? Who's spending time there, and what are they doing?
Well, that's I'll parse that out. So, Second Life didn't go anywhere. In fact, it's been growing. It did go through a period where it wasn't growing quickly. There's been a COVID bump, as you would expect. And what happened, though, was it wasn't just people came back because of COVID. These metaverses, they depend on social interaction. We call it concurrency. So how many people are doing things with each other, or engagement, whatever term you want to use. When more people start to reside in Second Life, it becomes more enjoyable. When it becomes enjoyable, you spend more time there. And so really that's what's been happening over the past 2 years. People are coming back. We obviously know logins and things like that. People are spending more time, more people are coming in, and just people are enjoying it a lot more. It's just it continues to be a better experience. Not because of the technology. It's so enticing to say, oh, these new technologies are making the metaverse. As you pointed out, the metaverse, or the concept, has been around for a long time. In fact, we were so lucky that Philip's coming back, because without the history, then it's a tech play. And that's not really what the metaverse is all about, proven by what's happening right now. So people are coming back for a variety of reasons. One of the most compelling reasons that people are coming back is a lot of us have seen things in technology, for example, the creator economy. So Second Life dedicated itself and committed to the creator economy before that was a word. So 18 years ago, it just celebrated its 18th birthday. 18 years ago, Second Life didn't build anything other than the gaming engine that it sits on. Second Life enabled creators to build things and create an economy around that. Creators are doing it for the love of doing it, but they're also doing it to make money. And so Philip's one of his major contributions to the way this is all going to work in the future is he allowed for an economy to develop, and a lot of people are coming back for that as well.
And I remember, again, this has been a long time for me too. You would fly around, you'd maybe buy some outfits, that sort of thing. Is that still what people are doing, or what are the people that are spending time? What kinds of things are they doing?
So the primary thing about the metaverse and about Second Life and about the way we think about the future is it's social. So that's the number one thing that people are doing. People don't play Second Life. They reside in Second Life. And so you reside where you're going to be with friends. If Philip has an island and you have an island and I have an island and we build 22-bedroom houses on our islands and we're just the only person there, it's not that enjoyable. There's a density around Second Life. And so again, people are coming back and they're interacting. They're going to bars, they're going to churches. People get married in Second Life. So that interaction. And then there's commerce. To your point, they're buying things. Our number one person takes $2.8 million a year out of Second Life. It's a $650 million economy annual. So that's a big thing. That's a lot of economic power.
And so why are people hearing about Roblox and Minecraft but not Second Life these days?
I think that those two things have been examples of, similar but different ideas that are important. People have built incredible stuff with Minecraft. You see these amazing videos, but but it's also an experience it's different, and it's mostly actually for Minecraft for kids, a bit older kids in many cases than Roblox. But I think those have been things that just by their sheer numbers, in terms of how many kids have been using them, have made people think about the possibilities for big open worlds like Second Life. Flying, like Brad was saying, flying around, you can still fly, like you said. It still feels visually similar, although the detail and the richness of the content has grown and grown and grown as computers have gotten faster. But you can still walk around and fly around. And I think, by the way, one of the things that is most unique about Second Life, and is also potentially a force for good in terms of how it affects people, is that, as Brad said, you're building in one great big space and you're moving around in that space continuously. And so unlike being stuck in a Facebook group or stuck in a game, a particular instance of a game or something, you're wandering in this big, huge place, and you're wandering by other people all the time. And so, this not only is Second Life a social experience, but it's often a social experience where you're meeting new people. And I think that's very unique and important to the future of the world right now.
What do you make, Philip, of the fact that everyone suddenly sees the future looking a lot like what you built 2 decades ago? What are they capturing that you think is right on track, and where are they going in directions that you're a little nervous about? Because one of my colleagues interviewed you, and it made a lot of headlines because you weren't saying, "Oh yeah, everything that's happening right now is great."
It's certainly flattering to have the attention and to have seen Second Life remain a financial success and a people success for as long as it has. But it's nice to have people come back and say, "Oh yeah, you're the old Metaverse guy. I guess it's really going to happen now." It's nice to see that, but I do view it with a great deal of concern and care. I think that many of the technical problems that keep virtual worlds from getting really big are still there. Maybe that's a good thing in terms of big companies trying to exploit extra entertainment hours from all of us, circa COVID. So I think that there are still big technical challenges to get over to create a truly social experience in a virtual world. I think the virtual reality headsets that we've all seen demonstrated so much lately, they're just not good enough yet. I think we're probably 5 years away from something that one could put on their head as a means of hanging out with their friends and going to a show or something.
And when you say good enough, I mean, obviously the graphics and even an Oculus Quest, certainly give you some of that same feel. What we're really talking about is this a comfortable experience? Is it a practical experience? Is it something that somebody wants to do for hours at a time? That's the piece that's furthest off, right?
If you're going to a meeting or you're meeting somebody for the first time, you're going to want to talk to them for more than 15 minutes. And 15 minutes is about as long as you can comfortably wear a VR headset. Plus, a VR headset today is something that makes a lot of people sick. Plus, VR headsets are something that you're only willing to put on if you're comfortable blindfolding yourself in a room that may have other people in it. And for that reason, the person that's comfortable using VR hardware is not a diverse representation of the typical person. And so for all those reasons, I think we've got a ways to wait before VR headsets become something that we're all using. And as I said, that's part of why we at High Fidelity stopped working on them and had to think, what are we going to do, with ourselves?
And that's the technology piece, and that will, I assume, solve itself over the next few years. Battery life improves, miniaturization improves. It's pretty easy to see how that gets solved. It feels like the pieces that we need to work out as a society are, what are the norms for occupying virtual space? What is and isn't acceptable behavior? And again, y'all have some experience with this. Did the norms work themselves out? Like, I certainly remember the early days of Second Life. CNET, where I was working at the time, built a virtual replica of its headquarters, and I was doing an interview, and people were throwing phalluses, penises at the thing. And at the time, that was actually a mark of success. It meant that you were doing something interesting. Have the social norms worked themselves out? Is harassment in Second Life a significant issue?
So, significant in the sense that we pay a lot of attention to it. No longer is it a significant issue in terms of violations. So, and there's a couple reasons for that. One, that's an area where technology has really helped for good. AI and other tools make it so that we can find things extraordinarily quickly. The other thing is people have been in Second Life. You reside in Second Life for 10 years and you start doing things that are harassing and we threaten to take your account away, you're going to lose a lot of money. You've built a whole persona, and so things that were not available even 5 years ago that are available to us now, we take very seriously. In addition, there's a whole financial aspect that 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 all metaverses are going to be struggling with, that we have years and years of experience with, being able to move money through the system, that's a very high risk for fraud and for different things that we are licensed in the United States and around the world to do. And so there are a lot of things that are concerning, but it's where we've put a tremendous amount of time, money, and energy into protecting the resident. But you're right, every society needs rules.
There's a way of, when you think about moderation and you think about kind of a level playing field and, fair rules for people, yes, you look at Second Life, you look at all these different sort of experiments that are going on with VR products. You have to, just like in the real world, create consequences and a balance of power and a way of interacting for people that stably supports a lot of diverse opinions and a lot of people. And I think, and I don't think I'm alone in this perspective, kind of from the bottom up is a rule set that enables people to just be there and live their lives and do whatever they care to. I think Second Life, not accidentally, but it was kind of something that I came to understand better as the years went by. Second Life created exactly the right kind of identity in it, which is to say, it's a pseudonymous identity. You don't have to be named as you would say in your Facebook account. But it is an identity, like Brad was saying, where there are real consequences to your actions. Because in Second Life, you come to perhaps have a place where you live. You likely have a bunch of stuff that you show to your friends and that you've maybe purchased in World, or maybe you've made money. All of those things make your identity pretty sticky. You're going to have one or a very small number of different identities in the world, and those identities are important to you. Striking the right balance between anonymous interaction, which has obviously had such negative outcomes on the internet, and using true names for everything, which has also had very negative outcomes on the internet. Somewhere in the middle, there's the right balance, which is what we have to get to for virtual worlds. And again, I think Second Life is definitely the closest to the right answers. Does Second Life have all the right answers yet? No. I think there are lots of system design that still needs to happen, but it's at least a roadmap for the kind of things we need to do.
Because it does bring in, and one of the things that attracted me to it, I mean, I happen to be a trans woman, and I think when I first arrived in Second Life, I don't even think I was out, was the ability to be a different version of myself. It was your second life. That was the whole idea. How important is it to be able to play? Like, if we have these virtual worlds that are so photorealistic and so tied to our real world identity, it kind of sounds a little boring. Like, you're missing some of the benefit of being online. Like, the whole point is you can do things you can't do in the real world. How do we make sure the virtual world, I guess the bigger question is, how do we make sure the virtual world is a place that people want to spend time and can be who they want to be?
Well, that's a balance that we're talking about all the time. I think one thing to conceptualize of one owner of the metaverse, while that, again, can either sound dystopian or wonderful, depending on who you are, that's a very tough thing to get to. The rules and norms and safety that Roblox has to provide because of what they stand for and who their customers are, versus the rules and safety and boundaries that Second Life has committed to, those are a different set of rules. Safety is safety. Choosing to be somewhere and where you want to reside is part of that, though. And so I do think that balance, I think that's going to be, quite honestly, I think in a lot of ways that's sort of what some of these larger companies that are talking about being metaverse companies, I think that's what they have not fully grasped yet, is exactly what you said, is you're going to have to make some choices on what you stand for. You're going to have values and principles that your world accepts, and then attract the people that want that. To your point, Second Life is where you can be your best self. People do not want to lose their Second Life account, and I don't mean as a threat, but just this is where they reside, and some people spend a lot of their waking hours there because that's where they're accepted. But they may choose to be a different person that may not work in a Roblox or certainly a Minecraft or some of these things. So it'll be interesting to see what the balance is, but it's very important to protect that ability to be who you are. Otherwise, to your point, it becomes rather dry and boring to a great degree.
But you bring up one of the trickiest elements, and I'm curious what you both think, which is ideally no one company owns the metaverse. Even Facebook, when they talk about it, at least for the moment, says we want this to be interoperable and so forth. It actually gets much tougher to police. I mean, you can set the rules for what you want Second Life to look like. Roblox sets a different set of rules, knowing they have an audience that's primarily young people and some children. But it gets tricky when you want to build something that can move from worlds to world. How do you think about that? Do you think there can be a decentralized metaverse that one large company doesn't control, but that also adequately protects safety?
Well, there's a dream that we're all talking about that we're not to yet, which is that we would have a social environment so much like the real world and so easy to use and so effective at allowing us to communicate, like as we're doing right now, sitting in chairs across from each other, that we're all going to be willing to use it just as likely as we would be willing to, walk across the office and have a meeting with someone. Technically, we're just not there yet. And so we're looking at this early stage thing where you have experiences like Second Life, which are incredibly immersive, require a very substantial commitment of yourself to create your identity, to maintain it, to live in the world, as Brad was saying. We have video games where you can kind of extend the edge of the video game a little bit. Maybe you're going to, buy some branded stuff and put it on your avatar. But those don't logically sort of make sense to move content between yet. So I think once we have once it feels like this to be in a virtual world, then we have to solve all this content portability and interoperability. And like you're saying, moderation and governance standards have to be local, to the place where you are or what you're doing. But we just aren't there yet. I mean, what's fascinating is the success of something like Second Life is driven by this idea of usually being someone completely different than yourself and living in a second life, like you said. It's interesting that we're there, and that's growing. It's going to continue to grow and grow and grow, but we're still not technologically to the point where we're all going to, trivially give up face-to-face meetings and just do them in the metaverse.
And I'm curious, you've been relatively outspoken on this. I'm curious, take me back to, I assume you were watching the keynote when Facebook rebranded itself, but more importantly, talked about this vision. What was your initial reaction to the vision they laid out for the metaverse?
Again, I think it presupposes a willingness to swap out face-to-face interaction for, some sort of technology-mediated interaction, and we just absolutely aren't there yet. And so part of it I looked at as just kind of classic, almost, the worst bad moments in Silicon Valley where we're just talking about things because it's fun to talk about them, but they're not at all possible or here yet. We're pulling the future too far forward. And so to a large extent, I had that feeling. But another feeling I had was, if you take the business model that Facebook, for example, has built its business on, and you bring that to a metaverse, there is a much greater chance of causing great harm to people than help. These businesses, these big companies in many cases have built their businesses on advertisement, on behavioral modification, on tracking and surveillance. And as many more people than me are talking about, the idea of just porting that over to a 3D environment where you're an avatar and your eye movements are being tracked and guesses are being made about your internal psychology by AIs that are going to become increasingly good at doing that. That is an end for humanity that we don't want to find out about. And so what I really thought when I saw Facebook rebranding itself to Meta, what I really thought was, I hope they fail, because it would be very dangerous to have any one of the companies that are based on that kind of a business model get successful and build a metaverse.
But it does seem like that's where we're headed without some change of course. I mean, that we all agree the technological future isn't here now, but it's coming. People disagree, 5 years, 10 years, it's coming. How do we not end up in sort of, Ready Player One? I think, a lot of us took that as a cautionary tale, and parts of Silicon Valley took it as an instruction manual of what to build.
I love that statement, by the way.
Great,
That's the whole. Somebody tweeted it, and I retweeted it. It was a warning, not an instruction manual. It was the metaverse I think they're talking about. Neil Stephenson was giving a dystopian warning, not instructions.
The real world, the virtual and physical, the virtual world mimics the physical world in many more ways than people think. So if to answer your question, think about the physical world. How do our societies work? You have all different societies. They all share certain pillars, right? They have geographic boundaries through war, natural. They have infrastructure. Every successful society is moving water, invented the wheel. They have laws, rules of law to protect the weak and create environments, business environments. They have a social component and they have a financial component. That doesn't mean that every society views individualism the same, privacy the same. And so the metaverse is going to have the same sort of ways of looking at it. In the physical world, it's very hard to move from one society to another. If I want to move from New York to Paris, I have to get all my furniture together, get on an airplane and send it on a boat, and I have to move. In the virtual world, it's a lot easier. And so my hope is that because it's easy to move around, it's easy to log out of one system and log into another, that people are going to gravitate to the society that is good for them as individuals and good for the society as a group. That's my hope. It's the ability to move around that I hope answers that question positively.
I think that's such a good way of putting it. I think that, one of the books that was one of the foundational books that we were all reading at the beginning when we were building Second Life was this book by Jane Jacobs, The Death and Life of American Cities. And she was an urban planner who basically took apart for all of us for the first time why New York and other cities like that were really worth living in. And she said, it's not because they're planned. It's because they're just a big mess. She said, you have to walk out of the subway and walk 3 blocks. You have to live in one place, take a subway, take another subway, get out of the subway, walk 3 blocks to work, and somebody's sitting at a coffee shop watching you walk by. And you're the entertainment for them, and then the next day they're the entertainment for you. And she said, that's what makes New York compelling. And that bottom-up nature, that kind of chaotic, unconstrained nature, is what makes real spaces compelling. And I agree with Brad. I think that if it's easy for us to move around, and if people are, if the metaverse or the virtual world kind of goes down the same way the real world did in that sense, people are going to vote with their feet. In other words, maybe what we can hope is that the top-down dystopian, superstructures built by corporations are going to be incredibly boring to hang around in, and we won't stay there. Maybe that's too much of an optimist's view, but I think that I think that human beings do have a sensibility around, where they spend their time, and I think that the more the internet becomes the space around us, the more seriously we're going to take what our rights and responsibilities are, in those places.
So what is next for Second Life? What are the things that you're working on? What doesn't exist today that you think you can do in the short term? How do you, first of all, let more people know that Second Life still exists?
So there's a couple different things that we're working on when it comes to Second Life. There's the incremental. We're always making the physics of the world better shadows, better things moving, better ways to fly. We're making commerce easier. As a whole, though, we have this view around the economy. And we think that the economy is incredibly important to all metaverses in the future, however you want to look at it, even if it's one with different versions. Back to this mobility, which again, so if you think about societies, you live here in San Francisco. If we call San Francisco a metaverse, it's got its own value system, it's got its rules, if you will, which are very different than Miami, which are different than Dallas. And I say you have to move from San Francisco to Miami, and you can't take your clothes, you can't take your furniture, and this is in the real world. That's pretty irritating. but solvable. There's really only a few things that you really want to move from one place to the other. And one of them is your money, right? So if you can't take your clothes, you can buy new. If you can't take your money, moving from San Francisco to Miami becomes a very difficult thing to do. And since we're committed to both within Second Life, but also we want to stand up to and versus all the other societies out there. We want to expand because people want to be there, not because we trap them. And so one of the things that we're very focused on is the ability to move money. We think that that's going to be a core component of the future. And so that's something that we're investing very heavily in, a financial system that has been around in Second Life. One of the great things that Philip did was he allowed for a financial system, an actual monetary system. When we were early on, we're joking, not even joking, we're like the Fed, we're like the Treasury. We have the Linden dollar, and people can put money into the system, move money, and take money out. Well, that's a regulated transaction in the United States. And that's what all these other metaverse companies are going to realize. We've actually committed to that, and we actually are not only supporting that for Second Life, but part of Linden also has a whole financial system that other metaverses are sitting on top of. And so a lot of what we're doing is we're trying to enable a much better, if you will, version of all these metaverses, not the taking Ready Player One as a warning and creating that mobility so that people can always end up at the best one. And we think that a financial system, there's technology systems, moving your avatar, that there's some future and having, ways that we all know it's going to work. But we're committed to that. So that's what we're spending a lot of our time, money, and energy on.
Well, it's been a fascinating conversation. I could keep talking for hours. I'm sure you both could as well. We're going to have to leave it there. Philip, Brad, thank you so much. If you've enjoyed this conversation, I do a daily login newsletter for Axios. It's free. You can go to getlogin.axios.com. And thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
And really great to hear them dig into the conversations around ethics and everything that kind of connects to those layers as well. Our next panel is all from our friends over at High Def, and it'll focus on how to rethink the foundation of the metaverse and how all the areas it touches, content, culture, identity, virtual to IRL ecosystems, payment formats and the currency, hardware, and multiple platforms, to name a few, in order to build a more inclusive world online. Please welcome Jace Hall, founder and chief creative officer at High Def, Rick Fox, founder and chief business officer at High Def, and moderator Ngai Kroll, founder and CEO at Hit Detection.
Hello, my name is Ngai Kroll, and I'm the founder and CEO of Hit Detection, a video game consultancy. Rick Fox.
Hello, I'm Rick Fox, co-founder at High Def. We make video games.
Yes, we
And
do.
Jace Hall.
My name is Jace Hall. I'm the chief creative officer over at High Def, but I just play video games. That's what I do.
Well, thank you both for being here with me today, and looking forward to today's conversation. So let's just jump right in. So High Def has stated that its intent is to build metaverse games, capital M. So there's a lot of talk about the metaverse, obviously, but what aspects specifically of the metaverse are most interesting to High Def?
Who's going first?
You go,
Me?
Jace.
Do I get the answer first?
Yes.
Look, the metaverse as a whole is filled with a number of interesting ideas. And the thing that gets me the most excited about it is the idea of participating in a larger picture and building value from my experience in there, and that value being able to be expressed all throughout the different, what might seem to be disparate pieces of things, but because it's all sort of wrapped into the metaverse, it actually translates well across the entire spectrum of the experience. So beyond things like different intellectual properties or different types of music or what have you. There is this inherent characteristic of something going meta, which means my participation in that universe and the kinds of products and the kinds of experiences you can build with that larger picture in mind is very exciting. And it's something that I know that we at High Def are very focused on tackling. It's a big challenge.
I would add that what I'm excited most about is that challenge is happening for High Def as a company, and our teammates and our current roster of as a team are on the ground floor in shaping and being a part of what the next wave of communication, storytelling, creativity is expressed through the metaverse, right? And so we take great pride in being on the ground here now, set up in a way where we can be a bridge, a vehicle for not only our own creativity, but the creativity of others that will find their way through an expression and also a monetization of their creativity through the coming years.
So I know you're still a little bit in stealth mode. There's a lot you can't talk about, but I'm sure one of the things you can talk about is just sort of starting and forming a company. So when you think about the metaverse, how does that relate to the company itself? Like, what is it that you need and that other people should be thinking about as they look to build companies to navigate and build the metaverse?
Well, I'll start with this, Chase, and then you can dig a little deeper. But just on a high level, from a high def viewpoint, the metaverse being a landscape of opportunity for us, it's important that in building a team, whether we're executing high def's vision and goals, building a team in general requires diversity of thought and view and expertise. All things you're going to find in the metaverse. But for us, predominantly, the focus is putting together the type of team that can see the world from all angles and have a voice that's unified in a way that is inclusive of everyone. Jace can speak to the technical aspect of our approach, but for me, it's about just building the type of team that has voice and inclusiveness and diversity across the board.
Completely agree with what Rick is saying, and what I would add to it is when you're building a company today, the metaverse, the concept of the metaverse, is the future of sort of interactive software in general, where every sort of individual participating inside of the metaverse is adding to it in some form or another the total experience for all involved. That's a huge opportunity for not only the people creating the technology and those systems, but also the people who are participating in those systems as well. So, to Rick's point, that lends itself to a diverse function. In fact, the more homogenized you make your, verse, I think the less meta it actually becomes. You become more and more meta as you're bringing in all of these different elements and providing a construct and a context for them all to interact and build value together. So when you're constructing a company that's going to embark upon this, and this brings forth all that, Web 3.0 and decentralization, all that stuff. It's very important that you're thinking about new ideas and involving a wide swath of individuals to come and tackle this very interesting and exciting proposition.
So is it fair to say, based on what I heard you both say, that because what you're envisioning the metaverse is sort of like two-way communication, like other forms of entertainment and even arguably games, a lot of games, it's sort of the vision of a designer, the vision of a team, the content goes to the player plays it maybe by themselves or with other people. And not that diversity isn't great or important, but maybe there wasn't as much a need for it in that world. But if the content is going two ways, it's coming back up, then the team is not just the people making the game, it's everyone who's playing it. And you need to be more diverse in order to make the best world for the people that are stepping into it, who are themselves very diverse. Is that fair to say?
Rick, I think that's really fair to say. And I think you're just leaning into the fact that building a company that's working toward metaverse concepts in itself is an act of meta unto itself, because it is now no longer a one-way street. When you make something, you consume it, and you don't matter really. I don't know. I mean, we all can see everyone who are using these interactive products. They're trying to create value for themselves with the time that they spend in it, which is what you see in Twitch and all these other things. Ways of doing something in a game and then making it a little bit bigger for yourself, right? So or even creating custom levels and custom, getting a game and then you kind of build your own vision with it. And then that extends the game existence, right? Like you see this stuff. That is all super important. And it's speaking to the fact that the people that you're making this metaverse for are part of the metaverse and need to participate in the actual making of it. So that goes again into how are you constructing your company? Who are you populating it with? And where is that line? Like between just someone who's passively experiencing what you're working on, and or versus actively, even as a consumer, they're actively a very important element of it. So you're totally on point.
Today's consumer is no longer just consuming; they're interacting and they're demanding a seat at the table in the creation of and the maintenance of whatever it is they are ongoing and consuming or becoming loyal to. Right, becoming brand ambassadors in their own right, whether it's through their own social channels, whether it's through their own modding and amplification of the product to another level. They spend their time where they can consume in a social capacity, where they can express themselves, and where their creativity of expression can be monetized to not only benefit themselves, but benefit society. And that's the generation. I may be old and gray here, but I have kids that are younger. And so I know how they move around the world and the things they demand. And you may target them with your advertisement and marketing or whatever, but they're not purchasing unless they feel authenticity. And authenticity to them in a lot of ways means inclusion. Are you going to allow me to have a seat at the table to discuss how I like interacting with your online game or your free-to-play game or whatever it is that's in the metaverse that's creating an experience? They're going to be a part of it, and they're going to demand to be a part of it.
Oh, well, not only that, but attribution and ownership is also part of that demand and participation. And so those are things you have to be thinking about, as you're engaging. How do you help facilitate that? So people spend time making things in these systems. That matters, it's very important people get credit for that.
Well, you raise a really interesting point about attribution and compensation, because I'm not going to say any ages here, but we're all enough to know that even with the rise of and continued dominance of Silicon Valley, venture capitalism, all the money that's been made, there's also been in the history of the internet and of computers, like sort of a utopian aspect where, you give stuff away, like free software, royalty-free stuff, open source, like that kind of thing. But it seems to me that different people, and not just in terms of color, but in terms of potentially gender, in terms of where they come from on the planet and all those things, may come from backgrounds where attribution and compensation are going to be more important or more essential to how they view the word, whether that's need or want. That seems like another axis of where diversity and inclusion is going to be important, because not everyone looks at the need for compensation or attribution in the same way.
I Rich, you want to add to that? I don't want to be the only one talking. So like I have all these things to say, but I agree with what N guy is saying, like big time. And this is why some of the newer technologies that are emerging are very important to look at being able to create automated attribution and compensation for participants, so that you're not trying to have to chase down companies and say, hey, you didn't give me credit for this and that. Everything just is already built into that, so that creates more comfort, and people will then invest more time. And one of the things that we've talked about internally at High Def, because it's so obvious, is diversity and inclusion. A lot of times in the world is used as a talking point, like some sort of, like they don't want to seem like they're not being diverse. There's really, but that's the act. It's an act. The truth is, diversity and inclusion is very good business, because you're talking about different people and different ideas, and those ideas are new, and so there's new market opportunities for all, right? It's just coming from different places, but it's for everybody, and it's a completely it's an unexplored area for all kinds of reasons that we don't have to get into. But we're at that point now where technology and our culture, our society, and concepts like the metaverse can come in together and do something really special, which is what we're trying to do at High Def at birth. That's why it naturally occurred. That's the thing I've always mentioned to N guy is High Def is not this constructed thing out of the blue. It has naturally occurred, and these are the things that we value and care about and are going about doing.
Well, picking up on that point, right? Again, we've been around long enough, right, to know, like, as different things, genres or platforms or things have emerged, and historically, there's often a lack of diversity in the people, the teams, or the companies at the start of new platforms or new eras. Is this true right now of the metaverse? And if so, why is that?
I would say no, because we're here. In that here we are as a company that if you get to know us, we hope you go check us out. You'll find that we're diverse in many ways, whether it be our backgrounds and experiences, whether it be our ethnicities and races and sexes. It doesn't matter. Like we're quite the organization of viewpoints and experience and voices. And actually, quite frankly, we're proud of it. But we're here on the ground at the start of all of this, right? And so we're not here to debate that the metaverse just started, but we're here to say that at least we have a hand in the shaping of it going forward. And so unlike many other times, maybe in industries that have risen across many sectors, you'll find diversity shows up later when it's demanded and called for, right? And people fight for it. Right now, we're here on the ground floor, so I think we're having something to say about it.
One thing I wanted to mention is many companies and many people's vision of a metaverse concept tends to lean towards sort of avatar-based sort of experiences. And what's interesting about that, and which is why metaverse concepts lend themselves to diversity, is when you meet someone in a avatar situation, you're really just meeting a consciousness. You have no idea what they really look like in the real world or any of that stuff. You're just meeting them as a person. And so, but that helps bring down biases, judgments. It helps people communicate more genuinely, because they're not, affected by what they've been historically taught. Or you're meeting, a floating bunny rabbit that, has some like a deep voice, and there's all these different ways to meet. So
is that how you see yourself in the metaverse?
Well, I'd be more like the Monty Python Holy Grail rabbit,
Okay.
But look, it's lending itself to meeting different people, to having different experiences. different cultures running into each other and helping bringing down those biases. And I think that one of the things the world could use is a little more acceptance of each other, and communication between all of us with different thoughts and ideas without us getting into combat mode. So I think metaverse stuff, and certainly high def's vision, is inclusive of a sort of a better sense of community within this sort of interactive scope.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're saying that there's a way in which the metaverse itself is, if you look at it through the lens of avatars, is an inherently inclusive concept, right?
That's
and almost in a way, like if we don't bring that to life, we're almost getting in the way of what it could or should be.
Yes. It's going to fight you. Like the metaverse should have all body types, all gender types, all concept. That's the point. That's what makes a metaverse absolutely cool, is all of those things. So if you're like restricting it down, what are you doing? Like the very nature of it's just going to fight against that. Like that's not your friend. That's not goodness.
So my next question was supposed to be, what will inclusivity and diversity bring to the metaverse for game makers and players? But I feel like I want to keep us talking about this idea, this bottom-up idea, right? That almost independently of what people are doing at the top. And I get that you're saying it's like, hey, gotta be open to new people, new ideas, new concepts. But it seems like you're also saying that from the bottom up, the people who are going to populate it and flock to it, they're going to push for it. So you can either get on board or get out of the way. So what do game makers need to do in order to be responsive to something that you're saying the players themselves are going to inherently demand?
They need to practice Tai Chi. They need to be okay. Like literally, they need to be okay with letting go a little bit of the reins, right? And that's uncomfortable. It's unsettling. But we're to your point there. We're in times where, like, look, I was an athlete, right? I was a jock, right? And there was, in my generation, the jock was king, right? And now that's not the case. It's been flipped on its head, right? And it's no different than growing up with ADD, and ADD being something that was, shunned upon, right? Where now technology and the pace with which the world works at now, and our kids and the way their synapses are firing in their heads, we'd accuse all of them of being ADHD, but yet they're able to move through the world functionally with technology in a different way. So I just think you have to accept, evolve, and let go, and not try to hold on so tightly to the norms that have been, and the controls that you've had, and the power with which you've wielded product across the masses, because they no longer will consume it that way, or no longer will they actually stand for it. Quite frankly, you have a society now where voices are no longer smothered out, because they can just go to their own channels and they can scream from the top of the mountaintop. And if people galvanize and feel the same way, all of a sudden you have a mob on your hands. So they can raise a product to new heights, and they can smother one down, rather quickly. So if you accept that and you include them, and practice some Tai Chi, and maybe a lot of meditation, you can maybe find a balance in a conversation where you can interact.
Yeah, I think the key is to listen. You have to be willing to listen, and you have to stop trying to want to own everything in the universe. You have to understand you have a role, let's say as a metaverse maker, or, you have a role, you do that role, but your role is, the participant's role is equally as important to yours, because without them, what are you doing? So, and you have to recognize that and respect it. Don't treat this thing that's bothered me forever is how a lot of the industry in the past is, they plant these wonderful orange trees way, way back in the day. And then they've been growing oranges year after year off of those trees. And what the companies have evolved to is just squeezing oranges, right? And then they don't give any atmosphere to plant more trees, right? And now these trees that are being planted, these are your actual consumers. They have the ideas. They're bringing their creativity into your product. They're the ones who are building communities around your product. Don't squeeze them. Fertilize, water, support, be part of it. You know what I mean? It's like, good Lord, just stop trying to control like that and listen to what everyone is saying. That's the other thing is they tell you what they want. They tell you. You don't have to run off, and they actually will take the time. They'll detail it out. They'll build you a 3D model, everything. And to say, can you please just give this? So this is what we want. We want to buy this. You don't go, no, you do what we say. You listen. And that I think is, one of the themes in a metaverse concept is how important every piece is,
I really like this idea about the importance of listening. Do you have, again, I know there's a lot you can't tell us, but do you have any examples of how listening, sort of rooted in inclusion and diversity, how listening is playing a role in some of the things that you're doing as you bring your products to life?
Yes, unless Rick wants to take it. But yes. All right. There are some social media entities, most of them actually, where, their users create content. And they keep trying to say, the users keep trying to express how important attribution is for the content they create within that platform. And they're not really getting heard. They're just not. So I see that personally as the chief creative officer, and I go, this message is so loud and clear coming from everybody that they're more than happy to participate in your system and they can add a whole lot. But you need to have a real way of attributing credit to those people who make stuff. It's just super important. That's just one tiny thing to listen to of the millions of things to be heard. But I think that the more listening you do like that, and the more you make sure that whatever you're building in this Web 3.0 future metaverse planet that's coming, that's arriving, you better consider what these very strong things that are being said are. And so that's just one. There's a lot. There's a lot of them, but that's just one. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Rick, do you have, building on that, do you have any examples, like as you're researching your audience, talking to people, figuring out what's important to them, as well as anything beyond attribution, other examples of things like where that listening is really starting to bring out insights that are informing what it is you're building?
Yeah, what we've I would say we've learned by listening is there are areas in society where society tends to come along a little slower than other in other places, and it ends up having to turn into a big public display and fight. Whether it's, I mean, I'll give an example. For years and years, it's been like civil rights, sexual rights, diversity around, those elements. In general, when you listen to and include the conversation without needing things to evolve to and escalate to a place where people are demanding and fighting to get what they feel is fair, then for us in this case at our company, the listening is we try to not only listen but hear. Right. So a lot of times people say they're listening, but they don't really hear, because hearing means, quite frankly, you have to allow yourself to be touched, right? Moved and impacted in a way that would create action on your part. Right. And that's the two-way street we've been talking about here all day. Right. The metaverse is going to be a two-way street. It may what may matter to you may not be something for me, but it doesn't make that less valuable in society. And so, how do we step aside in our own personal, agendas to serve, to be of service?
I'll reveal a very specific thing, a little bit of the curtain back, right? You've done actual market research when we were looking at avatar body stuff as it relates to movement. And it became pretty clear that you have male movement and female movement, and those are all, those are being tested, but then it came up from inside of our community testing. Wait a minute. What about non-binary? Movement can be very different there. Physical movement, right? And representation of that type is very important. And we're like, that makes sense to us because not only that, but body types, right? Like just the entire spectrum of body types, all like the whole thing. The message coming back is very, very clear regarding that and it's not just visual, it's motion. There's subtlety to it. There's a cascading effect when you're not representing a particular aspect of society. It's not just the pure visual thing. There's other parts to it. So we are doing our homework there. But I hope that at least answered your question as, what sort of the insights that are coming out of thinking like that.
It absolutely does. I mean, I think those are some, maybe not new, but I feel like powerfully stated and restated ideas. This idea of the importance of listening, communication, a two-way street, and how that informs these larger concepts like inclusion and diversity to go beyond the fashionable and get to the essential. Rick and Jace, really want to thank you guys for your time. It's been a fantastic conversation.
Thanks,
you,
Guy.
You're a legend. Man. You're a legend.
You sure are.
What a fantastic session with Jace, Rick, and Ngai. For our invited guests who have questions, please head over to our Zoom Q&A room. I just loved them talking about the need to listen to the users before kind of building the spaces. I thought that was super brilliant and fantastic. The first wave of blockchain games weren't that impressive. They just weren't. Launched amid crypto scams, overhype, complexity, and regulatory fears. They just weren't fun. But game startups like Star Atlas are making AAA games with more refined approaches to the market. And they're ready to explain how that focus on gamers is what leads them to NFT technology. Please welcome Michael Wagner, CFA, CEO of Star Atlas, and a conversation with Miko Matsumura, General Partner at Gumi Crypto's Capital.
Hello, and this is Miko Matsumura. I'll be your moderator today for this panel, which is the opportunity for the decentralized metaverse. So decentralized metaverse, it's extremely interesting what's happening today, thanks to blockchain technology and the emergence of decentralized autonomous organizations or DAOs. So I have with me a very special guest. It's Michael Wagner, who is the co-founder and CEO of Star Atlas, which of course is a exemplar of AAA gaming and this idea of this emerging decentralized metaverse. So, I think we'll have a very exciting conversation. What I wanted to highlight today is Eminem has changed his Twitter profile picture into a Bored Ape that he's managed to buy. So, it's amazing what's happening with the Bored Ape Yacht Club, and they're now commissioning the development of a game title. So, we are starting to see the emergence of these kind of crypto native IP franchises that are sort of evergreen, community driven, and gamer centric. And so I think to me, that's kind of a perfect segue or handoff to Michael. So, what are your thoughts about sort of Eminem? What are your thoughts about the kind of emergence of this kind of future of decentralized autonomous organizations and, of course, the metaverse?
Well, thank you for that great introduction, Miko. It's always fantastic joining you on a conversation. I have to be honest, this Eminem update is breaking news to me. I hadn't heard that previously, but he's clearly not the first mainstream celebrity to utilize a profile picture NFT or a PFP NFT on his social media, and I don't think he'll be the last. It's great to see this trend continuing in the interest across these decentralized assets across the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's really entertaining. I mean, I think the Bored Ape kind of concept as a brand and as execution, I think is really in some ways consistent with his sort of like hip hop kind of culture vibe. So I think it makes sense for both parties. I think it's a really interesting kind of expansion, and I think we're now seeing kind of the incoming celebrity culture, obviously influencer culture. We're starting to see brand, so we're starting to see kind of this merger between popular culture and blockchain, crypto, and most importantly, gamer culture. So, in terms of centering around gamer culture, one of the things that's happened with Bored Apes is that they are now kind of commissioning the development of a Bored Apes video game, right? But I think, this really kind of sets the stage for gamer native decentralized metaverse titles like Star Atlas. So I'd love to kind of get your thought process and philosophy around gamer centricity, and around kind of DAOs and how you see this happening.
Absolutely. Yeah. And maybe I'll circle back on the PFP discussion, and also just this concept of, mainstream pop culture getting integrated into the decentralized community, into NFTs. Thinking about the trends and kind of the evolution of where NFTs came from, CryptoPunks was one of the original NFTs in existence. Going into 2020 is when we started to see a lot more adoption or promotion of NFTs, I suppose. And realistically, it was mostly based on the collectible value. Right. So, I mean, we saw mainstream artists, musicians, composers, all coming into the space to create some new concept and sell some new product. And, while I certainly appreciate the value of the collectability nature of these and the ability to represent who you are. And we can talk about, this representation of self as maybe an avatar inside the metaverse, but, it's a representation of self across social media, which in its own right is some kind of nascent version of what the metaverse ultimately will become. But, at Star Atlas, we're very heavily focused on utility driven NFTs. So assets that you can purchase that you not only derive collectability value out of, but within the gaming universe, the ability to engage in gameplay that's entertaining, enjoyable, provides a sense of escapism. But, in our case in particular, these assets also provide true monetization potential, right? This concept of play to earn in the metaverse, wherein as you spend time playing the game and completing missions, completing quests, you're actually earning income. Now, in our case, that takes the form of earning one of our two native digital currencies, Atlas, which is the medium of exchange across the entire economy. But, that's also supplemented by this sense of true asset ownership in the NFTs that you have and the ability to further govern the future of the platform itself. So Star Atlas really consists of a gaming application, this AAA quality space exploration, massively multiplayer online game, but then also the metaverse as a platform itself, where all different forms of social interaction and experience will take place. Things like interacting with other people, just hanging out, work experiences, education experiences, and then also, I think naturally e-commerce is a topic that fits in this discussion. Now, in terms of governance, in terms of what does the future of Star Atlas look like? One of the things that I think we're doing that's really revolutionary is the incorporation of the Star Atlas DAO. And that's, denominated in our Polis token. And what this really means is that over time, we take the concept of this decentralized metaverse and we ultimately turn it over to the world. I like to describe this as essentially creating a public utility that everyone should have access to and should have the opportunity to build within or around and, be entrepreneurial. Create new experiences, novel experiences that other players want to engage in. This is, what's really critical for us is forming a robust and sustainable circular economy. And what that means is it can't be purely extractive based. It can't be just, these emissions of tokens through play to earn that ultimately have no utility, nowhere to go. But how do we create experiences that other people want to participate in that we as a team actually don't have to develop. And that's what we're focused on, is building this tool set, building this platform, and enabling people all over the world to create within this new universe.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the idea of gamer centricity, right? And putting gamers in the driver's seat, right? So in a sense, what we're talking about is gamer culture being at the center of the metaverse. So, one of the popular, although dystopian ideas in Ready Player One is this sort of idea of the business versus the art side of gaming, right? In a sense, the central clash of Ready Player One is basically the corporate evil metaverse, which is, kind of like Zuck and Facebook, let's face it. And then the other side is sort of like the bottom up liberation of all the players who band together and they become the owners of the metaverse. And what makes Wade Watts, I realize this is a spoiler, but if you haven't seen the movie, then you should have already. But the metaverse, really, the idea becomes that like the owner of the metaverse deservingly owns the metaverse because they understand really obscure gamer culture and history. Things like the microdot in the adventure game on the Atari 2600, these incredibly archaic lore of gamer history, right? So the idea that history and the history of gaming and that humans and players can be at the driver's seat ties back into your ideas about things like player governance, right? So the governance kind of is the assertion of the dominance and revenge of the nerds and the centricity of gamer culture. You mentioned CryptoPunks. Like the CryptoPunks have this kind of 8-bit pixelated kind of vibe that sort of harkens back to kind of retro gaming. So I think all of this stuff makes a ton of sense. I think one of the big challenges, so we recently saw I think Dean Takahashi pointed out in our prep call a little bit about gamer reactions to blockchain, right? And of course, we know about the Ubisoft launch recently. I think it was Ghost Recon. And I think that, obviously the player base didn't necessarily receive blockchain with open arms, right? So, I think what we've been tasked to do here by Dean is really to talk a little bit more about what's in it for gamers. So I'd love to have you sort of retort and, really lay out like, why should gamers enjoy or embrace blockchain? When is this going to become fun for them?
Hopefully it already is fun. Just in the launch of some of the early features that we've produced so far, we roll out on this iterative strategy because we essentially were live from day one, promoting the concept and selling NFTs and getting people engaged in the community. What's been really inspiring to me is just seeing the amount of strategy that is being produced across the community right now, thinking about different methods of engaging with Star Atlas. And that this kind of speaks a little bit to the gamer centricity of Star Atlas, but really thinking about this entire industry that emerged around professional gaming or just live streaming in general. You don't even have to be a professional gamer to have a Twitch account with followers that want to see the action that you're taking. I think it's really, really funny. I have a friend with a young boy, and he watches more Dan TDM on YouTube playing Minecraft than he actually engages in Minecraft himself. So we're going to see a lot of that. And when you get these really immersive experiences like those that will be available in Star Atlas, there's going to be people that enjoy observing other people's actions and other people's activity in the game, whether they're actually, playing or not. It's going to be observing those others and the actions that they're taking that I think creates a lot of value. Now, where the value of decentralization plays a role is first, again, in that ability to monetize time. Now we have a significant advantage through tokenization models, and that we've essentially created a currency. Right now, there's also a responsibility to provide utility and value in that currency, but it's different than if, say, a traditional mainstream studio wanted to pay out their players.
But I want to challenge you a bit more, right? Because, the reaction is definitely so strong, right? So in a way, like we as a community that support blockchain, me on the investment side, you on the builder side, I think we have to perhaps do a better job answering kind of right on its face as quickly as possible, sort of like how they should be looking forward to, what are these ideas? So one of the things I wanted to call out in what you're saying is this idea of kind of like history right? And durability, right? Because in a sense, the thing that's so interesting about this idea of the creation of these kind of durable IP franchises owned and controlled by the players, right, is that the blockchain is a consensus history recording device, right? So in a sense, the idea that players can become legendary parts of the history of a game and that this can be commemorated in an indelible way, right? No one can kind of create a fictionalized account of history where they became the hero when they didn't actually do the things that, make you heroic, right? So I think, to me, like, the idea of player centricity is enhanced by blockchain, right? Because, it's sort of like this was the weapon, or this was the part, and this was the starship, and this was the thing in the battle that was used to tilt the play in favor of this army that won this sector and this galaxy. And, so like what I'm really trying to push on is like the NFT as a historical artifact has its history, and it's part of the legend of both the player, the entire environment, and the kind of, the game itself. So I think those are the types of things that blockchain can uniquely add that I think gamers should try to think about.
Well, I certainly agree with you on that. I most succinctly put, I think that there's just a lot of misunderstanding right now and misconception around what the value of something like an NFT is. A lot of people are perceiving this right now as essentially a cash grab, a way to create some quick revenue with no follow-up, which it just isn't reality, right? So I think what it's going to take is a lot more education and understanding from the community.
But let me continue to be challenging, and I feel like I'm trying to do Dean's job here, right? Because, and I obviously, me, like I'm not a confrontational dude, but like what I'm trying to do is call out our responsibility to really kind of answer to these kind of screaming fans, because in a way, like, people are very jostled, right? So what I wanted to do is maybe create a nice separation, give you a platform, because, like, Michael's one of the builders, right? So, to me, there actually are pretty weird crypto projects out there, right? So, so in a sense, like, let's separate the builders and the people delivering, AAA quality gaming and things, from people who are really just setting up a shop and kind of just doing some money laundering or whatever it is they're doing, they unsavory activities, right? So, I think, in order for us to be kind of answering to this community, I think it's important for us to acknowledge that, yeah, there's a lot of bad crypto out there, and I think that, it doesn't mean that there isn't any good crypto. So that's what I wanted to underline.
Obviously, I support that statement as well. And yes, I mean, the crypto ecosystem, for as long as it's been around, it has been rampant with scams of some sort. And that's no different from any innovative project that's being launched on it. But, it is important to be able to differentiate between those with genuine intent and those that have malicious intent for the user base, right? So, I'm trying to respond to this question kind of head on. Like, what is the core value proposition or benefit?
Great.
What I do think, though, is that so true asset ownership, to me, that's a sharing economy that essentially includes the value creation, includes the user, the gamer, in the value creation. So to me, NFTs have a tremendous amount of value because players can then take that asset, sell it later, sell it peer-to-peer, trade it with someone else, barter with it. That's all value. Being able to monetize the time that you're spending in the game, that's something that's never been possible before. I've spent thousands and thousands of hours in MMOs that I've played over time. And, what I got out of it was the entertainment value. And sure, that was really enjoyable at the time that I was spending on it. But if you can add that additional benefit of being able to also capture some value or capture some income off of it, I think it's fantastic. Now, I think Dean actually made an argument previously about, everything that you can do on blockchain, you can do in a traditional game. But again, thinking historically, even though that might have been possible, that isn't the model that's been presented, because in so many ways, the revenue models of traditional studios is more extraction based. It's kind of unidirectional flow of capital. Whereas on chain, using blockchain, we create more of these open economies, that people can participate in many different capacities. And so, to me, I think really one of the greatest advantages is being able to tap into this new financial ecosystem that is crypto, and bringing people in through gaming is one of the probably the most expeditious approaches to getting people exposed to crypto in general. So, obviously we're heavily focused on gaming as the primary application within Star Atlas and Metaverse. And I do believe that this will bring people in. They'll start to get informed. They'll educate themselves on the benefit of this new financial ecosystem. And, I don't think that there's any turning back once they get exposed to it. It's essentially the red pill. Once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, I think that one of the things I wanted to take on is I would call it sort of timidity. And what I mean by timidity is that there is an attachment in gaming to kind of being free of constraints and really being kind of in a magical realm, a limitless realm, right? So like my son is kind of like, he likes Titanfall. He likes kind of wall running, like, anti-gravity. Like there's all kinds of like freedom that comes from, being in a realm that is not subject to the limitations, right? So in a sense, there's this kind of fear of money, right? And what I wanted to really say is that, like, in a way, one of the things that's happening is that we're kind of reinventing the Kickstarter model, right? Which is regular gamers kind of love Kickstarter and they think Kickstarter makes sense, right? But like, does it really? I mean, for me, for example, like, let's say I'm a really early adopter of Star Atlas, right? So like, do I deserve like a t-shirt, and because I'm taking a lot of risk, right? I'm contributing to this early project. I'm super early, right? I'm part of the first wave ship, buyers. And, if I can kind of bag like a carrier class ship, like good for me, right? So, when the game starts going full tilt boogie, like it's not like I got a t-shirt, like in a way that's a completely inappropriate risk reward, right? So I think, Michael, what you were talking about how you can democratize this economic metagame of participation and turn players into owners, like that feels gamer centric. Like that feels like a real kind of desirable aspiration, and maybe it's not for everyone, but I feel like there's nothing wrong with wanting that for players.
I think it's super critical that we don't diminish the enjoyability of the game simply through the introduction of monetary reward system, right? Again, this should be supplementary. It should be an additional benefit on top of the experience that the players are getting. I do want to draw a differentiation between something like Kickstarter and the sale of NFT assets. I think, to your point, what do you get in return when you're kickstarting a project? You might get some piece of apparel as a token item, but you don't possess any ownership in the game whatsoever. And really all you have is the hope that, hey, I'm funding something that I want to see come to fruition, right? I want to play this, so I'm willing to donate essentially money to that. Now, that's in stark contrast to NFT ownership, where you actually take possession of an item. And if you decide that you want to sell it later, if you don't believe in the vision, or you don't believe that the team is capable of delivering on the product that was presented, then you have the ability to get out. But on top of that, there's a far more rapid value delivery to the player. Things that we're doing right now with one of our first ship mission systems is players are enlisting their ships to a faction and they're earning Atlas today. So they're actually getting kind of paid back in a way on the purchase that they made. So not only do they get to see this product come to life, also they get to participate in the future design of the product through this democratized governance model that we have with Star Atlas DAO, but they're earning something today. They're earning real value today. And to me, that's just a far superior value proposition to the way that things have been done in the past. And we don't necessarily think about NFT sales as, say, funding of the business. It does, but it's also revenue, right? We're creating real revenue for our entity. We're not asking for donations. We're presenting a product to people that they can purchase that delivers immediate value. So I think there's a pretty significant difference between the way that, I would say blockchain games are doing things versus, again, the legacy model.
You should you should sell a merch item, which is a t-shirt that says, I was an early contributor to a $1 trillion evergreen blockchain native IP franchise. And all I got was this t-shirt like that, and you should kind of like sell that as merch, right? And obviously like it's a joke, right? Because like, you should be spending your money on planets or carriers, or you should be spending your money on things that are going to make you very, very happy, right? That's the move.
Agreed. I love that you said evergreen, by the way. I mean, I know this is something that you and I have chatted on in the past, but one of the things that I think is really unique and novel again about this concept of open metaverse is perpetual evolution of product. Without the necessity, potentially, this is all still theoretical, but potentially without the necessity to have some centralized organization driving the product development itself. Now, this is, it has to be strategically implemented. Something like Star Atlas would not come to fruition all on its own and would not work if it was completely community and consensus driven, right? And so our model is essentially to take 7 years, 5 to 7 years to create an initial product, create the initial user base, and create the environment, the toolbox, the tool set that people can use to further evolve this product. But the idea that in 15 years or in 20 years, if Star Atlas as a studio is no longer involved, we actually have this complete decentralized Web3 infrastructure and framework that allows somebody else to create the next component, the next module, the next experience, the next mission. In Star Atlas, this is all possible, right? It's because of the true decentralized nature of what we're building. And so because of that, I believe, you mentioned Evergreen, I believe that Star Atlas is a product that would not live for 10 or 20 years, as been the case in some massively multiplayer online games, but is something that could live for 100 years or 200 years or 500 years, right? It can consistently change over time as people contribute.
And I think that is exactly, you hit the nail on the head with respect to this concept of evergreen, right? Which is this idea that the community is kind of the thing that causes it to be refreshed, right? So, if you look at these very long running franchises like EVE Online, in a sense, there's a player history, like there's a lot of community, there's a lot of, but the thing that hasn't happened is player ownership, governance, and so in a sense, like, it's sort of a stopgap measure. I think what I would love to kind of direct us to in sort of the last segment is really talking about the future of what I call gamer-centric transmedia, right? So what we saw recently is we saw Arcane, right? And to me, the thing that's exciting about Arcane is that it is gamer-centric transmedia, right? So unlike the World of Warcraft movie, which is sort of like this really exploitative, extractive, money-sucking kind of horror show, it's actually a temple, right? That it's a temple to the gamers and the game, right? And it's actually like super exciting for the gamers to get this transmedia experience, right? So to me, I'd love to get your thoughts sort of on the idea of this sort of like future that includes brands, celebrities, it includes influencers, it includes streaming video, Netflix, it includes the whole like spectrum of, kind of digital experience.
Well, I think so the question around something like intellectual property is still a complex one, as even in this decentralized world that we're living in now, right? I mean, obviously, as an entity building out a brand, we still want to retain that. What I think is pretty interesting, though, is that the concept that the DAO itself, right? At some point, the DAO could purchase the intellectual property from us as a studio, and then it becomes open source in a way where anyone can create around it. With that being said, I certainly see the future of this kind of multimedia, transmedia approach, because what we're talking about is kind of lifestyle here. And if you're a gamer and you're passionate about a brand or a title or a franchise, you want to see that replicated or reproduced in some way across various formats. So you might be enjoying the time that you play in a game while you're playing the game. But then when you go to relax in the evening, you want to watch something on Netflix, right? That kind of reflects this lifestyle and this area of interest that you have. You've also talked a lot about like fan fiction, right? And I think it's very interesting to have some continuation of lore or story be created by the users. These people that are just embedded in it every single day, loving a particular topic.
Yeah. And what I wanted to say about that is about the love. And this is, to me, one of the biggest sales points of the emergence of blockchain NFT. And in fact, this financialization of gaming, which is the idea that the gamers can have a revenge of the nerds. And what I mean to say by this is that like what becomes so important is that the fiscal and monetary power that's kind of given to the gamer is really part of how we win. And what I mean is when you look at Ready Player One, again, it's a battle of the art against the business, right? And, the art and the community, right? And so if the community joins together with the art, it can kind of triumph. And what I mean by triumph is exactly what I was saying, right? Which is that the transmedia assets become a tribute right? So if like I like the movie Dune. I thought it was a tribute to the book. I liked Lord of the Rings. I thought it was a tribute to the book. And I liked Arcane. I think it's a tribute to the game, right? So I think transmedia needs to be a tribute to the game, and the gamer is central, right? So I think having fiscal power in gaming shouldn't be something that, and having that power accrue to the hands of the gamer. It shouldn't be an anathema. We shouldn't recoil from it, because at the end of the day, it means that we get the experiences across all media that we want as gamers, as opposed to like World of Warcraft movie, which is just like appalling, right? So like that's what we not want, is we don't want some kind of like just money grab on our treasured IP. So that's my feeling.
I'm just having this thought right now, so it's not fully fleshed out, but in so many ways we get compared to Ready Player One a lot, right? But we certainly are not targeting this dystopian, futuristic, commercial world of extracting value from all of the participants in it. That's not what we aspire to. But in so many ways, that story is kind of this classical story of good versus evil. You actually have the creator of the metaverse, who's now lost in time, right? But has like all of this genuine intent for the players. And then you have this commercial or corporate organization behind it that's actually focused on profitability. In so many ways, so it's this story of creator versus corporation. And that's so prevalent in NFTs and in blockchain gaming. You have people that are creators now that are able to bypass all of these middlemen that they typically have had to operate through to be able to sell things like their art, for example, and all of the revenue that they essentially lose as a result of that. Now they're able to directly capture it because they have avenues to sell their product directly. And so we're more focused on being the creator. Yes, we're a corporate organization as well, but ultimately it's being the creator and then turning that over to the people that are participating. The participants become the true owner of this ecosystem.
Yeah, and to kind of like springboard and underline some of the things you said, like we've really talked about the theme of gamer centricity, right? So in essence, like this idea of honor of gamer culture and kind of this really devotional act, right, is kind of should be the ultimate arbiters of the future, right? So in a way, when we talk about the revenge of the nerds, we're really talking about the revenge of the gamer nerds, right? And the gamer nerds become the owners of the new metaverse, right? And that ownership is reflected by governance, but it's also by flow of the future cash flows and financial assets. So, I think, would love to kind of give you sort of the last word, but please go ahead, and then we'll wrap the show.
No, Miko, I think it's always an engaging discussion with you. Enjoy the thought experiments that always come up in our conversation. So really appreciate the discussion.
Fantastic. Well, keep building, and we're really looking forward to you shipping the next features and components of the Star Atlas world. Thanks so much.
Stay tuned. Coming soon. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael and Miko. They'll be in our offstage Zoom room to take your questions. And make sure to go check out VentureBeat's Metaverse special issue sponsored by Star Atlas on everything Metaverse. You can go check that out directly in this space at the link below. Make sure you go and check that out. It is super, super cool. Next panel, the economics of running a virtual world within the metaverse will be a complicated matter. This next talk will be all about making the right choices in designing a metaverse economy, in a conversation with Kathy Hackle, Chief Metaverse Officer and CEO, Futures Intelligence Group, Dirk Lute, co-founder of Upland, Yat Su, Chairman of the Board, Anamico Brands, and moderator, Tommaso Di Bartolo, University of California, Berkeley.
And hello, everyone. Well, good afternoon from San Francisco, or good evening, good morning, depending on where you're dialing in from. And thank you for joining us today. We are here to talk about how to run a metaverse economy. At the center of a thriving metaverse is an economy with the right ingredients. And creators, developers, businesses, and end users are key participants and beneficiaries. But how do these ingredients come together to make the metaverse economy? To help us understand that, Kathy, Dirk, and I have put together a book called Navigating the Metaverse, a guide to limitless possibilities in Web3 world, with a foreword from Yat Su. And by the way, the book is being published by Wiley this April. And the four of us are here today to unpack lessons learned on how to run a metaverse economy. Let's get the ball rolling by meeting our fantastic panel. I would like to kick off things with Kathy Hackle, the Chief Metaverse Officer at the Futures Intelligence Group. Kathy is also known as the godmother of the metaverse, as she consults brands like Clinique and Procter & Gamble with metaverse and Web3 strategies. Kathy, so great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
And Yat Su. Yat is the chairman of the board of Animoca Brands. Animoca Brands is the owner of the Sandbox and has made VC investments in over 150 Web3 startups, including early investments in OpenSea, Dapper Labs, Decentraland, and Upland. Yeah, so great to have you here.
It's a pleasure being here. Thank you for having me.
Speaking of Upland, Dirk Lut, co-founder and co-CEO of Upland, economist and serial entrepreneur with a focus on the blockchain, metaverse, and software platform. So great to share the screen with you, Dirk.
Yeah, that's great. Great to be here, right? Thank you for having us.
Well, my name is Tommaso De Bartolo. I'm a serial entrepreneur and UC Berkeley faculty teaching entrepreneurship with a focus on blockchain, and I'm excited to be the moderator for this session. And now that we met all the panelists, well, let's pick their brains and discover some unknowns in metaverse and its economy. By the way, I would like to invite the audience here to submit the questions as we will be responding to of those questions at the very end. Well, Dirk, the title of this panel is How to Run a Metaverse Economy. And you are not only co-founder at Upland, which is one of the maybe most vibrant economies within the metaverse platform, but you are also an economist. Do you mind providing the audience an outside-in perspective on what makes the metaverse economy and what is the metaverse economy?
Yeah, absolutely. And also goes back to my early research when I was very young, digging into all these when there was no cryptocurrency around. Research about private and state-controlled currencies, all going back somehow and coming back right now. And I think maybe we should get a step out, maybe just talk about the fundamentals and basically what is an economy, or let's say the metaverse economy. And the idea is really a system of incentives of individuals or stakeholders, how they transact or interact with each other. And basically, it's the same foundation what you have in the real economy. However, there's some twists to it. And I want to maybe separate that out a little bit quickly on the macro level, on the micro level, with some concrete examples. So on the macro level, basically, what you have, and I'm going to talk now about what is called the four key factors of production. And there's always in the in research, there's always different views on how to do things, but that's how we divide it up here in Upland. Basically, the first factor, what is called, is entrepreneurship. I mean, you need entrepreneurship in an economy to function. You need to have the visionaries, you need to have the innovators who come up with new ideas, with new products, and that's what you see currently in the metaverse, where lots of people are becoming creative. It's not just the operators of a metaverse platform or of a metaverse application. It's basically also the people who are in the metaverse, right? They want to produce something, and that spurs all that economic activity. And they're producing goods. And when you think about blockchain, especially, they're producing especially NFTs these days. And that's the first thing. That's the entrepreneurship. The second factor is then, maybe I forgot one thing. Also, brands come into, and Kathy's going to talk to that actually, right? Brands can come into the metaverse as well, because obviously they are also entrepreneurs in a certain way in the metaverse. That's what we are going to talk a little bit later about. Then we have the second factor, which is capital. Capital is basically what you need in order to produce the goods. When entrepreneurs have ideas, they need to do it somewhere. So these are in classical terms, these are the machines, or or maybe a vehicle. You need to transport it from left to right. Also, maybe capital itself. So you have that also in the metaverse. And sometimes, of course, since it's blurring with the real world, it's somehow people who are using some tools outside of, let's say, the digital realm. But but also when you think about metaverse, very often there are games, and maybe there is something in there where people need to use the machines in order to produce the assets or the NFTs. So that was the second one. And the third one is then labor. These are the people who are actually doing the work, right? And very often, of course, you cannot really, in the metaverse, which is kind of digital, you cannot really show that right away. So you're trying to find some, some approaches where it actually gets approximated. What I mean with that, for instance, in Upland, what we have actually is when people build a house, they have to stake a token, which is called Spark. And the more they stake, the quicker is the house built. In real life, this would be the more, let's say, workers you have for your house, the faster you build the house. Of course, here you have to find a bridge and to do that. And then the last but not least is then land. And we all know in the metaverse, land is getting sold. Land is the resource. It can be either a piece of parcel, like in Sandbox or Decentraland, where you have a fantasy world. In Upland, you have the real world parcels. And that's where people actually build the machines on there, where they're creating stuff. It can be also the resource, which is in the land, like oil or something, when you dig for it and maybe you find virtual oil in order to, run the machines. So that was the macro level. And then now quickly to the micro level, and that's all about, and there's a lot of things on micro. I'm just grabbing parts of it. And this is basically the currency. And here we have to think about, you need a currency in order to make an economy run. And the idea, first of all, is it has three functions. The first one is medium of exchange. So instead of trading, just goods with each other, an NFT like a car with maybe a virtual cow or something, right? You want to use currency within a game. It has a utility value, right? Because it's much easier than to trade. It's, because now you can use the intermediary currency in order to be much more efficient. The second one is then the unit of account. The second function of money, that's basically when you say, okay, it's this NFT costs you 2.5 Bitcoin, then the 2.5 is your ruler. That's what you need. It's a unit of account. And the third one is then finally is the store of value. Obviously, when you have something in as a currency, when you hold it in Bitcoin, think gold, basically, in the old world, right? That's where you preserve everything which you have actually invested into it. So you don't want it to go away. And that's where it gets stored in a certain way, right? So when you think as a metaverse, as the operator, you have to think about those components, right? You have always to think about, are there loopholes who can maybe attack the economy, right? It's always tricky, especially when you create this new economy. You have to think about external tokens. Do they impact your economy? Yeah, and because at the end of the day, what you want as an operator, you want to create a stable economy. That's the most important topic for any operator.
Well, fantastic. Thank you for sharing, Dick. And in fact, very intriguing. I would like to double click on some of the points that you mentioned here and actually switch then over to Yat's thoughts on this perspective, right? Yat, because you founded actually Animoca in 2011 as a mobile games development company. And then fast forwarded to today in 2022, the most recent announcements this January, right? Congratulations, by the way, 360 million raised at 5 billion valuation to continue investing next-gen blockchain experiences, and all this actually to say that you are not only in the metaverse, but you have been inventing and investing in the metaverse since its early economies. Do you mind sharing with us how does the open, decentralized nature of the metaverse compare to physical, and what makes it actually special? Yeah.
Thank you. This is very near and dear to our heart, right? When we basically first discovered NFTs with our involvement with CryptoKitties in the early days, we finally saw a way in which users and players in the digital world could have private, decentralized ownership of their assets. Now, this is important actually, because when you think of the sort of physical way that we live, property rights is actually the way in which we defend our democracy, because these are things in which we have rights. Actually, it's something that is worth protecting, and it's actually something that I know is mine, and therefore people can build on top of it. Imagine if the house you lived in was something that you didn't know you really owned, or the ownership could change every 6 months. You wouldn't have a brokerage agent. You can't put a mortgage. No bank can mortgage an asset that has a life cycle of 6 months, right? So the financial infrastructure and the services can build something lasting because you have lasting ownership. And we know what countries are like that don't have property rights or have very bad property rights, like North Korea, for instance, right? And no value can be built on top. Everything is permissioned. So when you look today at the best functioning economies, they all have one thing in common. Property rights are stable and are secured, right? And one of the other things about property as well is what makes the property rights stable? Well, it's the government. Well, what happens if the government goes? Oops, you lose your property rights. So in a way, you could say that property is as virtual as the society in which it is makes true, right? If the society says it's not true because there's a revolution, then you lose everything anyway. And that explains the functioning economies and the stability in the governments around it versus the ones that are not, right? And we have countless examples in history. In a digital world, we don't have this today because everything is rented, because we haven't yet shifted over to this paradigm of that the digital world actually should be one of ownership. We don't consider data a human right as we do in the physical world of our human rights because we think of it as an add-on. Because certainly 20 years ago, the virtual early pre-metaverses experience like CompuServe or AOL or early browsing experience were truly add-ons to our life, right? It was a 10 percentile, it's, a function, right? Early phones were functions, but today it is actually our life. What happens when you lose access to your WhatsApp? What happens when Instagram removes your handle, which we know has happened, for instance, or what happens when Facebook deplatforms you or Apple deplatforms you, which is actually what happened to us in the early mobile gaming days as well, because we did something they didn't like, even though it wasn't necessarily against the rules. Actually, really, because it's permissioned, we are basically beholden to the platform because it's not governed by a sort of a democracy or governed by some governance of the people. It is actually governed by terms of service. It's private property, and so we're all renters in this. Now, what that also means, and to Dirk's earlier point, is that this innovation he talked about and this inspiration that people can build on is only possible because of the decentralized private ownership of all this property that's out there where people can innovate freely on top. Our favorite example is to talk about cars, right? And cars are in fact a platform because the fact that millions of people can own, a car privately is a reason we can have Uber or Lyft or car wash companies or car accessory or even hire a driver. But in the digital world, the equivalent is I want to hire a driver. First, I need to go to Tesla and say, can I hire a driver? Yes, no. And then, okay, but if you hire the driver, I take at least 30%, maybe more, right? And in this kind of permission environment, actually, you can innovate. And so I would say that actually the metaverse, the opportunity of the metaverse with open digital assets, where you can actually innovate on top, just as we've seen in the physical world, you'll see an explosion of innovation and value that is generated because it's no longer permissioned. Even if I launch an app on the App Store, it's all permission. They have to approve it. I can't actually just do it if I want to, right? And so this is one of the paradigms that is actually now limiting, I think, human ingenuity. I want to close with one example. In the digital world, Axie Infinity is a great one. It's one of our portfolios too. And what happened with them is they grew incredibly fast. But what some people don't fully understand is their growth did not come because they did a marketing strategy and entered the Philippine market as a typical Web2 game company does. In fact, what happened is that another set of people who were not even necessarily shareholders of Sky Mavis, they actually ended up basically innovating on top of the ownership of their Axies, a service which became the guild game model, which is eventually gave birth to YGG. And what really they did was they created a service component on top of it in much the same way that an Uber did for private ownership of cars. And it exploded in the Philippines when likely, nobody from Sky Mavis may have even entered the Philippines themselves physically, right? So just think about that, right? What that means is that the innovation and expansion model that is now available is free for everyone to compose openly, right? And when people build on Sandbox, for instance, they can create new experiences, but they can also take it out and move it somewhere else, right? So when we think of the open metaverse, the possibilities of turning that into what is today $100 billion virtual goods market in gaming will turn into a multi-trillion-dollar market because of ownership as we move from rental to ownership.
So much value creation. Thank you so much. This was really magic for sharing and getting these insights. Well, actually, speaking of value creation and opportunities, I would like now to take the other perspective. I mean, Dirk mentioned it real quick, businesses, and you also alluded to new businesses on top of the current metaverse dynamics, right? Kathy, I read that behind most of the NFT metaverse launches, especially in the industry of fashion in 2021, there was in some shape or form, your nickname involved godmother of the metaverse, right? Kathy Hackler, right? Do you mind sharing here with the audience our business looking at this new opportunity, which we are hearing more this term of metaverse commerce?
And yeah, and I'd love to kind of share a little bit about that. And I always tell people, you've seen my work in the headlines, you just don't know it's my work. But the godmother is working behind the scenes. And yeah, I do want to mention something before I go into that. Is I actually have a team of scholars in Axie that play for me. In Venezuela, and they're doing it because they enjoy it and it's beneficial to them, and it's just been a wonderful experience to have that. So firsthand I'm experiencing this and living kind of these the benefits, and they themselves are benefiting as well. So it's been really exciting. So from the metaverse commerce side, I do a lot of work with brands, right? They come to me because they want to better understand the metaverse and Web3, but they really want to have holistic strategies. And because they are brands, right? They want to look at, like, how do they enter these spaces organically? What makes sense? And one of the big questions that always comes up is, they are brands that have a product, they want to enter the spaces organically, but also how do they, in some way present their products or services in these new spaces, right? And that's always a big question mark because, I think most of us can agree we don't necessarily want billboards, right, in the metaverse. Like, that's not, just seems so antiquated and so Madison Avenue, right? I think what the new opportunity is experiences. So, for example, in the sandbox, like Yacht mentioned, lots of amazing brands are doing really interesting stuff. It's about building these experiences. And when I work with the brands, when we're building these experiences, we're also thinking about what are the new commerce models, right, that this metaverse economy brings forth for them, right? I always talk about how we've been doing physical to physical commerce for centuries, right? Obviously, that led to e-commerce in some ways. And now, in gaming for decades, you've had virtual to virtual commerce where I've a virtual asset using a virtual currency inside the game or what have you. That's obviously evolving and changing quite a bit. But I'm really looking at other ways of new revenue models or new commerce models that are evolving. So I'm looking at, for example, virtual commerce, virtual to physical commerce. So let's say you're in a virtual space and you get something physically delivered. So, like, for example, in Decentraland, you had the pizza example. This hasn't been done at scale, right? This is something that still hasn't been done at scale. I mean, there's both some protocol and several companies that are doing this, but not necessarily at scale. And they're doing a great job of really testing this, making this a test bed for these new revenue models. Then there's the physical to virtual commerce as well that I'm interested in. So really exploring new commerce models, new retail models, and see what makes sense. Are they beneficial? Do people in game want to buy something that gets delivered to them physically? First of all, that's a big question. Like, is that something that adds to their life? Does it make their life easier? Is it something they want? Right. And then also looking at potential new commerce models that we haven't even come across. Right. I'm sure that in 10 years, there might be some revenue models that, some commerce models that we haven't even thought of. So a lot of the work I'm doing is really trying to, in some ways, make sense of the shift in commerce that's happening in these spaces. And also try to understand, what does this mean for the brands, right? Just because you sell a specific product, you need to push that product in the metaverse, right? And I do think personally, it is, for me personally, I think that this is a really interesting time for brands to evolve and leave behind some of the Web 2 and Madison Avenue ways of thinking, of selling and selling and selling, kind of, that kind of thing, and really trying to figure out what does their brand become in the metaverse. Like, do they need to be selling a product or a service? Like, are they selling experiences? So I think it's a chance to evolve. And one of the big conversations, to Yacht's point, that I have with brands is like open and decentralized, right? That's the type of future I want to build, or I'm building towards, and a lot of the investments I'm making, a lot of things I'm part of. But a lot of brands, to them, that's very scary. Like, in reality, that is very scary to them. So it's a lot of, for them, understanding what do we actually mean by open and decentralized when we start to talk about IP and we start to talk about these new commerce models.
Very intriguing. Thank you for sharing, Kathy. So evolving, shifting, maturing into something that is untapped, something that is new, right? And so by now we have actually at a nice segue here into micro economies, right? And the physical to digital, we touched upon now the business opportunities. But we all have in common here, but at the center of all this is actually us, right? It's the next gen. It's the user, right? And we all together, we actually in the metaverse create the community, right? And there is no metaverse without a community, right? So yeah, the community, what is the importance of a community when we talk about here the metaverse economy, while providing within this community, a digital asset ownership rights?
Well, when you think about anything actually in terms of what we determine as value to ourselves or to others, there's an inherent network effect that sits within this that gives it that value, whether it's virtual or physical. And one of the examples I like to put is, we compare a Bored Ape to a Birkin bag. And actually, in a few months ago, the Birkin bag was the same value as a Bored Ape, but actually a Bored Ape has now flipped a Birkin bag in terms of value, right? And when you buy a Birkin bag, though, what are you in fact buying, right? Yes, it's physical, but the value that you're purchasing it for is 99.9% virtual, because I guarantee you the cost of making the Birkin bag is almost certainly not what you're paying for, right? But what it means is you're actually part of a club. You're part of everyone else who has a Birkin bag. You're part of the celebrities that have it. You're basically part of the creativity and the story, all virtual in value. And when you start to look at everything in our life, even the clothes we wear or the shoes we decide, why would you choose an Adidas shoe versus a Nike shoe or Puma shoe? None of those shoes make you run faster. Yet we have an intrinsic desire to buy one or the other because there's something about the network effect inherent that is attractive to me versus to others, right? And that's virtual. So when you translate it this way, and you say, well, if all value is mostly virtual, then it's really just a very tiny step to go, well, within Sandbox Land and a Bored Ape is actually just entirely virtual, but truly, actually, what does it mean? You're part of a club. You're part of making a statement
Well
about who
said.
you are, right? A car is a horrible investment, except if it's vintage. But yet we buy cars that say something about us. I buy a Tesla, I say something about me. I buy a Rolls Royce, I'm definitely saying something about me, right? There's all these things that we do. If it's purely for
Yeah.
the utility, we can all just drive simple cars going from one point A and point B. But because we're humans, right, we thrive on these network effects. And so this is the thing about when we link this thing about what Kathy's talking about with commerce and the economies that Dirk is talking about, right? Really, it's a way to share in that network effect, right? When I'm buying, even in the physical world, when I'm buying a Rolex, I'm sharing in the network effect of that Rolex, right? And in the virtual world, if I'm buying a Bored Ape, I'm sharing in that network effect. And this is the thing. In Web3, the value, the network effect, is actually accrued to the entire network, which is, it can be good or it can be bad, but I share in this. In Web2, it is accrued only to the platform, which means I'm only renting. And therefore, all the time I spent is there. One of the great examples of this is play to earn, where the energy that I spend inside the game, I get paid for something, right? But in fact, when we're working in a game, when we're playing in a game, or when we're sharing information on Facebook, we're actually working. Because, if all of us stop using Facebook, its network effect is zero. And what's the value of Facebook? Zero too.
Yeah.
So why are we
Yeah.
spending time freely there, right? So this is sort of how we think of this, and why NFT assets are sort of so valuable.
Kathy, what's your perspective on that? What do you want to echo on that? Community,
Yeah, I definitely want to
fandom,
echo that.
consumer centric.
Yeah, it's future fandom, right? For a lot of these brands,
Yeah.
it is the ultimate
Yeah.
flex, right? It's funny because I mean, I I bought myself a Birkin bag for Christmas. And because I was like, I wanted a Birkin bag, and initially I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy. Do I buy a Birkin bag? Do I buy an NFT? The first time in my life I ever stopped to consider that, because I've always wanted the Birkin bag. And then I was like, well, maybe I should buy myself this other NFT. So that just, it made me pause, because I was like, wow, what a shift in mindset. A year ago, I probably wouldn't have even had that question come up. But I bought myself two different things, but it's the ultimate flex in some ways. And it is the ultimate flex if you have the Birkin bag and the Bored Ape. So hey, but I do think that there is intrinsically something human about that, and that network effect. One question I get asked all the time now is isn't virtual real estate, so real estate that is in a virtual space, isn't that infinite? Is it? Yes and no. In theory, it's infinite, right? In theory, it's infinite, but every platform can decide how much land they are going to have and when they're going to sell it. And, is there a finite amount? They're the ones that decide. So I usually use an example, a Web 2 example. And I say, in the Web 2 era, what could you own? Like Yacht said, like you couldn't really own anything. You could buy a domain, and you could buy the domain. You kind of owned it. You couldn't bind your handles because those are, owned by the platforms. But if, let's say I'm a brand, and let's say I am Coke, I can go to GoDaddy, and there's going to be an infinite number of domains, right? Almost infinite. Like there's so many different domains, but there's only one Coke.com, right? So it's the same thing. When I'm thinking about virtual real estate, it is this assigned value of scarcity of something that to me, it has a lot of value. How much is Coke.com worth, right? So they almost have to change their mindset in thinking in the future that we're heading into in these open decentralized spaces, you are buying you're buying the future of your website. You're buying the place where a lot of these players and customers are going to meet your brand and experience your brand, right? So I think that even with the brands, there's a big shift happening in understanding, we're not just buying a Birkin bag. We're buying the future place where a lot of these customers will experience our brand, right?
What ape did you buy,
it's
Kathy?
a lot of shifting.
What's the ape you bought? Which one did you buy?
Oh, it's a
What's the
mutant
ape
ape.
you bought?
Yeah,
Okay.
a mutant ape.
Congratulations.
I
Congratulations.
couldn't get myself to buy a Bored Ape at those prices, not yet.
Dirk, any insights based on your experiences with Upland on what makes a thriving community? And bear with me maybe 1 or 2 minutes on that, and then we have before we go into the lightning round.
Yeah, I think what is important that you always involve the community in the whole value creation. When you're now a brand, when you think about it, right, that you want to allow maybe that they can use some of your brand assets to remix them, or you make them maybe reseller. When you think about Web 2.0, you had influencers talking about your product. Now they can maybe also resell your product and promote them. So I think there's a lot of new kind of business models which are coming up. But also I want to just get on one thing what Kathy just said. I think, and especially on Web 3.0 and the Metaverse, we're talking always about scarcity. One thing which is not completely resolved, because right now the media always loves to talk, this has been sold for 5 million, this for 7 million. But this is only a small amount of people who can really afford that, right? It's really about that people have smaller amounts of money who can then actually also invest. And because otherwise, this is a little bit the contradiction here, which we have is, when everything becomes really scarce, and that's the nature of back to economy, that's everything becomes more expensive, right? And then it automatically exclude people, right? So you have to have a good balance between you making things scarce and and desirable, and at the same time affordable for a broad audience.
Fantastic insight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Dirk. Thank you, Ed. And we definitely could talk for hours here, but the session is coming to an end, and I would like you actually, the panel, to leave our audience here today with a final metaverse thought, right? And now it's basically kind of kicking off the lightning round, maybe really short answers, right? And it's going in the following direction, Share, please, with the audience what is the most thing that excites you, but at the same time, what is the things that you are worried about the metaverse? I would like to kick off things with Kathy.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm in a room and the lights just literally went off. So,
I saw you are now in a different ambiance.
Yeah.
Means anything.
So what I would say is what excites me the most is, and I say this in a lot of the talks, it's like in the metaverse, we're all world builders and now is our time to build, right? So for a lot of women and minorities, like I want you guys to feel welcome in this future and build with us, right? Go and build. And build doesn't mean that you have to be a developer. I mean, there's many tools that are no code, like just build many things. You can build community as well.
Okay.
That's one. And then the thing I think that most worries me is in some ways the collection of data and biometric data when we start talking about virtual reality and some of the things I've been reading about some of the companies and what they're planning to do on profiting for ads.
Okay, so fantastic. So data on one hand and then building, right? Yeah, two. What excites you and what worries you? Maybe 1-2 sentences short and then to there.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the one thing that really excites us now is that the resource that powers the metaverse is our time, is our energy, right? It's the human time and energy that have previously powered things like, and still powering Facebook and games, except they just don't get paid for it. which basically means that all of us, in terms of people, now have the capacity to create our own equity. Actually, we are the creators of our own equity because we're creators of our own resource. So we think, when you think of the future, actually we are the creators of our own equity. We can talk a future where of a universal basic equity, if you will,
Okay.
as opposed to universal basic income. So that's really exciting
Okay.
because we think it can solve many things. What worries us is that, of course, the enemy of this is closed ecosystems, right? And clearly, when Facebook renames themselves to Meta and Microsoft is making awesome purchases like Activision, they, from a business model standpoint, want to control those ecosystems. And so, I think the real fight is going to be between the closed and open ecosystems. And hopefully, we're not going to see a repeat of what happened 10 years ago.
Intriguing. Dirk,
Okay.
last
I have
seconds.
10
Excited
seconds.
and worried.
I
Yes.
say the metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity, to summarize everything. And the bad things, hopefully we don't repeat the mistakes of Web 2.0 with all the bad negativity.
For those who had more questions, we are jumping over into the Zoom. Please feel free to jump with us into the Zoom. And for those who would like to know more about the book, Navigating the Metaverse, please follow us on LinkedIn. We'll be announcing soon where we are going to share it. And with that, thank you so much, Kathy, Dirk, Jaap. It was awesome. And I'll meet you in the Metaverse.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists for that informative conversation. For VIPs with questions, please head over to that Q&A Zoom room. Big shout out to Tommaso for knocking that out of the park on the moderation side and getting us in on time. Among all the aspects of the forthcoming metaverse, they are often discussed. One of the more fundamental and perhaps least addressed is the nature of ethics in the metaverse. For our final session of the day, we'll explore how ethics will affect and be affected by the metaverse. So welcome our panelists, Kent Bai, Voices of VR, Michaela Mantenga, Berkman Klein Center affiliate from Harvard University, Jules Urbach, CEO of Otoy, and moderator Kate Edwards from Geography.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Edwards, and I am the CEO of Geography and also the Executive Director of the Global Game Jam. And I'd like to welcome you to the Ethics of the Metaverse panel. I'd like to kick this off by having our esteemed panelists introduce themselves. So why don't we start with you, Kent?
Yeah, my name is Kent Bai. I do the Voices of VR podcast. And so since May of 2014, I've recorded over 1,600 interviews and published over 1,000. And ethics is something that has come up quite a lot, specifically around the concerns around privacy and just general ethical frameworks around XR.
And how about Michaela?
Hi, Kate. Hi, Ken. Hi, Jules. Nice to meet you all, and thank you for having me. I'm Michaela Mantegna. I'm based in Argentina. I'm an affiliate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, where I lead the video game policy working group. And I have been working and doing research on artificial intelligence ethics for a bit around. And so excited to have this conversation about the metaverse.
Great. And Jules?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jules Urbach. I am the CEO and founder of Otoy and also founder of the Render Network. And metaverse ethics, huge, important point for me as well. I mean, our mission at Otoy is to help build an open metaverse.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, this is a very big topic, and we do not have a lot of time to discuss it. So, as people can imagine, talking about ethics in any context is a large topic. Talking about them in the metaverse and the emergent ethics that we're going to be thinking about there it can be potentially even bigger. So, I think just for the sake of focus, why don't we start with the first issue, and I'd like to put out to you all is what would you consider to be the top or most critical issue to address in relation to ethics in the metaverse? Because it could go in all kinds of directions, but what do you think is the biggest issue that we need to address?
Yeah, I'll maybe start off just by saying that for me, I think that the issues around ethics or the issues around privacy and the data that are going to be made available by these systems and on one hand, you need that data in order for the systems to work, but then there's these questions around the context around then where's that data go and how is it being used? Because we can live into a situation where we have all this really intimate biometric and physiological data that is being radiated from our bodies, captured by this technology, and start to undermine what Raphael Yusta in the Morningstar group has identified as these fundamental neuro rights, So our right to identity, our right to mental privacy, our right to agency, I think are some of the things that are really being threatened with, depending on where that data are going, it could start to create the situation where they're essentially reading our minds, modeling our identity really fine-grained and contextually, and then nudging our behaviors to the point where it's undermining our intentional actions and ability to make decisions within the integrity without being influenced by all these external influences from this data that's super intimate.
I would add that my particular concern is around eye tracking, which is obviously something that a lot of VR AR devices are going to be able to do and can do. That in particular reminds me of when advertisers would do eye tracking, to see on text copies, right, how people would react to the words. Eye tracking was really a map of somebody's mind and intent. It also is something that when you think about how on a web browser, even how you move a mouse to be used to identify you. So my concern is things like that can be used to infer intent, even subconscious intent. That should be controlled by the owner, and it shouldn't be something that gets turned into a advertising queue. And also, it shouldn't be used for tracking. So even when you externalize things in the metaverse and you're looking at how somebody's eyes are moving in the VR space outside of the goggles, you can still build a digital figure, just like you could fingerprint walking and other things. So those things all need to be protected, and users should have the right to privacy, the right to be forgotten. All the things that we've seen in pre-metaverse states should be preserved going forward in the metaverse.
For me, and to add what already Jules and Ken said, which I agree, is that at some point we are talking about the metaverse, but still we are debating what the metaverse is. There are not really a consensus about the term. So one of the current definitions is like this iteration of internet and social networks and gaming coming in to these conversions. And this also translates the problems were already known about social media, about the internet governance, and about particularly artificial intelligence ethics. What Ken was referring about the data that is currently the fuel of the artificial intelligence and autonomous systems has already been very troublesome in the ethical background. I wrote a paper about a framework on how to delve into these items from awareness to the final impact on society. And a lot of these items and dimensions could be translated into the metaverse, because we are seeing this kind of, it's a problem of magnitude where we are seeing a more immersive, and adding this layer of immersiveness, if this that's a correct term. I'm a native Spanish speaker, so my English could be a bit off. But at the same time, the thing is that, as was Ken saying, a lot of this data is being taken out of our bodies in a very unconscious way. So we are not able to prevent that. So the problems that we already know and the rights we already conquered in talking about artificial intelligence ethics and talking about human rights on the internet, we should translate it into the conversation of the metaverse.
No, all great points. I mean, what I'm hearing then is that really what we're talking about is privacy overall. I mean, that's one of the biggest concerns that we have. I mean, it's certainly been a concern already in our common internet usage and use of other devices, and so it's a pretty strong theme that even the public at large is very attuned to, I believe. Even though we still give up our data and our location readily, playing Pokemon Go and all kinds of other fun stuff. But so I know you mentioned a couple of examples of the privacy concerns. Is there anything else, or more specifically dealing with the privacy issue? Like, for example, Jules, you mentioned eye tracking as one potential issue, like being able to track people's and keep a record of what people are looking at. Are there other things along those lines, like specific technologies or metadata that we are concerned about when it comes to privacy?
Yeah, for me, when I started, go ahead.
I was going to say that the feedback loop bothers me a lot, where if you understand subconsciously what somebody's thinking and doing before they do, and then you provide some sort of ad or some sort of something in the metaverse or something in their view that is meant to trigger that, to then trigger them to buy something, which is what you're seeing, frankly, on ads on social media. I'm very concerned about that being 1,000 times worse when you have this kind of eye tracking in this data and then feeding that back in and using it. So it's more than just having the data dox you or expose your privacy. It's also having it weaponized against you that I'm deeply concerned about.
Yeah, the cognitive load that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there is a sensor fusion of all of these things that are coming together. That the data that's coming from our body, but it's also like things like brain control interfaces and the neural data. Eventually, being able to potentially decode our thoughts. So our thoughts, our ideas, but also our actions and what we're doing. And these technologies are I guess, aware of our context. And I think there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen between thinking about identity, thinking about privacy in terms of our identity, something that's a static, immutable object, because all the laws are kind of defining whether or not that information that gets out is going to be able to identify us, which I think is a concern. But Britton Heller has come up with this concept of biometric psychography, meaning that there's going to be certain information that's revealing parts of our character that's going to be contextually relevant in terms of what our likes or dislikes are. And so when you start to have contextually relevant AI on top of all the sensor fusion, you're able to model your actions, your behaviors, your emotional reactions, your physiological reactions to things, things that you can't even control. It's all this this unconscious level. So they're modeling our identity to the point that is going to start to get to this point where kind of sleepwalking into this dystopia, I think. And there's not a clear way, I think, legally to start to define what these contexts are and what is appropriate or not appropriate, kind of Mies-en-Baum's contextual integrity approach of saying that there's an appropriate flow of information. And so there's a paternalistic approach that says you should never use any of this data, or it should only be excluded to medical applications. But there's a lot of applications from an entertainment perspective that you need that data. And so how do you draw the line between the contextual relevance and the use and appropriate use of that data in that entertainment context versus all these other ways in which that, it's kind of like the dialectic between, it gives you all these amazing capabilities, but it could also, kind of give you the last bastion of privacy, or it could sort of create the worst surveillance technology that we've ever seen.
To quote the very wise Uncle Ben from Spider-Man, with great powers comes great responsibility. We are heading into a world where neurotechnology is going to be able, as you were talking, and Raphael Schuster and the proponents of neural rights are talking about, that we're not only being able to decode information from our brains, but only to implant or manipulate what is going inside. And in their paper, they're talking about like invasive and non-invasive methods of operation, which I think is something inherent for medicine, but we should be maybe talking about external and internal devices, because it could be like a wrong thought that no external devices are non-invasive. What we are talking about brain-computer interfaces is that they could be really, really particularly invasive of our mental privacy and agency. Is like the dystopian nightmares come true. But again, we are talking about this as something in the future, but this is something that we already have been seeing with generative artificial intelligence. That's why I like to talk about a thing about magnitudes, because this is going to become worse for sure. But we already have generative artificial intelligence, and we already have artificial intelligence creating inferences about us, siphoning our data. So the thing is that not only we have to think about these interfaces, but the algorithms that are governing the brain-computer interfaces, because the problems that we already know about bias, about transparency, about efficiency are going to be ingrained in this new technology. It's not only the capabilities, but the technology that is going to power them is already here. So my concern is, how are we going to shape this and move it forward to the metaverse?
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, obviously we're talking and touching upon the idea of data ownership, which is not, that's been a long discussed topic in the world of the internet and tech, but kind of this broader concept of personal sovereignty that you have over your information about, and not just your information. It's basically, like to Kent's point, you all touched on this, is to the actual modeling of you and the modeling of your identity in a digital space. And so I'm wondering then, like, what level of ethical responsibility the companies, the platforms are going to have over allowing that personal sovereignty. So to that end, I'm wondering, is there anything that exists now in terms of like the existing regimes of internet governance? Because there's all kinds of different regimes around regulating, privacy data and all these other things on the internet as it exists now. Do you think those different regimes of governance are going to be leveraged in the metaverse? Is that something that we can build upon, or do you see that already happening, or where does that stand?
I would say that
that.
We have
Sorry.
You go first.
No, I was going to say from the legal standpoint that we have an interesting clash here, because you have something that is universal and global and decentralized, like the internet, but the territorial nature of the law makes it sometimes that you cannot govern what is happening with the regulation. And we are trying to create artificial barriers through regulations like the GDPR. But one of the interesting things about how the GDPR treats data, that is, gives you access to your data, or the logical way that artificial intelligence deals with your data, but not to the inferences that are being created about you, which is something that also accompanies in our flow of information and goes and travels with ourselves while we are browsing the web, and we don't have access to that. And from that point, it's very interesting that we are seeing decentralized models being applied in based on Web3 and blockchain technologies, platforms like Kleros, where people is trying to crowdsource methods of dispute resolution. But the thing is that we have to go to another level and think that if we are in an open metaverse space, the rules are more of this like. But if we are going into a place where the metaverse is more like a private owned company, like the models we see with social media, there is a very strong push to have stronger consumer law protection to make a more believable and actionable protection for the people using this because you are at the prey of the terms and conditions of the platform otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say that we do have, at least the open web is a mechanism of seeing how this might work in, the document object format model before it goes into 3D space in the metaverse. And you're right in the sense that we do have, obviously now we see cookie trackers, and Europe did influence other parts of the world with that privacy. While even, you have, erasure requests, we get those even at Otoy for our subscribers. This is all good, but you're absolutely right. If you have AI that's being trained on all that data, and even if the data goes away, the AI is still trained on it. That's really important. Like, we should have it so that data is, get opt-in rights to have that data be used for AI training. That would help. And then I also think that, to the other point too, you don't want to have an app side or vertical, entry point in the metaverse. The open web, at least you're dealing with the same underlying system. So you can put up, you can have cookies, you understand the mechanism by which things are kind of working. And my concern is that if you just have a vertical platform that is like, one browser, one app, I mean, that's not great. So we should try to go back to the open web model for the open metaverse. And if we miss that, I think that would be, that's going to be bad. Secondly, we do have decentralization, crypto payments. So even those kinds of things I feel are a strong positive for having an open metaverse built on even a stronger decentralized foundation than the web was. And hopefully those will tilt the scale in favor of something we all want.
Yeah, and what I would say is that Tony Parisi has come up with his 7 rules of the metaverse, and one of the things he says is that the metaverse is hardware independent, which I think is trying to live into what the internet now is, and you're adding another spatial layer on top of that, and so we're kind of expanding upon what we have existing. Now, the caveat is that when we look at the mobile phone market, we have essentially a duopoly between iPhone's iOS, or the Apple's iOS, and Google's Android, and so we're kind of, and in some ways, moving into another realm where we're going to be with immersive technologies, likely some combination of either a duopoly, or maybe we'll have 3 companies. There's not seemingly a lot of independent companies that are out there. There are some that are out there, but what's likely to happen is that our portal into these immersive worlds will be through the context of an economic, terms of service. So even if we are under the open metaverse through the Oculus browser, we're maybe using an Oculus Quest, which is governed by the rules and regulations of what Meta are doing with their system. So, Lauren Sussex has like these different spheres that I like to look to, and I think at the as I nest them, I look at the culture is at the widest area where you have human rights and other ethical guidelines, but that's informing a legal regime within a certain context here in the United States. Those companies are ruled by U.S. law, so you have Apple and Meta. So you have the federal privacy law that we need. We need a robust new federal privacy law in the United States to be able to cover some of those things. And then you have the market dynamics. And so you're going to have a dialectic between, say, Apple versus Meta, where Apple will say, well, we're more for privacy, but you have to pay for it. And then Meta is like, the trade-off is that you're mortgaging your privacy, but it's cheaper and more accessible. And then I guess the final thing are the different technological architectures that you could start to implement, whether that's homomorphic encryption or differential privacy. There may be some aspects of the privacy concerns that you can address at that architecture level. But the issue is that it's usually within the economic context. They know who you are already. And so it's more about, leaking information about your identity and still capturing all this information that's contextually relevant. If they are rendering all that information and they know where you're at, then they're kind of, in some ways, listening to everything that could be happening. And then being aware of that context and then doing all that surveillance on top of you. So even if you are accessing the open metaverse, if you're using one of the technologies from one of these companies, you could still be subjected to all these other dangers that we've been talking about.
So it sounds to me, I mean, one of the key issues that we're really talking about too is just this ethical responsibility of companies to ensure that there's going to be some level of interoperability, both on the content level, on the technical level. I guess in a way very similar to how we have the longstanding internet access model, with where we all go through ISPs, but generally the ISP experience tends to be invisible because the service that we are provided with, or basically the internet that we're getting to our homes is pretty much the same, and just depending on the technology, whether you're cable or fiber or something like that. So I'm curious what you think about companies with this issue of ethical responsibility for the interoperability, because generally speaking, it's just, at least from my perspective, it's like without interoperability, like true interoperability, there is no metaverse. It doesn't really work if you can't easily move between platforms. If you're stuck in a particular walled garden, which we tend to see that model pop up frequently, is that really the metaverse? And what responsibility do these companies have to actually work with each other to ensure that kind of cross-platform access?
Yeah, I'll just jump in to say something real quick. Is that thankfully there has been a lot of efforts with things like the Kronos Group and OpenXR to be able to get a standard set of interoperable APIs at like more of a low level. There's still business decisions that, in terms of how interoperable it is to be able to say experience different experiences that are within the context of one walled garden, outside of that walled garden. So at least at the lower level with the Kronos Group and OpenXR, there seems to be a lot of buy-in into that as a kind of a low-level interoperability. There's also like WebXR, which in terms of having access to the open metaverse, that it's good to see that there's been implementations within Meta with Oculus browser, but I guess we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with Apple and whether or not they're going to implement that within Safari, because you have the situation where they've kind of been lax in implementing a lot of those open web standards to be able to drive people into their native apps. So I hope to see that as we move forward, that there is more adoption of those open standards and support, so that we can start to have alternatives to that closed walled garden method. But there is, I'd say, some optimistic movements when it comes to things like OpenXR and WebXR.
I'm deep in the open standards space because, again, I think one of the fundamental requirements of an open metaverse is, open standards, a data format that certainly for 3D that everyone can agree to. And I am part of the GLTF working group, and that's actually within that group. There's an active discussion around how to make GLTF ready for the metaverse. There are a lot of NFTs. You can just upload a GLB or GLTF file, and it becomes an NFT. But it's really simple, and it doesn't necessarily deal with the mechanics of how does a GLTF in one game. Even if you export it, work in another with the physics, with the game mechanics. You have multiple competing engines and even renderers. So from the perspective of getting GLTF to the point where it has and encapsulates all the pieces you'd want to have a portable game object, that work is ahead of us. But I think the GLTF work group is for sure working on that. You do have a bit of Apple and NVIDIA, which normally don't agree on much, right? They've agreed on a physics standard for USD. USD is the basis of Apple's AR format. GLTF, USD can work together. And then we also started a project called ITMF, which is a JSON schema that can link these things together. You can have GLTF, USD files. It's open source, royalty free. We're contributing it to the GLTF working group. And more importantly, it works with multiple engines and renders. So Unity and Unreal can work together. You can mix them in one instance. And we've even supported competitors to Otoy's render, like they have Redshift and Arnold, which are two other renders. They can consume this format. And I think it's important to think about it in the web sort of way, where you can have this kind of high level graph like we have with HTML that can be rendered and consumed by anyone. There's an industry consortium or maybe a DAO that can help further that along. That's so important. And if you get that right, then the browser model for an open metaverse becomes much more viable. And to Ken's point, OpenXR is a huge win. With Apple, you do have Quick Look and things like that that are built into the system, but not WebXR based. So hopefully we'll see some opening up of that as well on the Apple side.
I completely agree with what Schulz was saying, because this question about interoperability leads to something that is very important for me from my background, that is intellectual property, because you can have a truly open metaverse if you don't have legal interoperability on top of technical interoperability. Because even if you own your content, because one of the promises about the metaverse is that it's true ownership of your digital assets, you're not going to be able to take it or have the same functionalities from one metaverse to another, because it's going to be an added layer of regulation and intellectual property and licensing and contracts and terms of service that will prevent you to do so. And one of the huge discussions that still is ongoing is how the first sale principle is going to apply to digital goods. Because if you are buying a t-shirt in the analog world, you can take it, you can wear it whatever you want, but that might not be true for the metaverse, for a cosmetic item. And for people to relate, it's very similar what you already have with an ebook, that you can buy it from a platform and maybe you cannot use it in another platform or in another device that the one you already bought it for. So for me, it's these kind of two layers that are connected and showcase the relevance of intellectual property regulation and the limits and the space that has to be able for open and public domain content to flow is going to have in building the content for the metaverse and translating the content from one place to another with content portability.
No, all great points. I mean, so as we're starting to wrap up here in our conversation, one thing I do want to make sure we address is this idea that has come up a lot in conversations I've had with people about the metaverse, especially in the work I do on a global scale, is the fact that we have a lot of socioeconomic and infrastructure disparity around the world from locale to locale. So how do companies ensure, and I guess again back to the idea of the ethical responsibility of companies having a level playing field in terms of having access to the metaverse? So is that something? How do they go about that? And I realize that's a big question with a little bit of time left, but I'm just curious about your thoughts about that particular issue, because it does come up a lot. And of course, we want to make sure that the metaverse that is being created is globally inclusive as well. How about we start with you, Jules?
I feel like, the metaverse is, access to the metaverse is probably not going to be radically different than access to the internet, right? I mean, if you have bandwidth where you are anywhere in the world and that bandwidth is good enough to stream video, it's possible that you can then expand that to having, and a lot of the world is also on mobile phones, right? That hardware, it's good enough now. I mean, the iPhone 11 is good enough to match what a high-end NVIDIA PC was doing, when VR was first introduced in 2014 again. So I think that the mobile phone revolution will continue to the metaverse. And I think that as far as the hardware, the bandwidth needed, you'll have probably pretty good coverage, just as an evolution of what the mobile phone has done for most of the world, not everyone, right? And that's the thing, is that we want to try to get this further out there. But it's, to me, an extension of covering what mobile phone hardware and bandwidth has done. And I also think that a lot of the metaverse will be powered in the cloud on services where the hardware is again sort of covered in a more distributed fashion. Even with Render, the idea is decentralize that, distribute that. And I'm hoping that leads to a lot greater access to everything, just as you kind of have access for information. I mean, there really isn't anything on the open web you can't access with one single device that has that access, unless you're in a country that blocks it. And that's another concern altogether. But from a tech perspective, I think we'll get there, just from the work that's been done to get mobile phones pervasively across the globe.
Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind for me is when I did my XR Ethics Manifesto in 2019, I created this sort of ideal realm of, if we were to do ethics perfectly, this is what it looked like. And then when I finished it, I realized it's impossible to be able to achieve that, because there's inherent trade-offs between some of these different things. So one example of the trade-off that happens with accessibility is that like a company like Meta is subsidizing the cost of these headsets with a model of surveillance capitalism. So you're getting more accessibility, but at the same time, you're maybe mortgaging people's privacy. And so there is kind of a tension there in order to really financially pay for some of that you have these trade-offs that are inherent. And so, how do you do things perfectly? Well, you can't do things perfectly. So you do have to decide what is the more valuable for having a diverse and inclusive, getting the technology into most people as possible. The strategy that Meta is taking is really tuning for that. And in fact, when you listen to what they say about ethics, they will always emphasize how that's one of their top priorities, is to make it as accessible. And I think my worry is that we don't have a good strategy for, often I feel like, watching Don't Look Up, and I feel like one of those scientists where there's a huge comet that's coming towards us, where we're sleepwalking into this dystopic future of all this surveillance capitalism, and that there's going to be this line that we don't know where that line is, but we're for sure going to cross it at some point. So how do we do that kind of foresight of governance and, kind of preventative ethics to be able to do that? So I think that's where we're at now, is what is the best strategy? Is it a human rights level? Does it need to be a new federal privacy law? We're talking about new concepts and new paradigms, and to be able to translate all these really high new concepts into existing law and jurisprudence is really difficult. And I think that's the challenge, is that there's not a clear path for how we're going to get there, to have both accessible technology, but also do it in a way that's ethical when it comes to our privacy.
I will be trying to summarize very quickly what I think about this, because when we think about ethics, the thing is that might not seem actionable. And that's a difficulty to translate it into good practices, into something that could be put into practice in everyday's work. And going back to Ken's point, one of the discussions we have seen about access is the zero rating access and internet, and providing internet access that is, when I think in accessibility for the metaverse, I think in three things. One is accessing the internet, because we have recent reports from the UN that 1/3 of our global population has never been on internet. Second, in terms of accessibility with people with different capabilities, because we have been developing a lot of technology to get people onto the internet, and how is going this to translate into a medium that is kind of mostly based in experiences that are audio and visuals and enhancing these senses and not the others. And the third point is access in terms of the cost of the hardware to access, because it's not the same to access the metaverse through a very expensive suit or through a device that is going to cause you motion sickness and make you headachy for the rest of the day, but still having to work in the metaverse. So coming from the global south, those are my questions. How are we going to ensure this balance? And again, the thing is that regulation can be complied with, but ethical principles are more of a guideline. And so if we don't have like these practical and concrete applications, we are going to fail.
That's a fantastic note to end on, because we don't want to fail. We want to do this right. And I think all of you provided incredible insights into this issue, which is obviously, again, very complicated. It's not something that we're going to solve easily, but it is something that I'm hoping that as we go into the development and the emergence of the metaverse, that we're going to be eyes wide open on this issue particularly. So thank you all for joining for this panel, and thank you for watching. And we hope you have a good rest of your event. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Kent, Michaela, Jules, and Kate. And please join them in our offstage Zoom room for Q&A. Thank you, everyone, for viewing and participating in GamesBeat's Into the Metaverse 2 event today. We hope that you found the content informative and inspiring. Thank you so much to our dynamic and insightful speakers. And thank you to our sponsors and VB Lab. Please make sure to stick around for the reception and networking opportunity. Please go click on the Networking Zone access button to network with other attendees and the GamesBeat team. Quick note, the Q&A session and the networking session are happening at the same time, so you may want to jump between both if you're looking to have fun in both spaces. For all attendees, please be sure to tune in tomorrow for a second day of Into the Metaverse with more fantastic speakers and topics. Our speakers tomorrow include Sir Ian Livingstone of Hero Capital, Rachel Franklin of Electronic Arts, Riz Verk of MIT Game Lab, Herman Narula of Improbable, Mark Pettit of Epic Games, Richard Karras of NVIDIA, and Ralph Koster of Playable Worlds. And if you want to stick around, then please make sure you're doing that. Go check out the networking space. Go check out the Q&A space. And if you can't wait for tomorrow, please make sure to go check out more Metaverse content with the VentureBeat Metaverse Special issue, I should say, sponsored by Star Atlas, with 10 new articles coming out tomorrow. So make sure you're clicking on that access below and having some fun with that as well. Before I go, I just want to say thank you so much to the friends over at GamesBeat, some of the best folks on the planet doing some fantastic work within the gaming space, for having me. It is always my pleasure to work with them and getting a chance to hear so many great conversations around the gaming space that you all got to share with me along for the ride. So thank you again to those folks for having me, and for all of you for being my co-travelers during the wonderful 2 days that I was with you. Much love to you all. Hope you all have a wonderful day and take care of yourselves.
a distress signal last night. They think it came from your dad's ship.
The signal, it came from past the outer ring. How is that even possible?
His ship has been reported missing for 20 years now. Pretty sure he's not coming back.
We go there, we might not come back.
What is this place?
This is going to change everything. They found out we have the map. They're gonna kill us for it.
If that's the case, there's only one thing we can do.
Subspace, a globally deployed, software-defined network that provides a real-time internet dedicated to accelerating latency-sensitive traffic from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world. The public internet was built for bandwidth and resiliency, but didn't include any promises of reliable user experiences or low-latency performance. Now the internet struggles to support the demand for real-time experiences, where every millisecond between interaction counts. That's why Subspace was created. It is a globally deployed network with peering connections across major IXs, with over 100 POPs and growing. Each dedicated server utilizes high-speed optical transceivers to offer high-bandwidth dedicated links across the internet. Custom GPS-locked hardware clocks in every Subspace server generate real-time telemetry, with time variation between POPs on the order of nanoseconds. Subspace utilizes Anycast routing to guarantee low latency from end-user clients to Subspace POPs. Subspace Anycast IP blocks are announced from every POP to their local ISPs, ensuring that ISPs send Subspace-bound traffic to it directly. The Subspace control plane utilizes telemetry data to evaluate all possible paths between Subspace POPs and the final traffic destination, dynamically choosing which one to take. A test packet is sent in every POP along every possible path to every other Subspace POP. The listening application in the destination POP hears the test and records the precise time it was received. The Subspace data plane then accepts the timing results. All of this accurate data is combined into a global graph where the top paths are calculated and the optimum path is selected, the path with the lowest latency, packet loss, and jitter. Subspace replicates this needed information across all points of presence, so even in event of a failure, once the ingress BGP reconverges to send traffic to a second POP, it will pick up traffic and continue to go forward as though the failure never happened. So for any connection, it's as though there is only a brief pause in transmission. And this is true for all POPs, even if multiple were to go down. Subspace also offers inline, real-time dynamic DDoS protection that doesn't add any latency. The moment traffic ingresses onto Subspace, it passes through hardware-level filters to deny illegitimate traffic from passing. The destination server only sees legitimate traffic, so it never becomes overwhelmed. Accessing Subspace doesn't require client-side software or hardware installation. There are a variety of Subspace products that are accessible via API integration. These products act as global proxies that onboard traffic efficiently to Subspace. This includes TCP, UDP-based apps, WebRTC apps utilizing Turn, SIP-based apps, and more. Subspace is for any application whose user experience depends on real-time connectivity. The quickest way to get started is by signing up for free at subspace.com. This has been Subspace in 180 seconds. See you in the next one.
If your company employs a digital online marketplace model, you rely heavily on your network of partners and service providers. Ensuring you can efficiently and reliably pay those partners is your lifeblood. For every gig, every stream, every photo, every referral, every click, and every piece of content, you need to guarantee your networked partner chain never breaks because of a payment issue. The most recognizable names in the industry trust Tipalti to pay their worldwide partners in the tens of thousands in a matter of clicks. And with built-in onboarding, compliance, and tax validation, Tipalti brings a world-class, mission-critical performance-to-pay process to your partner payments. And while Tipalti solves the payables challenges you face today, it's robust enough to scale with you for tomorrow. Tipalti, we handled it.
Welcome to Xsolla, accelerating game commerce globally. We gave you the building blocks to go from being an unknown player to taking your place among the biggest games on the planet. Now let's see what we mean by acceleration. How do you like your new digs? Xsolla's pay station lets you accept payments securely in almost every currency. With Xsolla, people around the world are buzzing about your game.